Every single day, this guy grinds like his life depends on it. He literally can't afford to take a breather, because in this brutal reality, he's nothing but a bottom-tier, one-star. Out here, you only get 2 exit tickets, either getting shredded to pieces by monsters or getting sacrificed as upgrade material for a better unit. 1-star characters? Yeah, absolute cannon fodder. Their base stats are straight garbage, and they rock exactly 0 special abilities. That's the cursed hand he was dealt. So, if our boy plans on staying breathing, he desperately needs to level up. He pushes his limits to the absolute max, swinging his blade endlessly, just hoping to outclass the rest of the trash-tier units and escape the slaughterhouse. But get this, he wasn't always stuck inside the game. Not too long ago, he was the god behind the screen, ruthlessly choosing who gets fed to the and who gets to live. He was a total sweat at this game. His real name is Han Seo-jin, and by some insane glitch, he got sucked into a world ruled by brutal RNG. The title of this hellscape is Pick Me Up. The ultimate goal? Claw your way to the 100th floor of a massive tower. Pulling that off demands galaxy brain strats, endless farming, and heavy-duty grinding. Back in the real world, our dude was just a hardcore gamer, addicted to the climb. The character roster ranged from completely useless 1-stars to god-tier 7-stars, which basically locked in their power ceiling. But despite whaling thousands of dollars into the gacha, my guy's luck was so cursed he couldn't pull anything above a 5-star. Then, rumors dropped about a hidden dungeon. Word on the street was it held a legendary book that could break the limit cap and boost a hero to 7 stars. He didn't even hesitate, clicking enter immediately. But here's the catch. Unlike your standard RPG, Pick Me Up has hardcore permadeath. If a unit flatlines, they are gone forever. Playing it safe, he deploys a suicide scouting squad just to gather intel on the map. He stacked the lineup with his absolute best, a full squad of. But the second they spawn inside, sheer panic grips the avatars. Sweating behind the monitor, our boy completely ignores their warning signs. Because he's desperate for boss data. He forces them deeper into the shadows, and then, out of nowhere, a terrifying shadow entity materializes and absolutely speed blitzes his entire god squad. He checks the stats, and his jaw drops. Level 999. His brain short-circuits. He figures the devs messed up, and it's some game-breaking bug. But while he's frozen, staring at the monitor, the shadow slowly turns its head, stares directly through the screen, and flashes a psychotic grin. Found you. In a split second, and the next thing loading up is the fresh account creation screen. Some random noob types in the username anything and hits start on the tutorial. Before his brain can even process the lag, he's forcefully dropped into a war zone. He wakes up surrounded by roaring flames, in a village getting totally swarmed by goblins. Suddenly, a screeching goblin lunges straight for his throat. Even though it feels like a fever dream, the blood-curdling stench tells my man this is 100% real. Running on pure instinct, he sidesteps the rusty blade and counters with a lethal strike, dropping the monster. After surviving that brutal intro, he gets warped straight into the super-familiar pick-me-up lobby. Up in the sky, a massive system prompt tells this newbie master they've scored a free bonus summon. Hans squints as a blinding gacha light beam crashes down right in front of him, revealing a flashy 4-star unit dropping into the base. Watching her spawn in makes him realize, did he just get pulled as a gacha unit too? The armored girl steps up and formally introduces herself as a knight, named Shay Lathastery. Without wasting a second, their clueless master groups them up and tosses them straight into a dungeon run. Thanks to the insane stat gap, this night girl goes absolute goblin mode, completely carrying the raid and leaving our boy looking like dead weight. And while he couldn't do much, it's about to become a massive problem. Why? Because the final step of the tutorial is the dreaded synthesis system. Panic spikes in Han's chest. He knows he's going to get dusted if he doesn't break the game right now. Out of nowhere, the guide fairy pops up, barking at him to walk into the sacrifice. He instantly calls her out by her true name. The fairy freezes, completely rattled, demanding to know who the hell he is. When he drops his real name, she frantically scrolls through the game's database, but his data is totally corrupted. He doesn't match the avatar on file. Realizing the system massively glitched, she starts full-on shrieking in panic. But the code is already locked in, so she ruthlessly shoves him toward the execution room anyway. Our boy gets violently dragged into the glowing magic circle, and the upgrade sequence activates. Here's how synthesis works. You fuse two units together to juice up the main one's stats. But obviously, the secondary unit gets permanently deleted from existence, depending entirely on the player's click. That is exactly why, standing next to a high-tier 4-star knight, it is basic gamer logic. No one in their right mind would ever keep a trash mob over her. But plot twist, this master is an absolute clown. In a monumental misclick, the noob actually locks in the 1-star scrub and burns the elite knight. Even Han is left completely dumbfounded, because mathematically, that is just pure insanity. But hey, he survived. A split second later, he's warped into a dimly lit holding area, packed with a bunch of other rugged-looking dudes. Everyone is glancing around, totally clueless about what's going on, just like our boy. While the tension in the room is spiking, a glowing little fairy flutters down from the ceiling. She aggressively announces that their so-called master has officially ripped open the portal of time and space. Translation: it's time to gear up and spill blood. The guys stare at her like she's insane, yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The fairy just rolls her eyes, explaining that she's the one running this meat grinder. So if they want to keep their heads attached to their necks, they better fall in line right now. Completely brushing off her warning, this ex-mercenary storms right up to her face, demanding to know if she's the one who dragged them into this mess. When she hits him with the silent treatment, dude absolutely loses it, unsheathing his blade and threatening to end her right then and there. The fairy just gives this chilling little smirk before slicing his head clean off. A glowing system pop-up drops on the screen, verifying he's toast. But here's the crazy part. The cause of death? The system straight up logs it as a stress-induced unaliving. Naturally, the whole crowd is absolutely shook, and the fairy casually weaponizes this trauma to drop a heavy warning. Do not ever test her like that again. While she is breaking down their twisted new reality, their unseen players start sorting them into squads. The Vanguard team? 5 utterly clueless rookies, looking like deer caught in the headlights. Still, with zero leverage and their lives on the line, they are forced to blindly follow the fairy's twisted tutorial. Right before they cross the portal, our main guy Han steps up to the plate, hitting the fairy with a reality check about clearing this tower. He lobbies for the player to gear them up first. I mean, they are literal 1-star fodder, so charging into that dungeon barehanded is pure self-sabotage. They are already down a 2-star unit, so bleeding more recruits before the game even starts is just bad strategy. The logic actually clicks for her. She flashes a prompt to their master, unlocking the weapon selection menu. Clocking his quiet confidence, one of the random guys presses Han, begging to know if he has insider info on this hellhole. Han smoothly plays it off, claiming his memory is foggy since it has been a hot minute. But the redhead catches that slip-up, her radar instantly picking up major. He urgently tells the squad to loot up because the raid is about to kick off. Cue the massive panic attack. Half these people have never even thrown a punch. Regardless, he talks them off the ledge, getting everyone to equip some starter gear. But as they nervously inch toward the rift, they realize the dead guy's body has completely vanished into thin air. The fairy aggressively barks at them to stop stalling and move out. Shaking in their boots, the vanguard slowly files into the unknown. Meanwhile, the redhead is intensely eyeing our boy, noticing he is only rocking a trash-tier wooden shield. She starts grilling him about the endgame, but Han smoothly dodges every single question. His only advice? Get tunnel vision, and focus purely on slaughtering whatever spawns behind those doors. Suddenly, a brutal wave of red system alerts starts spamming his vision. The entire first squad just got wiped out. Seeing his face drop, she frantically demands to know what is happening, but he instantly shushes her. The fairy is tilting hard over how pathetic that first run was, furiously summoning the second batch to the slaughter. This round, Han and the redhead are drafted. Right off the bat, some boomer in their squad starts whining about his brittle bones. But right before the fairy can execute him for complaining, the redhead violently yanks the old man back to safety. Spawning into the gate, they find themselves in a massive, temple-like transit lounge, getting instantly beamed straight to floor 1. Han screams at the squad to lock in, because things are about to get incredibly real. In a flash, they are dropped into a massive, desolate wasteland, with a whole mob of bloodthirsty goblins locking eyes with them from afar. 3 dudes in their crew completely lose their minds and instantly bolt for the hills. A harsh system alert pops up. A fear debuff just nerfed their stats by 30%. And to make things worse, they slam face first into an invisible barrier. No way out. The redhead instantly clocks the grim reality. They are trapped in a literal death match. She urgently asks Han if clearing this mob is their only ticket out. He gives a grim nod, and the two officially team up for the chaos. With her hunter background, she plays the ranged DPS, while Han goes full tank, charging in with his sword and board. But here is the wild part. Despite his icy demeanor, our guy has absolutely zero. He barks at her to keep her crosshairs glued to the goblins if she plans on breathing tomorrow. Han figures the player either made a massive misclick during character synthesis. Either way, he knows he dodged a massive bullet just by still breathing. The girl tries to play medic for a downed teammate, but Han aggressively snaps at her, demanding she keep her aggro. Out of nowhere, a goblin leaps up and sinks its dirty teeth right into his shoulder, but Han ruthlessly bashes its skull in with his wooden shield. Even though he is totally clueless on how he got isekai'd into this mess, he knows it is deeply tied to that terrifying, level 999 shadow figure that locked eyes with him earlier. Following an absolutely grueling bloodbath, they finally wipe the floor with the entire goblin horde. The redhead is visibly freaking out over his bleeding arm, but Han casually brushes it off, knowing they will auto-heal the second they respawn at base camp. See, this twisted game is essentially an auto-battler. Players have yet, it is still a top-tier title, purely because players get to sit back and play God, spectating the carnage from above. And Han? He used to grind this game religiously, but he wasn't just some casual sweat. He was literally the rank 5 global menace, known only as Loki. The dust settles on the battlefield as the stage clear banner flashes. The girl instantly levels up, and the loot drop notification pops off. Our guy secures that sweet MVP title for the run. But let's be leaving just 2 players breathing, our MC and the fiery redhead. Fast forward a bit, and our boy is waking up to this brutal new reality. He realizes pretty quick that throwing a pity party isn't going to save him. Instead, he locks in, keeping his cool. It finally clicks. He's been dragged straight into a gacha hell called Pick Me Up, sitting at rock bottom as a trash tier 1-star unit. And in this universe, you only get 2 ways to exit the chat. You either get wiped out by monsters, or worse, you get fed to a higher tier unit because the player up top thinks you're dead weight. Knowing this, he's fully aware he needs to grind like his life depends on it. Otherwise, he's literally getting recycled into pixel dust. Fueled by pure survival instinct, he dives headfirst into an... Being a 1-star scrub means his base stats are garbage, and his EXP curve is painfully slow, so slacking off is not an option. Even after hitting level 5, he refuses to stop sweating. The brutal muscle-tearing routine pulls him right back to his hardcore military past. He knows perfectly well that making it out alive takes a shredded body and a bulletproof mindset. In his eyes, this twisted fantasy world is just another war zone. While he's burning through his final set of push-ups, the archer girl rolls up on him. She questions his insane routine, and he just deadpans that he's getting shredded so he doesn't get clapped by mobs. She confesses she's been spiraling over their nightmare too. After staying up all night overthinking, the bitter truth hit her. There's no logging out. Whining won't fix a thing, and surviving is literally the only objective. Gripping her weapon, she drops some lore. Her dad was an actual hunter out in the wild, which perfectly explains why she handles that bow like an absolute pro. To flex her skills, she fires off a shot, sinking it dead center into the dummy's head. With scanning her floating UI, he notices she's already bumped up to level 2. She's rocking basic archery proficiencies, and she efficiently spent the 4 stat points she farmed from yesterday's bloodbath. Despite bagging less EXP than our MC, her mental fortitude is insane. Plus, she's packing a rare trait. But the biggest green flag? She bounced right back after witnessing absolute slaughter. A trauma that would instantly break most noobs. Respecting her hustle, he agrees to carry her through the grind. Reaching out her hand, she quotes her old man, saying that a solid squad is the key to surviving the wild. He pauses for a sec before gripping her hand. A system ping instantly confirms her maxed out happiness at partying up. Cut to later, he summons the guide fairy. She poofs into thin air, looking totally salty, and complains about her packed schedule. He hits back with some heavy sarcasm, pointing out she spawned awfully fast for a VIP. Triggered, she aggressively shuts him down, swearing she is done dropping hints. Unfazed, he drops a massive question. Is he the only player who can actually read the glowing stats hovering right above her? She literally glitches out for a second before playing totally dumb. But the glowing text doesn't lie. She is sitting at a monstrous level 257. When he calls her out on it, she scrambles, blaming it on a visual glitch. Our boy isn't buying that garbage for a second, locking in the theory that his eyes are completely unique. Pushing his luck, he asks the ultimate taboo. What happens to them if the god player uninstalls? The fairy totally loses it, screaming at him to pray that nightmare never drops. Her absolute panic practically confirms his darkest fears. Probing deeper, he questions if time here is desynced from the real world, causing her to just mentally detonate again. He takes her screeching as a hard yes, and drops a smug, thanks, sending her rage right off the charts. Meanwhile, our MC is chilling like a villain. He already figured out the system bans her from doing damage unless provoked. He makes a mental note to keep mining this lore, exploiting because if he doesn't map out this meta, he's getting wiped or fed to a whale's main unit. When his archer duo asks what that yelling was about, he lays it out straight. Their only ticket home is conquering all 100 floors of this cursed tower. That unseen player calls the shots through the fairy, and if they fumble the bag on a quest, it's instant game over. The reality sinks in for her. They are staring down an endless marathon of bloodshed. He nods. That's exactly why he's out here sweating blood. He points out the player is definitely gonna roll the gotcha for more units soon. It's twisted, but their entire existence hinges on some random gamer behind a screen. He's already cracked a few core mechanics of this sick matrix. Rations and hygiene supplies miraculously hit the inventory reset every single dawn. Picture a basic item, and it spawns straight into a drawer, but the system heavily nerfs this by banning any lethal hardware like firearms. He also discovers a brutal catch. Grinding at the gym doesn't grant raw EXP. It purely buffs up your stamina and hidden passives. Any minute now, the Overseer is going to run a vibe check on their roster, scoring them on mental grit, talent, and raw muscle. Knowing his best bet is pure physical dominance, our guy tortures his own muscles to the absolute breaking point. For 3 agonizing days, he barely even sleeps. By the time the player finally boots the game back up, our MC is feeling incredibly dangerous, having forced the system to hand over 2 new skills. Right on cue, the gotcha flashes, dropping 3 fresh 1-star noobs to max out. The second the rookies drop in, they absolutely lose their minds. They are totally in denial about jumping into a monster bloodbath this fast. Following the master's orders, the fairy rips open she literally knocks them out cold and chucks their bodies through the rift herself. The squad lands on floor 2, where it is a straight-up deathmatch until everything is wiped out. The newbies completely freeze up, horrified by the sight of level 4 wolves and level 3 goblins prowling around. That sheer panic instantly nerfs their stats. Even the archer girl starts sweating bullets, but our boy quickly snaps her out of it and orders her to shred the goblins while he aggroes the wolves. The rookies are glued to the floor, absolutely petrified, forcing the duo to solo the entire wave. 2 beasts instantly lunge at his throat. He tanks the hit with his shield and swings back, but his garbage tier blade fails to one-shot the monster. Still, that does not stop him from brutally cleaving the mutt right down the middle. Out of nowhere, Hans feels a shadow diving at his back. He quickly throws up his shield to block and retaliates with a fierce slash. But the beast nimbly dodges midair, Catching the creature suspended and wide open, he blitzes forward and executes it on the spot. Drenched in sweat and totally gassed out, he instantly turns to check on the archer girl, only to find her completely dominating those two goblins, turning their bodies into literal pincushions. He tells her to chill, pointing out that the monsters are already long gone. Right on cue, a system alert pops up, broadcasting that they cleared the stage. They both secure a level up, and our boy is officially crowned the MVP of the run. Before the loot even drops, the system yanks the entire squad back to their spawn point, which functions like a main hub. Without warning, a fresh alert demands they gear up for Stage 3, and the ground starts quaking violently. The girl freaks out, clueless about the earthquake. He grimly explains they are being fast-tracked straight to the 3rd floor. Glancing over at those 3 dead-weight newbies, he questions the master's sanity. Why drag under-leveled fodder into a brutal zone? Right as their survival odds look doomed, the master suddenly logs off. Watching the disconnect message, a massive wave of relief washes over him. Seconds later, the fairy materializes out of thin air, whining about being totally drained. He realizes the 3rd floor is next, but since the boss is officially offline, and time in this hub moves 3 times faster, they have got a solid 3 days of downtime. Han pulls up his interface and realizes he hit level 6. His strength stat is boosted, and he can literally feel his muscles buzzing with fresh power. While sheathing his blade, he spots those 3 useless rookies screaming at the archer, aggressively demanding to know why they are forced to bleed, and what this hellhole even is. He scoffs internally, knowing these 1-star units are nothing but regular civilians with 0 combat IQ. It finally clicks why the elite ranks treat them like absolute garbage. When the battlefield gets messy, 1-star trashes freeze up, while the high tiers lock in instantly. He flashes back to that badass knight, who practically smirked while marching into the meat grinder. Exhausted from babysitting the crybabies, the archer wanders over and begs him to lend them a hand. He shoots her down instantly, calling them utter trash who are bound to get wiped out anyway. He bets the master will probably just burn them as synthesis fodder, since they offer 0 value. Triggered, a rookie named Toby stomps up and grabs Han by the shirt. Furious, Han drops him with a brutal right hook, leaving him totally wrecked. He spits back that while he was out there bleeding for survival, they cowered like cowards, and reality is about to hit them hard. 24 hours later, our duo jump right back into the grind. Thanks to his relentless weapon drills, his sword and shield mastery hit level 2. Meanwhile, the 3 deadweights completely blow off the training arc, wasting their day hopelessly hunting for an exit. The girl grinds her precision by shooting live arrows at Han, who violently parries them with his blade. A stray shaft ends up piercing his leg, sending her into a panic, but he coolly brushes it off, reminding her that HP regens crazy fast in this realm. They literally watch his flesh knit itself back together. By constantly tanking this brutal damage, our boy unlocks a rare pain tolerance passive. They keep clashing, and thanks to his insane grind set, his separated weapon abilities fuse into a powerhouse combo skill, basic sword shield technique, hitting level 3 immediately. By day 3, the master logs back online. The fairy glitches into existence, screaming at the entire squad to haul themselves into the main hub right this second, before the monsters spawn and absolutely slaughter them. The archer secretly sighs in relief, totally burnt out from the hardcore training montage. Of course, the 3 useless newbies start throwing another tantrum, crying about wanting to go home and being sick of the potato-only diet. Hearing this pathetic whining, the fairy absolutely snaps. Going full psycho mode, she lands a devastating punch on 2 of them, launching their bodies across the room, snarling about how badly they have pissed her off, threatening to snitch on them to the master, raining down blows while they desperately scream for mercy. Our master then casually tosses the squad back into the 3rd floor meat grinder. While our original duo squares up for battle, those 3 useless tag-alongs just cower in the back lines. Totally AFK. Thanks to his hardcore grind sessions, our boy practically slices through the mob like warm butter. The archer girl is right there matching his energy, absolutely popping off and snagging the MVP title for this round. She shoots a glare at the three benchwarmers, totally disgusted by their zero-effort vibe. But our guy just shrugs it off. Honestly, he's stoked he doesn't have to share a single drop of experience points with those freeloaders. In this world, if you don't throw hands, you don't level up. Catching on to a sly tip from the fairy, the master decides to force a massive reality check. Instantly teleporting, a wave of basic goblins spawns in, sprinting straight at them. But our archer just lets fly, effortlessly shredding the entire mob with pinpoint strikes, walking away with yet another MVP crown. Without missing a beat, the master hits the reset button and forces another run. Our boy sighs, realizing the big boss upstairs isn't handing out any timeouts today. Apparently they styled on those mobs way too hard. Our hero blitzes the level next and snatches his own MVP title. But after speedrunning so many floors back to back, both he and the archer girl are running completely on fumes. Totally panting heavily, she complains she's at her absolute limit, dreading how many more times the master plans to loop this exact same nightmare. After grinding for what feels like an eternity, they finally warp back to the lobby. But the vibe is completely ruined, since they literally just spent the whole day playing babysitter for 3 absolute zero. Lucky for our duo, the master finally decides to fire up the synthesis chamber. And yeah, that means it's time to permanently delete the dead weight. It hits deep for our boy. Just a few days ago, he was standing in that exact same execution line before snagging a miracle second chance. He breaks it down for her. The master is always watching from above, tracking exactly who's actually throwing down and who's just leeching. Right on cue, the fairy flutters down, ordering the archer girl and an older slacker named Elson to step straight into the glowing chamber. The realization hits the old guy like a truck. Knowing his time is up, he completely loses it, screaming his lungs. He cries about human rights, screaming that they were kidnapped, and this whole system is totally rigged. But nobody cares, and he gets shoved straight into the machine. The heavy gates slam shut. With a single click, the master locks in the synthesis. The dude is absolutely bawling, begging for his life, as his physical form literally dissolves into blinding pixels. The brutal system takes its toll, and thanks to that human sacrifice, the archer girl scores a massive level up, unlocking the ultra-rare Eagle Eye skill. She stumbles out of the pod, totally shell-shocked, stammering out questions about where the old guy just vanished to. Han just looks her dead in the eyes and drops the cold, hard truth. This game just recycled the trash. Flexing a bit, he announces he's up next, casually wondering aloud which of the 2 remaining noobs is about to become his personal upgrade material. Hearing that drops their hearts straight into their stomachs. The fairy immediately chimes in, locking in our boy and the trembling bearded dude Toby. Toby looks absolutely traumatized, completely clueless about the horror show waiting for him. They get tossed into the glowing synthesis core, where Toby goes full manic mode, screaming and asking if this flashy portal is his ticket back home. Our guy just nods along, letting the poor dude vibe. A massive flash later, the bearded guy is completely absorbed into our hero's stats. Han instantly levels up, copping a brand new passive skill, Composure. Striding past the lone survivor, Han shoots him a smirk and tells him to go buy a lottery ticket. It finally clicks for the archer girl. Anyone who doesn't pull their weight gets fed to the machine and wiped from existence. A cold sweat drops down her neck as she imagines herself becoming dead weight. But our guy shuts that down fast, reminding her that the mobs are only going to get crazier, meaning their grind can never stop. If she hits a plateau, she's totally getting recycled next. He quotes her dad's old life advice, always make sure you're backing the right horse. It immediately clicks in her brain. Sticking by Han's side is her only survival ticket. The very next morning in the training pit, she marches right up, hits a full 90-degree bow, and officially begs him to be her ride or die. Our boy already knows she's got that secret protagonist energy locked inside. He stares her down, promising that as long as she keeps her hands dirty, she's guaranteed to make it out alive. Right in the middle of their moment, the blonde survivor shuffles over, practically begging to join their squad. He spills his guts, apologizing for being a total coward and feeling insanely guilty for letting them do all the heavy lifting. Now, He's pleading with them to teach him the ropes. Han crosses his arms, questioning why he should even bother trusting a proven quitter. In response, the dude literally drops to his knees. That's all the proof our boy needs, so he casually tosses the guy a spear. Han shrugs, admitting polearms aren't exactly his main, but they're definitely the most busted starter weapon for a total noob. Switching to full mentor mode, he breaks down the combat meta. Dual blades and broadswords are for face-to-face brawling. Spears dominate that mid-range sweet spot, and bows handle the long-distance sniping. With this guy rocking the spear, their party comp is officially cracked, covering close, mid, and long-range damage capabilities. Slowly drawing his own blade, Han locks eyes with the rookie and commands him to attack. The blonde instantly panics, stammering out if a deathmatch is really necessary. Han's response? Closing the gap in a blink and instantly swinging for his head. He shuts him down instantly, admitting he's totally clueless when it comes to wielding a sword. Since he's entirely self-taught with a blade, the blonde kid is going to have to figure it out himself. Sparks fly as the rookie suddenly snaps, lunging forward with a desperate burst of courage. Just one problem. He's squeezing his eyes tightly shut. Our MC absolutely launches a vicious kick right into his gut, mocking him for fighting blind like a total amateur. The brutal impact completely wrecks the guy, dropping him to the dirt as he violently empties his stomach. With ice in his veins, our hero coldly reminds him that a real monster would have ripped him to shreds by now. The archer girl immediately jumps in, arguing that he's taking things way too far for day one. But our boy isn't running a daycare. He absolutely refuses to drag around dead weight. Staring him down, he asks if the rookie has anyone waiting back home. The blonde kid stammers out that his little sister is counting on him. In a flash, our MC presses cold steel right against Aaron's throat, forcing him to picture the grim reality if he doesn't make it back alive. He demands to know who's going to protect that little girl when her brother becomes monster food. That brutal reality check hits like a truck, a fresh, blazing catching that fiery shift in his gaze. Our boy smirks, admitting he likes this energy way more. Meanwhile, back at the home base, a glowing system prompt pops up, flashing an alert that the master just hooked them up with a weapon vault and unlocked a blacksmith forge. Gear starts materializing out of thin air, meaning the squad is finally geared up. Spotting the massive upgrades, our boy immediately summons that annoying little fairy. She poofs into existence, fuming with rage, screeching about how a low-tier scrub dares to boss her around. Our guy claps right back, pushing her buttons until she's practically foaming at the mouth. She throws a barrage of tiny punches that deal 0 damage. Completely unbothered, he casually asks if she's the mastermind feeding tips to the game master. Figuring that must mean she spends her time surfing the web. Brushing it off, she boasts that doom-scrolling the internet is totally her favorite hobby. He instantly calls her out, pointing out that she's basically copying and pasting all her advice, straight from the main strategy boards. Shocked, the fairy drops her jaw, wondering how a nobody... He shrugs, calling it basic trivia, from a viral thread posted by the legendary top ranker, Loki. She completely mocks him, roasting his status as a trash-tier 1-star hero. Defending her idol, she glazes Loki as the absolute GOAT, a literal gaming deity. It is wildly obvious she's the ultimate fangirl. Curious, our boy asks what makes Loki so special, and she gushes about how he constantly pulls off the most insane, totally impossible feats. Staring her dead in the eyes, he flat out says he pities her. The fairy abruptly freezes, aggressively demanding he repeat that disrespect. Bro doesn't even blink, casually dropping the ultimate bombshell. He is Loki, her so-called absolute god of gaming. The tiny admin is completely paralyzed by Han's claim, so he backs it up by flawlessly rattling off his unique game ID. The second those digits leave his mouth, she is utterly User IDs are insanely top secret, meaning only the true owner could possibly memorize it. He even flexes by offering his Google login just to shut down any leftover doubts. Scrambling to verify the database, she keeps muttering that it's impossible, but the moment the match is confirmed, her entire personality completely flips, and she starts squealing like a massive fangirl. She practically begs our boy for an autograph, geeking out that Loki's signature would instantly crown her as the supreme VIP of his official fan club. He scribbles his name, completely puzzled, asking what kind of weird cult this is. The fairy hypes up this massive, dedicated community built entirely around worshipping him. He finds it pretty amusing, low-key admitting he never had a clue he was that famous. Suddenly, pure panic washes over her face, as she realizes she's been trash-talking her idol this entire time. Han waves it off, telling her to chill since, technically, he's still rocking that trash tier 1-star status right now. A sudden thought hits her, and she cuts him off, desperately asking about the fate of Niflheim. Since he's trapped down here, he admits he is totally in the dark. Niflheimer was his mega base on his main account, acting as the ultimate sanctuary for all his high-tier heroes. That absolute fortress stacked a massive 13 floors, easily housing close to 2,000 elite fighters. Plus, practically every structure inside was heavily upgraded to level 18, or even 22. Stressing out, the fairy asks what's going to happen to the whopping 20,000 loyal followers sitting under his banner. With a dry smirk, he suggests that if she's so worried, she should just teleport him back to his throne. Drooping her wings, she admits that's impossible. He already knew the catch. She's just a mid-tier mod with barely any real system authority. Brushing past the depressing stuff, our boy pivots to investigate the current game master, pulling the strings in this lobby. He drills her on whether this master is actually human, and if the characters popping up are just AI code or actual breathing humans. The fairy drops the bombshell. Yes, the master is entirely human. And every single hero dragged into this mess is a real-life person too. It suddenly clicks for our boy. The master has zero clue, probably treating them all like disposable pixels in a virtual sandbox. He quickly grills her, asking if grinding to floor 100 will unlock a ticket back to Earth. But she shakes her head, totally clueless. Next, he demands to know the identity of the person who kidnapped him into the game, but she instantly apologizes, locked out by system firewalls. Our MC just smirks, telling her to save the apologies. He's going to conquer this entire tower anyway, and when he hits the top, he'll beat the truth out of whoever did this. He presses her on exactly how much power she holds when the master isn't pulling the strings. She breaks it down. She's basically just the admin. She can only crack open doors, run the lobby, and keep the space from falling apart. Our guy digs deeper, asking if every single player's lobby looks exactly like this one. She nods, confirming they're practically carbon copies. This completely blows his mind. If every player gets a lobby, that means over 1 million parallel dimensions exist out there, each packed with their own living, breathing heroes. This whole time, the gaming community treated these units like soulless AI pixels. But the dark truth? They were flesh and blood humans. The horrific realization hits him like a truck. Back in his gaming days, he wasn't just clicking a mouse, he was puppeteering actual lives. One tiny slip-up on his keyboard meant a brutal death for them. Shaking off the guilt, our guy locks eyes with the fairy and vows to drag her all the way up the tower. But there's a catch. She follows his orders, no questions asked. Cut to the training grounds, where the archer girl is absolutely sweating bullets. He watches her from the sidelines, completely floored by her raw talent. Her leveling speed is totally insane. Honestly, nobody would ever buy that she's just a 1-star scrub. She literally touched a dagger for the first time today, but she's already slicing through the air like a seasoned assassin. The blonde dude, though, he is fighting for his life out there. Our guy winces, knowing that at this pathetic pace, the blonde is totally destined for the graveyard. The archer throws her hands up, swearing she barely even pushed his limits, yet there he is, face planted in the dirt. He tells her to drop the dead weight and just stick to his game plan. Right on cue, the fairy poofs into existence, throwing massive shade at the archer for hovering way too close to her hero. Puffing out her chest, the fairy fiercely claims the title of his absolute top tier. The archer snaps right back, aggressively defending her spot as his true right-hand woman. Within seconds, this petty squabble escalates into a full-blown screaming match. The fairy starts dropping toxic insults left and right, until our guy steps in and completely shuts the whole circus down. They keep bickering the entire walk to the vault. He commands the fairy to unlock the heavy doors. Stepping inside, his eyes scan over a massive stash of pure C-rank loot. Next stop, the blacksmith's forge. The archer raises an eyebrow, asking what the hell he's plotting. With a smirk, he drops the bomb. He's burning through the entire stash. That little chat with the fairy gave Han a massive brain blast. His very existence is a glitch. He is 50% hero and 50% master, which means the core system actually bows to his commands, practically handing him the VIP keys to zones strictly locked off for standard units. Stepping up to the blazing anvil, Han intensely studies the holographic interface. The whole rig is slacking on absolute autopilot. Giant red warning errors instantly flood his vision. The success rates are utter garbage. Without skipping a beat, he aggressively yanks the system straight into manual override. Time to set the stakes. In this brutal universe, jacking up the difficulty spikes your chance of losing everything. But the massive loot drops make it totally worth the gamble. Our guy does not hesitate. He maxes it out to extreme hell mode. The fairy's jaw drops to the floor. Botching a craft at this tier triggers devastating curses. She frantically begs him to rethink, but he hits her with a cold, "Just watch me." Here's the catch. Manual forging forces you to beat high-speed microgames. 99% of players dodge this feature because the reflexes needed are downright impossible. For this round, he has to piece together a glowing sword from tiny, fractured shards, and the ticking clock gives him exactly 3 minutes. The fairy stares blankly at the chaotic puzzle. She absolutely cannot process how this junk is supposed to become a lethal blade. But our guy? He fully locks in. His fingers become a total blur, snapping the microscopic fragments together with terrifying, pixel-perfect accuracy. She is utterly paralyzed by his skill. His hands, they move like a god, she stammers in awe. In a flash, the dazzling blade is forged. A golden banner violently flashes across the screen. Critical success. Han just forged a C- tier Deathbringer. The fairy starts hyperventilating with hype. He literally pulled an elite weapon out of absolute trash tier scraps. The blade's aura is incredibly fierce. But hold up, my guy is nowhere near finished cooking. He instantly dives right back into the fire, cranking out a brutal spear and a massive shield. Every single craft hits that impossible success rate, totally defying the garbage loot he started with. Riding the high, the fairy begs him to keep forging, but he abruptly cuts the power. He warns her that flooding their inventory with god roll gear will definitely trigger the master's paranoia. Hard cut to the deadly 4th floor. The archer is laying down rapid-fire destruction, cleanly sniping a nasty goblin straight through the skull. She flexes, claiming her new bow handles like an absolute dream. But she's terrified some rat might try to swipe it. Our guy simply smirks, telling her to soulbind that bad boy using the exclusive gear mechanic. Problem solved. Suddenly, the sky goes dark. Flying beasts have joined the chat. Han takes command. She's on anti-air duty, while he crushes the goblin swarm on the ground. He barks at Aaron to act as her human shield. The blonde promises to hold the line. Instantly, the airborne monsters dive-bomb their position. Aaron instantly shatters under the pressure. He screeches in pure terror, wildly flailing his spear at ghosts. His cowardice literally tanks his combat stats by 30%. He's completely losing his mind until the archer blitzes over and slaps the absolute living soul out of him, forcefully rebooting his brain. She screams into his face. One single slip-up, and all 3 of them are getting wiped from existence. The brutal reality check finally forces him to lock the hell in. Moving as a flawless, synchronized squad, they absolutely bulldoze the stage and claim the victory screen. In the aftermath, the spear dude is gassed out and looking pathetic. Hating his own weakness, he breaks down, paralyzed by the dread of being fed to the synthesis machine. But suddenly, a glowing system prompt shatters his despair. He just got slammed onto the master's favorite list. Han gives him a massive grin. That notification just gave him total plot armor against death. Any second now. The guy absolutely loses it, throwing his hands up and screaming in pure hype. The archer girl smirks, noting that the hero's first sidekick was a massive W, and now his second one is popping off too. He shoots her a confused look, asking what on earth she's talking about. She's totally claiming the title of his loyal right-hand woman. Ignoring her, he just turns his back and sheathes his blades. Deep down, he knows his true number one comrade is light years away. She's currently locked down in Niflheim, and she goes by the name Ceres. Back in his gaming days, she and 4 other elite fighters rolled as his personal squad. He holds out hope that their paths will cross again down the line. Knowing her, she definitely claimed absolute control over the lobby the moment he logged off for good. Plus, Yurneth is stationed right beside her, fully capable of running the show. Those 2 brilliant minds could effortlessly micromanage that entire base in their sleep. Right on cue, the camera cuts to the icy realm of Niflheim. High up in the penthouse suite of the grand lobby, those exact 2 women stand. Yurneth strides forward, pressing Ceres on whether she's actually dipping out. Her response is cold and sharp, stating that the clock is ticking, and every single second letting out a heavy sigh, Yurneth promises to lock down the fort and handle all the— Ceres nods, dropping one final crucial command: track down their master's exact location, and do it fast. With a swift turn, she vanishes, leaving Yurneth as the undisputed boss of the stronghold. Cut back to our boy, whose brand new headquarters just hit level 2. The entire skyline shifts as buildings instantly level up and expand across the horizon. The archer girl's eyes widen, stunned by the massive, flashy glow-up. The blonde dude is completely mind-blown, questioning if their mysterious boss is straight-up casting spells to warp reality like this. Our hero shoots that theory down real quick. There's no magic involved here. The master just swiped his credit card and dumped cash into the base. He silently figures the guy behind the screen is definitely streaming their reactions live right this second. The player is probably feeling super smug, thinking his little NPCs are hyped about the new pixels, completely clueless that they are flesh and blood human beings. With every stage they crush, their living quarters and the entire plaza keep getting crazier upgrades. Right then, the fairy flutters onto the scene. He points out to her that their so-called god totally works a standard 9-to-5 corporate grind. His log-in and log-out patterns are way too predictable. In response, she flexes a massive mountain of premium crystals and glittering gold, joking that they hit the jackpot. If their master was a broke college student, they wouldn't have a dime to their name. He knows exactly how this brutal system works. There are no free handouts or generous events here. The only way to hoard gems is by dropping heavy stacks of real-world cash. Out of nowhere, a glowing system alert flashes across the sky, announcing a massive 10-pull summon dropping in. That means 10 fresh faces are about to spawn in, out of thin air. The whole squad snaps their attention to the main gates as he smirks, getting ready to— He breaks down the gacha mechanics. Gold pulls only spit out weak, 1-star fodder, but premium gem pulls drop the heavy hitters. A massive wave of disoriented rookies stumbles through the portal, frantically questioning where they are. He just stands tall, analyzing them with ice-cold silence. Without warning, he draws his blade and levels the tip right at a random guy's throat. The dude instantly freezes, stammering in pure panic. Our boy barks a command for absolute silence. Skipping the friendly tutorial, he drops one harsh truth bomb on the panicked crowd. It's survival of the fittest out here. He'll only bother explaining the rules of this twisted game to the ones tough enough to stay breathing. Right on cue, the fairy swoops in, shouting over the crowd to see if anyone has real-world skills, like crafting, forging, tanning, or cook. The archer leans in close to our hero, whispering to ask what on earth the flying pest is up to now. He casually reveals she's playing human resources. Anyone carrying a useful trade is getting instantly pulled from the meat grinder, because their newly upgraded base desperately needs— The fairy keeps aggressively filtering the rookies, separating the skilled labor from the Eventually, a second strike team of 4 gets scrambled together. A few of these fresh spawns are gripping rusted swords. Our guy breaks it down. The player treats the talentless ones as literal crash test dummies, throwing them into the dungeon just to gauge their stats. Without wasting time, the fairy shoves Party 2 straight into the first stage. The heavy gates creak open, they step into the darkness, and one dude gets wiped out in a single heartbeat. The hero watches the brutal spectacle, shaking his head at how incredibly fast that rookie got deleted. The archer girl winces, arguing they should have at least given them a heads up, but he coldly shuts that down. His logic is ruthless. If you get clapped in the literal tutorial stage, you were always going to be dead weight anyway. Mere seconds later, another newbie named Teddy bites the dust. Watching the slaughter, the fairy immediately starts drafting the next wave of victims. Panic spreads like wildfire as the remaining survivors realize they are next on the chopping block. Tensing up, the blonde dude steps right up to the fairy. He boldly volunteers to dive into the danger zone with the rookies. She tries to wave him off, warning him to stay out of this suicide mission. But our boy cuts in, ordering her to greenlight the kid. If the blonde guy, the fairy pings the player, shooting a request for Aaron to officially join the squad. Our main guy steps up, hitting him with a reality check. Watch out for the team, but never forget to guard your own neck. Aaron nods, locking in. He totally gets the assignment. Off to the side, our archer girl stretches her arms, craving some actual food. She's completely over the player's endless potato diet. Our boy points up at the sky, reminding her the big boss is always watching. She flinches, low-key terrified. But he quickly calms her down. The player only sees them moving around. He can't actually hear them. Their chatter just pops up as filtered system messages. Flash forward, the rookie squad wipes stage 1 without a single casualty. Everyone makes it out breathing. Our lead turns to the blonde dude, asking for his goblin body count. And he admits it's just 1. But honestly, that's a massive win. He played his role perfectly, so our hero calls it a day and orders them back to base. Stepping into the mess hall, their jaws drop. The place got a major glow-up. The archer girl lights up, hyping herself up for a real, juicy steak. Our boy just watches the squad, thinking they might be getting a little too hyped. And reality hits. The so-called chef drops a plate of unidentifiable slop, killing the vibe instantly. He sweats, dropping excuses about missing ingredients. Our hero squints, popping open the dude's status window. Boom. Busted. The guy's name is Dolph, and his cooking skill is literally 0. Dolph freezes, realizing he's been caught in 4K. Our boy ignores his panic, marching straight to a girl named Chloe. He officially promotes her to head chef. The fairy double-checks with the player, who hits accept. Chloe looks totally stressed, but she claims the title. Off to the side, the fake chef starts groveling for a second chance. Our hero shoots him a dead-eyed glare, warning him to never cap again. Meanwhile, Chloe fires up the stove and whips up an absolute feast. All entirely made from potatoes, but visually stunning and packed with flavor. While they scarf down the grub, our main guy breaks down the brutal reality of their world. Wrapping up his survival TED Talk, the archer girl jumps in to lighten the mood. She opens up, admitting she had absolutely 0 combat experience before spawning in. The reality is, not everyone gets drafted to the front line, since the system demands support classes too. He breaks it down. Non-combatants might have a higher survival rate, but slacking off is a death sentence. The second someone better rolls into the gacha, you get trashed. Fast forward to morning, and the player pulls another batch of summons. This time, it's literally just a pack of young kids. Our hero wastes 0 time, instantly throwing the newbies into a hardcore boot camp, while our archer and the blonde dude grind their weapon mastery. By sunset, the boys are absolutely gasping for air, crushed by the brute. But to our hero, they already have more value than the cowards hiding in the back. A few days fly by, bringing fresh waves of recruits. Our archer girl starts getting restless, wondering why they haven't pushed to floor 5 yet. Our boy hits her with the cold truth. The player is still theory crafting the perfect raid team. In this brutal game, floor 5 isn't just a step up. The difficulty absolutely skyrockets. It's basically a massive boss check. He kept this quiet because, honestly, he's second-guessing his own limits. He isn't even sure if he has the stats to survive the bloodbath. Instead of rushing into the meat grinder, they drop back down to floor 4 to grind XP. Our guy hangs back, shot-calling the entire skirmish, barking orders to make sure they hold the line. Solo, every single one of them is absolute trash against these mobs. But synced up, they become a solid threat. That's exactly why he's pushing them to their breaking points, since he knows he's going to need backup for the next stage. The system is unpredictable, and some raids just can't be soloed. The second the floor clears, the rookies erupt, hyping each other up. Watching them flex, the archer girl cracks a proud smile, admitting they actually snapped for their first real run. Our hero nods, totally agreeing. As the days blur together, the player starts going AFK for way longer. The silver lining? The gacha finally drops a blacksmith and a tanner into their camp. These crafters sync up immediately, forging a fresh batch of E-rank blades to gear up the deadweight newbies. Meanwhile, the heavy-hitting C-rank gear stays locked strictly for the main squad. But it's not all sunshine. 3 useless recruits end up getting synthesized into pure X, including Dolph, our lying chef, wasted. Just like that, the grace period ends. It's finally time to breach. Floor 5. Our boy shoots a look at the fairy for the green light, and she confirms the drop. Staring down his squad, he delivers a gritty pep talk, ordering them to stay frosty. A split second later, the system flashes, dropping the raid party right into a completely shattered, dead city. The streets are a ghost town, 0 monsters, 0 NPCs. This eerie silence immediately tips off our hero. This definitely isn't a basic wipeout quest. Out of nowhere, one of the rookies spots a human skeleton and loses his mind, screeching in pure terror. The rest of the squad instantly panics, remembering all the horror stories about this stage. Needing eyes in the sky, our boy orders the archer to scale a rusted watchtower to scout the fog. She scrambles up the ruins, but the second she peeks over the edge, her blood runs ice cold at the pure nightmare waiting for them. The squad clocks the absolute terror on her face and instantly starts pressing her for answers. Choking on her words, she drops a bombshell. A massive army of thousands of goblins. Right on cue, a system screen pops up, flashing their grim reality. Survive a tidal wave of 1,086 rabid goblins. Our guy realizes the clock is ticking, so he orders her off the high ground. He quickly hypes the squad up, reminding them they don't have to wipe out the whole horde. The objective is simple, just stay breathing until the timer runs out. The crew tries to duck into a building, but every door is bolted shut. Plan B? Squeeze into a tight alleyway nearby. A giant timer materializes above them. 30 agonizing minutes. Panic sets in as they scramble to lock down a defensible position. But seconds are slipping away. They finally anchor themselves in a suffocating bottleneck to avoid getting swarmed from every angle. With 3 blind spots to defend, our MC locks down the left flank. Aaron takes the right side, and Geed pairs up with Hansen to hold down the rear. To keep their stamina from tanking, they set up a strict rotation. The archer girl plays Overwatch, ready to snipe on command. Our hero orders a makeshift barricade, and everyone starts hustling. Glancing at the HUD, he realizes the brutal truth. The game clock matches real-life time, meaning they have to endure half an hour of pure hell. It doesn't take long for the first green monster to peek around the corner. The countdown triggers, and the beast lunges right at them. Their wall of junk is barely half finished, but they have to ditch the because a massive swarm is already pouring in. The MC barks out a ruthless strategy. Use the goblin bodies to plug the gap. Han locks into a clean rhythm. Deflect, strike, repeat. It's a textbook combo, and he is totally holding his own. The blonde dude, though, he is completely gassed. Panting hard, he begs to know if this nightmare really ends in just 10 minutes. With 26 brutal minutes still glowing on the timer, our hero totally feeds him some copium, swearing he'd never lie to his face. Regardless, our guy refuses to let his run end in some dirty alleyway. As the monsters press closer, he screams for Geed to tag in for Hansen. Hansen stubbornly claims he is good to go, but the MC shuts that down instantly. He sees right through it. The kid is heavily underleveled. His endurance is trash, and his form is totally sloppy. He is burning way too much gas on every single takedown. On the flip side, Han keeps deleting enemies with absolute robotic precision. Inside his head, he is chanting a simple mantra. 1 strike, 1 drop. Burn 0 energy, maximize the damage. But these green freaks just keep swarming blindly, like they literally spawned just to become cannon fodder. He aggressively calls for another rotation. Geed scrambles to grab his sword and board, while Hansen shifts to the flimsiest link in their defense. Our MC yells over to the archer, ordering her to cover his blind spots and recycle her ammo. Her eyes immediately light up, since she has been itching for a chance to pop off. He assigns her the cleanup crew role, snipe down any stray beast that manages to slip past the front line. The spear-wielding dude keeps shredding enemies, but the frustration starts boiling over. Drenched in sweat and barely standing, he desperately asks if their 10 minutes are finally over. The hero drops a devastating reality check. It's barely been 5 minutes. The sniper girl keeps unleashing arrows, screaming at him to duck and weave. Out of nowhere, a rusty blade slashes clean across the kid's arm, sending a crimson spray into the air. A blaring system warning flashes, bleeding effect applied, HP dropping fast. Our MC barks for the backup to fill the gap, telling him to ignore the damage for a second. Geed starts sobbing from the agony, totally shaking and overwhelmed by the chaos. But the hero violently snaps him out of it, roaring, "Are you trying to get us all wiped out?" Crushed by guilt, the kid chokes out an apology. The hero barks at the archer to patch him up. She frantically wraps his gashed arm, and he powers through the agony, dragging himself back to his feet. Our boy then completely takes the gloves off. He bulldozes into the swarm like a literal hurricane, shredding monsters the second they spawn. But the horde retaliates, turning totally feral. Suddenly, the frontline fighter totally freaks out, because his weapon's durability just hit 0, leaving him holding a broken scrap of metal. The MC asks the wounded kid if he has enough gas left to tag back in, and pushing past the stinging pain, he nods yes. He commands Hansen to fall back and patch up that shattered blade. Our guy totally saw this coming. Sure, his weapon outclassed the trash tier F-rank starter gear, but it was still totally scuffed. He rips a shield right out of a teammate's hands and starts brutally bashing goblin skulls, screaming at the squad to keep swinging, even if they have to beat these things to death barehanded. The rotation turns into a blur of non-stop tagging. Clenching his jaw, the MC shouts that they only have 3 minutes left on the clock. But those 30 minutes have felt like an absolute eternity. The spearman and archer swap places yet again, barely catching a 10-second breather. Simultaneously, he directs the injured kid to switch back to the support line to keep the front line from collapsing entirely. He aggressively barks at the archer girl to dump every last arrow she has left in her quiver. He already knows the harsh truth. If the monsters shatter their defensive line on that flank, it is instantly game over for the entire squad. She shreds through a wave of goblins, but right before the duo can swap out, a green menace drives a rusty blade straight into the wounded guy's gut. Choking on a mouthful of crimson, he drops to his knees and completely crumples. A glowing system alert violently pops up, flashing a critical warning that his HP is dropping and death is knocking at his door. The archer girl just stands there paralyzed, her eyes blown wide in pure terror as she violently trembles. That grim alert keeps blinking in the air, ticking down like a brutal death timer. She desperately thinks about yanking the blade out, but the sheer panic holds her back, knowing that pulling it would trigger an instant execution. At the exact same time, his buddy is getting totally swarmed by the horde and begs him to swap places for just 30 agonizing seconds. Even our main guy is heavily sweating it out, burning through absolutely every trick up his sleeve just to hold the savage freaks at bay. Seeing their defense crumbling to pieces, he orders Hansen to trade spots, demanding he completely shut off his emotions and ignore his dying friend for now. Out of nowhere, a cold system prompt drops the hammer. Jeed has flatlined. Seeing the gruesome confirmation, he lets out an absolute roar. He screams at the archer girl to abandon the dead guy. The moment she throws herself into the bloodbath, her blade mastery suddenly spikes to level 3. Panicking, she frantically screams out, begging to know how much time is left on the clock. He barks right back, ordering her to shut up, keep slaughtering, and stop wasting precious mental energy on the countdown. Our boy also gets a massive boost across all his combat stats, but he couldn't care less. None of those shiny upgrades mean a thing if they end up as goblin food. Things go from bad to worse when the other dude catches a nasty strike and starts gushing blood. In a flash, the green runts completely swarm him, violently hacking away. Knowing their front line is totally shattered, the hero commands the surviving crew to stick to him like glue. They immediately ditch the tight alley and make a desperate break for it. Desperate to scrape together just a fraction of a second, he spots an abandoned house in the back and orders the girl to scale the brick wall. She completely freezes, assuming he wants her to save her own skin and ditch them, but he promises he is right on her tail. Out in the open expanse, they can strictly funnel the beasts, brutally executing them one by one. Swapping tactics, he drops the precise thrusts and starts The sniper girl finally hauls herself over the ledge, and he instantly scrambles up right behind her. It is the spear dude's turn to vault up, but a filthy goblin lunges and Moving on pure instinct, our guy drops back down and totally decapitates the attacker. Without skipping a single beat, he declares the limb is a goner and ruthlessly chops the dude's legs. Crimson sprays in every direction as the guy shrieks in pure agony, but our protagonist is stone cold, locked strictly on keeping them alive. The archer frantically uses the discarded polearm to shove the climbers off the wall, but she unexpectedly loses her grip, drops the weapon, and shrieks in panic. Stressing over their rapidly crumbling defense, he screams at her to start stomping their ugly faces in, hyping her up that they only have to hold out for 30 more seconds. Because he is distracted, barking out commands, a sneaky little freak actually manages to haul itself over the barricade. He winds up to slice the intruder, but a second gremlin completely blindsides him, plunging a rusty shiv deep into his gut. Dark red liquid instantly fountains out. As he desperately tries to counter, the vicious monster tears into him again with its dagger. Across the roof, the archer girl is getting torn up too, watching her health bar wrap. In that exact split second, the whole world seems to freeze for our protagonist, as a wave of dark thoughts. Is this the actual end? Is he genuinely about to wipe out on just the 5th floor? The mere thought of such a pathetic death boils his blood with pure outrage. The entire situation feels completely rigged. He never faced anything this insanely unfair back on Earth. That toxic cocktail of raw fury and total hopelessness triggers his irises ignite into a glowing, blood-red hue, radiating an absolutely suffocating aura. Then, he explosively launches forward, fueled by unadulterated, savage energy. Roaring that this deathmatch is far from over, and refusing to become a floor casualty, he starts violently butchering the horde at a totally cracked speed. His physical form forcefully mutates into an unstoppable, primal beast, while his hair spikes up looking like a literal demon straight out of the abyss. While tweaked out in this monstrous form, he views the swarm as nothing but pathetic cannon fodder. Our boy has officially unlocked his chaotic berserker mode. Riding off this unhinged adrenaline rush, he goes absolutely feral, completely ignoring the agonizing pain tearing through his nerves. This chaotic energy lets him shatter through his own biological limits. He just keeps relentlessly carving through the filthy pests without hitting the brakes for a single millisecond. He swings his blade with such ferocious force that the steel literally shatters into pieces. But even losing his weapon doesn't faze him. He completely disregards his own safety and lunges back into the meat grinder with a shattered hilt. And right at that insane climax, the clock finally hits 0. The entire monster wave instantly turns into statues. A demonic variant was literally millimeters away from piercing his heart. But the system forcefully paused the universe at the absolute perfect microsecond, pulling off a massive clutch save. The archer girl is left standing there, completely shell-shocked and boxed in by frozen threats. Even the spear-wielding homie, who was literally knocking on death's door a minute ago, somehow survives strictly thanks to the buzzer. Against all the insane odds and the absolute bloodbath, the trio actually secures the victory. The system blesses their inventory with stacks of gold. With a flash, they are teleported straight back to the safe zone lobby. And honestly, for the very first time, you could tell our fearless protagonist was genuinely terrified of getting wiped out. The squad finally catches their breath after that absolute bloodbath. The archer girl lets out a breathless laugh, hyped that they actually survived, and reaches out for our guy to pull her. He hauls her to her feet, and she stares around, completely stunned, asking if they actually just escaped that nightmare. Our main guy nods, pointing out the familiar walls of the waiting room. They are officially in the clear. The archer nervously asks if every level from here on out will be this insanely brutal. He shuts that down, explaining that this specific round was a total outlier. Since it was a hardcore survival mission, strictly the harsh truth, those two deadweight guys on their squad just did not have the stats, and carrying them nearly got everyone wiped out. The archer drops her gaze, nodding quietly as the grim reality sets in. But you can tell she is secretly eaten up by survivor's guilt. The second they step back out, the dead guy's buddy runs up, all smiles, excitedly asking where his... Our MC does not sugarcoat it. He flat out drops the bomb that they did not make it. The kid just freezes, his brain totally short-circuiting. But hey, that is the brutal meta of this twisted world. With zero time to mourn, the master is already summoning the next crew into the meat grinder. Later, our guy crashes on his bed, replaying the chaos in his head. Honestly, he is totally numb to people dropping dead around him. When you are grinding the front lines of this hellish tower, stepping over bodies just becomes another Tuesday. What is really bugging him is this crazy new berserker skill he just unlocked. He is racking his brain, trying to figure out how cold composure and going totally feral can even exist together. One keeps him ice cold, while the other cranks his power to 11, but completely strips his steering wheel. He wonders if this glitched combo popped up, simply because he hacked the system to be a master and a hero at the exact same time. Whatever, no point stressing over it now. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute, so tonight, he just wants to log off and catch some sleep. Bright and early the next morning, he hits the training grounds and spots the archer. He raises an eyebrow, asking what got her out of bed, since she is usually the squad's resident sleeper. She just looks at him and says she is sick of being a sitting duck. Our boy quickly scans her stats and realizes that surviving yesterday's raid actually unlocked a new skill for her. Meanwhile, the spear dude is still totally skillless, even though he grinds just as hard. As for our MC, his level up cost is locked at 5, the standard pacing for a 3-star carry. Since he is currently maxing out his 1-star potential, he decides it is officially time to break through and evolve into a 2-star unit. Later, while he is flexing with some intense handstand push-ups, the archer casually strolls over and just starts poking his abs, making things super awkward. He instantly swats her hand away and scrambles to throw his shirt back on. She playfully whines that his muscles do not even feel tired, but he snaps back that they definitely are. This chick is honestly a wild card. They were literally inches from being goblin food yesterday, and she is already bouncing around like it was a casual stroll in the park. She then brings up that Aaron is going to skip practice, and he just tells her to let the guy be. He figures the kid is probably locked in his room, totally spiraling over losing his 2 best bros. Han scans the pathetic lineup at the training grounds and feels a sharp sting of annoyance over losing 2 guys who actually put in the work. He thinks to himself that Jeed and Hansen could have been solid assets if they just had a little more time to scale up. Honestly, for a split second, he wishes those 2 had survived instead of the useless NPCs he is stuck with now. Sensing his dark vibe, the archer tells him they need to just lock in and focus on their own grind for now. Right on cue, their buddy Aaron drags himself onto the field, muttering a pathetic apology for being late. Our MC catches his heavy, guilt-ridden look and wonders what is eating him. The kid mumbles that if his stats were not so garbage, his friends would not be in body bags right now. Our guy just looks at him with ice in his veins and says they died for one reason: they were weak. By now, he has survived this game for a whole month, which translates to roughly 10 days out in the real world. Piecing it all together, he has completely cracked their master's login schedule. Time in here runs exactly 3 times faster than on Earth, and the player controlling them logs in 3 separate times a day. But during combat stages, the time dilation vanishes, syncing perfectly with real life. If it did not, that goblin horde would have absolutely shredded them to pieces. Suddenly, that annoying little fairy materializes, barking at the scrubs to take notes from our hero. She is genuinely blown away that he managed to carry such a trash-tier squad through the 5th stage. When the archer whispers, asking why the fairy is hyping him up so much, he just smirks and says it is a classified business secret. Meanwhile, the fairy starts throwing a massive tantrum, screaming that she broke her back managing them. While these lazy bums did nothing but chill. Our MC shuts her down, pointing out that it does not matter, since those NPCs always spawn in when summoned anyway. Right then, the system UI flashes. Their master is drafting a brand new squad, throwing him and the archer in with 3 total randoms. The girl starts stressing out, totally freaked because they have zero chemistry with these newbies. But our hero just flashes her a confident look, promising that this raid is going to hit way differently as the new squad locks in at the waiting room. Catching sight of the newly unlocked daily dungeon, our guy gears up. A terrified rookie shuffles over, practically shaking in his boots, muttering that the rest of the crew is basically dead weight compared to his insane stats. But our boy plays it cool, promising the anxious guy that zero combat is required today. Stepping through the glowing portal, the squad gears up for a pure scavenging run. A holographic pop-up warns that the biome shifts depending on the day of the week. The archer girl blinks, totally lost, scanning the completely empty horizon with zero He quickly breaks it down for her. This zone is purely a massive loot farm. Their only job is to scavenge resources and chuck them straight into the vortex. All those drops will fund their future weapon crafting and gear upgrades. Catching on to the vibe, the archer double checks if she gets to chill too. Smirking, he shatters her hopes, letting her know she is on active duty. As the duo plunges deep into the thick woods to secure some actual grub, spotting a wild buck, the sniper girl readies her bow and one-taps it flawlessly. Hyped about the clean kill, she sprints over, flexing her veteran tracker skills to carve out the premium cuts. Leaving her to dump the loot into the warp gate, our protagonist peels off on a solo side quest. Arriving at a roaring waterfall, he checks the timer, barely 30 minutes left on the clock. But luck is on his side as he spots his ultimate target. It is the legendary Queen of the Forest, a super rare spawn exclusive to this daily zone. Taking down this beast guarantees a basic elemental gem, the exact item he desperately needs to hit 2 stars. Not wasting a single second, he dashes forward, instantly slicing. Looming over him, the queen is an absolute unit, but he just grins, absolutely living for the adrenaline rush. Fast forward a bit, and he casually drags its severed head back to the squad, making them shriek in pure terror. Even the seasoned archer drops her jaw at the sheer size of the beast's skull. Checking in on her progress, he finds out she absolutely popped off, securing 2 stags and a massive boar, way more than enough to feed the entire camp. Still bewildered, she questions why he only lugged the head back. Shrugging, he admits his blade was completely useless against the rock-hard antlers. Stepping up, she effortlessly slices through the bone, instantly triggering a system alert as she unlocks the rare Hunter of the Forest passive. Meanwhile, our guy bags his coveted elemental gem, the key to juicing up gear or ranking up heroes. Fast travel back to the hub, and the whole crew is practically drooling over their first real feast in ages. The second they finish scarfing down the barbecue, our lead whisks the archer off into another daily rift. With the server reset ticking over, the landscape drastically morphs into the breathtaking Sinmeal Plateau. Looking around, the girl skeptically asks if playing Farmer Simulator is really going to level them up. He drops the knowledge bomb. The real power spike comes directly from those elemental gems, which happen to be today's primary drop. Standing on the jagged cliff edge, she takes a moment to soak in the insane, cinematic graphics of this new realm. Completely ignoring the view, he locks onto a glowing herb nearby, immediately recognizing it as premium crafting material for health pots. Moments later, the duo takes down a monstrous dire wolf, and he barks at her to harvest the loot fast before the rest of the bloodthirsty pack swarms them. This clean kill rewards him with a glowing, high-tier water gem. Off to the side, the archer is genuinely vibing, completely in her element. Gazing at the sky, she quietly wishes they could just stay in this peaceful loop forever. Just hunting and chilling without some overlord pulling their strings. That innocent comment hits our guy right in the feels, triggering massive guilt since he used to be exactly that kind of player. It makes him wonder if his old units secretly hated him too. Breaking the silence, he quietly asks if she is totally burned out on combat. Dropping a massive hint, he assures her she could easily take on a non-combat role at the base, completely safe from being used as brutal synthesis fodder, thanks to her top-tier utility skills. Catching his drift, she teases him, asking if he is secretly trying to recruit her for his own personal squad. To which he plays it off, promising to consider it once they actually survive this mess. Pushing further, she asks why he doesn't just step back and take the easy way out himself, pulling a knowing smirk from his face. A few days flash by, and their ruthless commander throws together a fresh raid group to tackle the brutal Stage 6. This run pairs them up with Dika, a guy still grieving the 2 rookies who got wiped out in the last zone. Scanning the quest objectives, Han realizes it is a pure stealth mission, and aggressively signals everyone to hit the deck. The trio faceplants into the dirt so fast that he awkwardly has to clarify he just meant crouching out of sight. He lays out the strategy: hit the minimum clear conditions, avoid aggro, and extract in one piece. But peering through the brush, they spot a massive patrol of goblins, with the squad leader clutching a massive warning horn. Red flags instantly go off in our hero's head. That horn means a massive swarm is lurking close by. Scaling a tall oak for a better vantage point, the sniper girl's blood runs cold as she spots a heavily fortified camp crawling with over 100 armed goblins. His brain goes into overdrive, calculating the odds before pitching a wildly. The objective is brutal, but simple. Instantly assassinate the patrol squad before they can even breathe on that horn. The newbie steps up as the squad's safety net, ready to jump in if this operation goes south. Kicking off the sneak attack, our archer girl effortlessly snipes the goblin on the right. Total chaos breaks out among the survivors, and one immediately takes a spear straight through the chest. Panicking, the final monster desperately scrambles but our boy totally comes in clutch, swinging his blade and slicing its head clean off. The moment the dust settles, a system notification pops up, declaring the floor officially beaten. Earning the MVP title, our guy bags a massive 5,000 gold before the whole crew gets yanked right back to the lobby. The rookie stands there looking totally lost, assuming the mission is wrapped up, but our hero shoots that idea down instantly and sprints straight ahead. Convinced that a massive hint for the upcoming stage is hiding somewhere nearby, he goes full throttle. He is dead set on the fact that this scouting run will expose crucial intel about whatever nightmare awaits them next. Because even though this dungeon loves throwing random curveballs, he knows you can still predict the tiny patterns if you survive long enough. His dead sprint eventually lands him right outside a heavily guarded goblin fortress. Peeking inside, he spots the monsters struggling to hold down a pack of vicious, chained-up wolves. Spying on the massive camp through the splintered wooden barricades, it suddenly hits him just how insanely huge this enemy base actually is. Out of nowhere, one of the guards catches a bad vibe and snaps its head in his direction, only to catch a glimpse of blue pixels dissolving into the wind. A split second later, the entire squad gets forcefully dragged back to the safe zone. The archer girl demands to know why he just ghosted them like that, and he casually brushes it off as a quick scouting run. Deep in his own head, he mentally notes that these major dungeons constantly drop massive spoilers like this, especially the second those chain quests trigger. This exact scouting phase actually kicks off an event called a stream, but whether their player actually spots these golden Easter eggs relies entirely on if the guy is actually paying attention to the screen. Frustration starts bubbling up because he has zero clue if the player actually witnessed that fortress. On top of that, triggering a stream this early in the game feels super off. The timeline is accelerating way faster than it is supposed to. Right on cue, the cook sprints over, absolutely panicking about a massive problem. She breathlessly warns him that a bunch of randoms just spawned in. At first, he just shrugs it off, since new pulls are literally an everyday thing here. But she frantically corrects him, pointing out that these newcomers are fully geared up and give off a totally different vibe. Our boy instantly connects the dots, realizing they just pulled some seriously elite, high-tier units. Seconds later, system alerts flash across the screen, announcing to the player that a legendary mercenary squad, known as the Pulverizing Wolves, has officially joined the server. The interface highlights a crazy synergy buff between these 5 new recruits, breaking down the mechanics. That when characters with deep lore connections get pulled together, their stats absolutely skyrocket as a team. Our guy shoots a glare at the fairy, who cheerfully pops up to confirm the player just wailed out again. This time, they bought a starter bundle priced at 50,001, which cashes out to 25 gems and 50,000 gold. Catching the cook literally shaking in the corner, it hits him just how intimidating these high-ranking units actually are. Honestly, if he were playing, he would have pulled for them way earlier to steamroll the 5th floor. He gently tells the terrified cook to chill out, and orders the rest of the crew to just get back to the grind. The camera cuts to the courtyard outside, focusing on a gorgeous, raven-haired girl just standing there. The archer girl immediately bounds over, hyping her up with a massive welcome. The newcomer, whose name tag reads Edith, looks a bit thrown off, but awkwardly says hey back. The archer instantly drags Han into the intro, swearing up and down that he is actually a total softie. Even though he constantly rocks an edgy, cold boy aesthetic, Han scans her stat window and instantly spots that she is a solid 3-star drop. Her build is locked as a thief. She is rocking squishy health and low physical damage, but her agility stats are absolutely cracked, making her a dual dagger main instead of a... He interrogates her a bit more before gesturing her inside so they can actually hash things out. Once they are indoors, she straight up asks if he has any clue what this weird dimension is. He plays it cool, admitting he knows the basics, but definitely not the whole lore, before flipping the question back onto her. When he presses her on how she actually spawned in, her eyes drop. She quietly admits her memories are super foggy, but she definitely knows she was dragged into this world to be a living weapon. Anytime she tries to dig deeper into her past, she just gets a splitting migraine. Curiosity spiking, he asks if she knows anything about the game's synthesis mechanic. The girl hesitates, then slowly breaks down how the merging system works, explaining it is a brutal process where a unit permanently levels up by literally... Hearing that dark truth, it instantly clicks in our guy's head. The higher a unit's star rating, the more lore and game mechanics they automatically know when they drop. Checking out her combat gear, he asks if she used to run with a merc guild. She nods, confirming she was a core member of the Pulverizing Wolves, adding that she was in the middle of a gig over in Halzia, right before blacking out and waking up in this lobby. That specific detail that she wasn't just some random grunt, but actually a top-tier elite within her squad. Watching the whole exchange, the archer girl chimes in, saying her backstory sounds crazy interesting. Edith blushes, shyly asking if she actually means that, but then her face falls as she admits that none of her past matters in this new reality. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air, summoning her and a whole squad of other pulls, announcing that the player is ready to use them. Our boy just points toward the glass, letting her know the main plaza is officially requesting her presence. And her squad. A massive, muscle-bound guy shoves his door open, totally grumbling and demanding to know who dared to summon him. She jumps to her feet, dead serious. She announces that the master is calling, so they gotta move, right now. Ripping into a massive chunk of meat, the brute smirks. He admits he hasn't tasted grub this fire in ages, and now he is seriously hyped to meet this mysterious boss. But right after he stomps down the hall and violently slams the door shut, the poor chef he stammers out that the giant demanded food and casually hoarded a literal mountain of steak, enough to easily stuff 5 grown adults. Hearing this, the archer girl gets completely triggered. She glares down the hall, insisting they force that meathead to cough up the stolen food. But our boy just casually stands up. He tells the crew to chill. Meanwhile, the fresh recruits huddle up. Flexing their egos, they officially dub their brand new squad the Pulverizing Wolves. A glowing system prompt flashes, confirming the party creation, and instantly locking the heroes into their open team slots. And this roster is absolutely stacked. It is a full 3-star lineup featuring Jakin, Wave, Bagnan, Edis, and Avon calling the shots as the leader. Back in the plaza, some random guy starts sweating. He whispers that the new crew gives off major sketchy vibes, especially since they are packing some... Our boy smoothly points out that he is armed, too. The guy stutters, scrambling for excuses, until our hero cuts him off, asking if the newbies genuinely look like villains. The crowd aggressively nods. I mean, just look at them. These fresh summons are built like absolute tanks. He glances over at the archer girl for her take. Squinting at the group, she admits the chick looks pretty normal, but the rest of the squad are total wild cards. Pivoting back to the panicked crowd, he asks if they actually want his protection. They instantly beg for it, but a sly smirk creeps onto his face, and he asks if they expect this carry for free. Trembling, the villager stammers out that they only came to him because he is insanely overpowered. Looking down on them with a cocky glare, our boy straight up roasts them. He reminds them that they dodge training every single day, but the second things get dicey, they come crawling for help. The whole crowd goes dead silent, completely stunned by the savage reality check. In his mind, not a single one of these slackers could even touch Dika's power, and all they care about is dodging the synthesis meat grinder. Fixing them with a lethal glare, our boy warns them to bounce before he actually loses his temper. Shaking with pure panic, the dude scrambles away, dragging the rest of the cowards with him. Our hero turns to the spear-wielding guy, spitting facts. While he was out there getting swarmed by vicious goblins, those deadbeats were cozying up, stuffing their faces and catching Z's, so they earned zero pity. Suddenly, he spots the new kid rocking a nasty, bruised face, and asks if he got dragged into a brawl. The kid brushes it off as a basic sparring match, so the hero finally tells his crew to just kick back and recover. Cut to the new party swaggering out of the dungeon, looking completely unfazed. Not a single drop of sweat. Honestly, that raid looked way too much like a tutorial run for them. Their boss spots our boy chilling on the sidelines and demands to know who the heck he is. Unbothered, our hero gives him the coldest shoulder, bluntly stating it is none of his damn business. The disrespect instantly ticks the squad off. Keeping his cool, the leader flexes his name as Avon Dajak. And not backing down, our boy drops his own intro right back. Avon's eyes dart to the weapon in his hand, but with absolute, unbreakable confidence, our hero drops the ultimate flex. He is literally just a farmer. Avon's face completely twists in disgust, silently writing him off as trash tier, and he asks if this sad crowd is the only crew left in the lobby. Without warning, the master triggers another massive pull, spawning 10 brand new heroes. For a split second, our boy is totally lost, but the dark reality hits him. The moment that terrifying synthesis chamber slides open. These fresh spawns are not here to fight. They are literal fodder, living sacrifices meant to buff up the high-tier elites. While the newbies stand around totally clueless, the rookies are absolutely paralyzed with fear, so the massive brute from earlier just stomps over and violently drags 2 of them inside. Watching this horror show, our boy clenches his fists, wondering if these premium pay-to-win heroes genuinely believe they are gods among men. Standing right by his side, the archer girl shudders, whispering that this entire setup feels totally messed up. Because these fresh recruits are getting permanently deleted before they eat, our hero narrows his eyes, silently realizing the master is making a massive, catastrophic mistake. Sure, he knows that 99% of these 1-star pulls are pure garbage tier, but there are hidden S-class gems in that pile, and the master is mindlessly burning them as upgrade material without even checking their stats. Meanwhile, the 3-star giant struts out of the chamber, flexing his newly leveled up aura and bragging about his insane power boost. Without missing a beat, the fairy coldly sparking a wave of pure chaos as the chosen victims scream and beg for their lives. Avon, completely unfazed, whips out his blade and barks an order to his squad to slaughter anyone who tries to run. Without hesitation, his crew raises their weapons, ready to spill blood. He suddenly catches the quiet, dark-haired assassin just standing in the back. Annoyed, he snaps at her, demanding to know why she is just chilling when she is supposed to be repping their guild. Pressured, she hesitantly pulls her dagger and darts after the terrified newbies. Enough is enough. Our boy aggressively snaps at the fairy, ordering her to relay a brutal piece of advice to the master. He demands the boss stop treating heroes like mindless fusion fodder and actually test their true potential first. The fairy projects her floating keyboard, quickly types out dropping a heavy warning that top-tier heroes could get wiped out. The massive dude immediately gets triggered by the interruption, stepping up with heavy boots and barking at him to stay out of their business. Unfazed, since he's just dropping some free advice for the master. Flashing a wicked smirk, he locks eyes with the brute and taunts him, asking if he's salty about the setup. The giant absolutely loses it, violently swinging his heavy axe, spitting out insults, but a razor-sharp arrow instantly slices through the air, barely grazing his scalp. The archer girl totally flexes, coldly announcing she missed on purpose. That sends him into a blind rage. His whole squad instantly backs him up, aiming their flashing blades straight at our boy. The crew's leader steps up, demanding if he even grasps who he's messing with. Our guy casually replies, branding them as absolute garbage. The system instantly pings, flagging that the hero just went totally hostile against the newbie squad. The fake mercs shoot him pure death glares, but the fairy suddenly jumps into the mix. Throwing her hand out, she warns that heroes absolutely cannot throw down, unless they want the master dropping the hammer on them. Our boy effortlessly calls her bluff, stating no such rule exists, leaving her sweating and completely speechless. Pivoting back to the goons, he challenges them to drop the act. He knows they aren't legit mercenaries. In reality, they're just a low-level pack of thieves. The leader completely snaps. He growls that he's done taking disrespect, asking if our boy has a literal death wish. Turning back to the fairy, the hero explains that keeping these scrubs around will massively nerf the settlement and totally sabotage the master's grind. These thugs are guaranteed to spark drama, tank efficiency, and act as pure dead weight that needs to be permanently deleted. The fairy is absolutely shook, having zero comebacks. Then, flashing a devilish grin, the hero raises one hand and demands a hardcore one-on-one duel. A system prompt instantly flashes. Challenge issued to the party leader. The boss glares back, completely stunned, demanding to know what beef they even have. My guy shrugs, telling him to just treat him like a rabid dog that bites anything in its zone. He calls out their entire sketchy playbook. He noticed how they carefully rounded up every single villager into the main square earlier, just scanning the crowd for any actual threats. Once they realized everyone was totally weak, their fake confidence skyrocketed. So he proposes throwing everything on the line. The winner literally gets to absorb the loser's power. A sinister smirk creeps across the leader's face, hyped by the stakes. The system loudly confirms the duel is locked in, along with the brutal synthesis conditions. The final accept or right on the master's phone screen. But he totally hesitates, his finger hovering over the reject button. Our boy mentally pauses, wondering if the master is secretly terrified. He orders the archer girl to evacuate the crowd, exuding pure main character energy. Catching that absolute confidence, the master finally locks in and smashes the accept button. The rules are set. This brutal clash only stops. The thug knows he needs his sacrifice breathing, not in a body bag. Meanwhile, our boy side-eyes the fairy, ordering her to block any sneaky third partying. The leader aggressively lunges forward. Insanely, the hero quickly scans the incoming strike, calculating his strength at nearly 20, with level 3 blade skills. Boom! He instantly triggers his berserker mode, his eyes flashing a demonic, glowing red. The cocky thief completely misread his opponent's power level. His actual stats are off the charts. The split second the match begins, our boy vanishes in a blur of lightning speed. Easily dodging the heavy slash, he materializes right behind the boss, locks down his arm, grips his skull, and ruthlessly slams him into the dirt. The leader violently eats the pavement, face-planting into jagged rocks, tearing his skin open as he shrieks in absolute agony. Zero hesitation. The hero finally draws his blade, effortlessly twirling it with one hand to assert ultimate dominance. Then, he brutally buries the cold steel right into the thief's ribs, ordering him to freeze. The thug screeches, barely surviving the mind-numbing pain. He leans in close, forcing the guy to swallow his pride and announce his defeat. The loser chokes on his words, his voice totally cracking into a pathetic, garbled. Watching this absolute bloodbath, one of his lackeys finally cracks. He steps up, literally begging our MC to chill out and back off. Han just shoots him this ice-cold glare. He snaps back, reminding the dude that their squad didn't give a single damn about anyone else like 2 seconds ago. The flunky stammers, trying to claim that's totally different, but our hero is absolutely not buying that garbage excuse. He makes it crystal clear. This is a one-on-one deathmatch, and the loser just needs to drop the ego and tap out. But right before the boss can even squeak, Han violently clamps a hand over his mouth. He straight up declares the fight is still on, since Diego is keeping his mouth shut. Locking eyes with the sidekick, Han states that this guy is his absolute prey now. Only he gets to decide his ultimate fate. The remaining 2 squad members just stand there sweating. Shifting his intense gaze to the girl, our boy directly questions if her so-called crew are actually legit mercenaries. She totally dodges the question, avoiding eye contact, so he bluntly calls them out for what they are, just a pathetic pack of street thugs. He genuinely asks why she's even hanging with these losers, dropping a massive bombshell by offering her a spot on his own elite squad. She completely freezes up, heavily torn between blind panic and twisted loyalty. Her teammate absolutely loses it, violently screaming that she cannot just backstab them. Using all this chaotic yelling as a smokescreen, the badly beaten boss desperately inches his fingers toward his dropped blade. But the absolute second his fingertips graze the metal, our boy brutally drives his sword straight into the dirt, heavily pinning him down all over again. Without even blinking, he tells the girl in a deadpan voice that he only has exactly 1 open slot left. Her former buddy starts shrieking like a maniac, shaking with pure adrenaline. She squeezes her eyes shut and finally makes the ultimate call. She totally ditches her toxic crew and strides right over to our hero's side. Her old teammates absolutely scorch her with disgusted, furious glares, but our boy just brutally laughs in their faces. He savagely tells them they are completely irrelevant now, commanding them to scrub out and get lost. While dropping that heat, he ruthlessly tightens his chokehold on the leader and demands to know if the guy is actually ready to fold, totally aware of the brutal consequences. Spitting blood, the boss growls that Han is going to deeply regret this. Out of nowhere, another goon tries to jump in and crash the fight, but the little fairy instantly blocks his path. Seeing this, the rest of the garbage squad joins the ambush, and all of them blindly rush to jump her. A split second later, horrifying screams completely shatter the silence as their bodies are violently launched across the room like rag dolls. He coldly reminds the shattered group that he gave them a fair warning, but they wanted to act tough. The boss watches his crew get absolutely folded, in pure, shaking like a leaf. It finally clicks that he massively messed with the ultimate raid boss. With 0 escape routes left, he completely gives up and officially taps out. Instantly, our boy shuts down his insane berserk mode. The crazy aura completely dies down, letting his wild hair settle perfectly back into place. And a sharp, throbbing headache suddenly kicks in. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt pops up, coldly announcing the defeated boss is literally getting recycled into synthesis material for taking that massive loss. The unseen player absolutely freaks out over losing his unit, frantically mashing the screen to cancel the sequence. But our boy mocking the guy for hitting accept on a hardcore deathmatch if he couldn't handle the heat. He smoothly steps right out of the glowing synthesis chamber, flexing 2 massively leveled up skills. Meanwhile, the fairy is intensely sweating, terrified that their player might straight up rage quit the entire game. Especially since the dude just dropped a totally insane amount of cash and basically trashed his shiny new summons without. Han instantly waves off her panic, casually explaining that if this whale was really going to uninstall, he would have totally bounced ages ago. He reminds her about that absolutely unhinged moment when the player literally sacrificed a premium 4-star knight just to boost him. Right on cue, announcing our MC just hit the absolute level cap and is totally ready for a promotion. Honestly, he feels a tiny bit guilty for making the guy burn through all those expensive 3-star units after wailing so hard on his credit card. But honestly, it's a massive long-term win, because those toxic scrubs were just going to start a literal war in the waiting lobby anyway. Sitting comfortably at level 10, his raw stats are basically skyrocketing, practically matching the power level of an elite 3-star tier character. If the gamer is actually dumb enough to burn him for synthesis right now, there is zero chance he is surviving the absolutely brutal stages coming up next. Getting incredibly cocky, our boy glares directly up at the ceiling, boldly daring the invisible player to try and use him as fodder. The second he struts back into the lobby, the entire room absolutely erupts into cheers. He suddenly grabs the archer girl right by her squishy cheeks, demanding to know if she was the snitch who tipped everyone off. The whole crew swarms him with gratitude, totally hyped that he completely wiped out those toxic newbies. Instead of soaking up the hype, our MC just lets out a... He sharply clarifies that the only lives he actually bothered to save were the brand new drops who literally just spawned in. And it had absolutely zero to do with protecting the veterans already chilling in the room. Hearing that cold truth, a random dude as he asks what the heck that is supposed to mean. The hero just drops a dark, knowing smirk, revealing that the player up above is absolutely seething with pure gamer rage. Right on cue, the fairy violently snaps the tension, calling exactly 6 of them to step forward. The archer girl looks totally confused, since a standard raid party strictly uses only 5 slots. He drops the ultimate horror bomb on her. They aren't teaming up for a mission, they are literally walking to the slaughter as upgrade sacrifices. While this dude keeps whining, our lead, he hits them with a brutal reality check, asking if a single soul actually backed them up when they were sweating bullets. The archer girl chimes in, admitting they did lug around the heavy meat and hides from the beasts she just slaughtered. But our guy ain't buying it. He straight up calls them cattle, and when one dude lunges forward in a blind rage, he plants a savage kick right to his jaw. Right on cue, the fairy swoops in, barking at everyone to step outside. The archer girl side-eyes the crew, wondering who's getting fed to the synthesis grinder. Our lead bets it's the fresh 3-star girl, considering her level is sitting at rock bottom. Spot on. All those sobbing dead weights get dragged off to be merged into her stats. Boom, she levels up and unlocks a slick new skill called Trap Disarm. Once the dust settles, our hero fronts the whole surviving crew and drops a harsh truth bomb. Veterans or total noobs, it literally doesn't matter. You want to keep breathing? Pull your own weight. One older dude groans that he's past his prime, claiming his hands shake like a leaf just gripping a blade. Catching that excuse, our boy pivots to the non-combat crew, ordering them to pass down their crafts to anyone willing to grind. If they're totally useless at that, they better figure out how to hunt, or swinging a sword isn't the only ticket to staying alive in this hellhole. Suddenly, a ping drops. The master just logged off. The archer girl flashes a smirk, teasing him for being way too soft by actually dropping a survival guide for these scrubs. He shrugs it off, but deep down, he knows she nailed it. If they just follow his playbook, they won't end up as meaningless cannon fodder. With stage 10 creeping up on them, it's crunch time. They desperately need to build a backup squad that's just as cracked as their main lineup. Come sunrise, Chloe ambushes him with a fresh plate of bread. He raises an eyebrow, and she explains she teamed up with a former pastry chef. They're running critically low on wheat, so he points them straight to the daily dungeon to farm some drops. Stepping out, he bumps into the dark-haired girl and signals her to tag along. The duo marches straight to the training grounds, where the archer girl is already grinding her reps. He snaps her attention, barking at her to spar with the newbie, but with a catch. Daggers only. But he gives 0 craps and forces her into the ring. And guess what? Despite her endless complaining, she absolutely shreds with those twin blades, keeping the rookie sweating for her life. The new girl is barely weaving through the relentless strikes, and after a fierce exchange, panting, the rookie wonders out loud if these two belong to some legendary martial arts bloodline. The archer laughs it off, saying she was literally just a forest hunter. And our hero wasn't born a powerhouse either. Their insane stats come from pure, unadulterated grinding. Our boy chimes in, dropping facts. If her old crew had actually focused on leveling up instead of stirring up drama, they might have been a massive threat to him. She might be paper thin right now, but her scaling potential utterly destroys theirs, considering they're both stuck as 1-stars. If she actually puts in the sweat, she'll bridge that massive power gap in a flash. Hearing that sparks a massive fire in her eyes. Swiping the sweat from her forehead, she pushes herself back up, promising to lock that advice in her brain. Fast forward to the next day. The training yard is flooded with a fresh wave of rookies, terrified of becoming upgrade fodder. Our boy scans the crowd, thinking hard. That there are still faces missing from the lineup. Even if there literally aren't enough safe spots to go around, meaning blood will spill eventually. Suddenly, his radar locks onto a lone dude in the distance, and he strides over, demanding a name. The guy introduces himself as Usher, and right off the bat, makes it clear he knows the drill about grinding. Vibing with the guy's rock-solid combat stance, the hero asks about his past life. Turns out, he was basically a bag boy for some hardcore mercenaries, meaning he never saw any real action, but he was always dying to become a true warrior. Hearing that raw ambition instantly slaps a grin onto our hero's face. And without missing a beat, he throws down the gauntlet, challenging the dude to a brawl to see if he's actually built for the battlefield. That very evening, the Twisted Masters start burning through more rookies as pure sacrifice. And despite the spear guy grinding his absolute hardest, he gets totally bypassed for the upgrade. Instead, the master picks Usher to absorb the stats, skyrocketing him straight to level. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew kept spamming the daily dungeons on repeat. But the specific zone holding those crucial fire attribute stones is still completely locked out. Later that day, our boy rounds up the core squad outside and drops a question, asking if anyone knows why he summoned the VIPs. He's met with pure blank stares until the kid speaks up, guessing they're about to draft the new roster. The archer girl tilts her head since picking the teams is strictly the master's job. But our hero just flashes a confident look, claiming he's got the power to push some heavy suggestions. He pulls out a cup holding exactly 4 paper slips. It's time to divide and conquer. They are officially splitting into 2 elite strike forces. With 6 heroes crowding the roster, it is time to divide and conquer. They are drawing colored strips to crown 2 squad leaders. Our boy steps up, nominating himself and the dark-haired girl to take charge. She pushes back, insisting the archer girl would make a way better captain. But he instantly shuts that down. She just isn't built to lead yet. Why the split? Packing all their heavy hitters into one single strike team is practically a just look back at stage 5. The massive power gap between their heavy carries and the weak links completely backfired, leaving 2 teammates dead in the dirt. To dodge another total wipeout, branching out into more teams is their only play. Down the road, they are going to face massive raids demanding multiple strike teams and hundreds of fully geared heroes. Whipping out the paper slips, he lays out the rules. Draw red, and you are rolling with him. Pull blue, and welcome to Team Edith. Honestly, though, the drop does not even matter, since both captains are absolute beasts on the battlefield. In a wild twist of fate, the OG crew both snag red slips, dumping the rookies straight into Party 2. Catching the nervous sweat on her new recruits' faces, the dark-haired girl smirks. What, do you guys not trust me? She shrugs it off, admitting she totally gets it. She is fresh meat here with barely any combat. Our guy instantly calls her bluff, warning the rookies that if they do not keep up with her insane pace, they will be left eating dust. Eyes flashing, she takes that bet. She fiercely guarantees nobody is getting left behind on her watch. Up in the real world, the player logs in, spots the new squad formations, and instantly smashes the accept button. Flash forward, and Squad 1 deploys straight into the hellscape of the 7th floor. Spotting the familiar green menace of goblins, the crew practically yawns. They are fully hyped to steamroll these trash mobs. But Han throws out an arm, telling everyone to sit back and grab popcorn. Without missing a beat, he charges forward and pops his berserker mode. Going completely feral, he turns into a human meat grinder, tearing through the green horde left and right with pure savagery. He purposely spares a single, trembling goblin, letting it soak in the pure terror of his gaze. The archer girl shoots him a totally baffled look, asking what on earth he is playing at. Han just smirks, suggesting they start scouting the area. Our guy refuses to just speedrun this floor, He needs a rock-solid clue about whatever nightmare is waiting for them next. Right before executing the last survivor, he clocks the rushing river water, a massive red flag screaming that the local dam just burst open. Bagging that clutch piece of intel, they teleport back to the lobby. Mid-conversation, a glowing system prompt catches Han's eye. The master is pulling for fresh units. And these aren't just free daily pulls, it is premium gacha, meaning some seriously busted top-tier units are about to drop. Knowing things are about to get spicy, our boy orders the archer girl to sprint back to his room and grab those colored drawing slips. While she dashes off, he yells at the spear-wielding dude to go drag the dark-haired girl back into the room. Boom! The master's swipe goes through, and high-rarity champions materialize. Han totally saw this coming, knowing their player is a massive whale. You can't blame the guy. This game is absolute digital crack. Players get to basically play God, micromanaging their heroes' entire lives and tossing them into wild scenarios. The deeper you grind into the campaign, the more insane features and godlike controls unlock. Flashes of light blind the lobby as two fresh recruits touch down. First up is Roderick, a massive, beefed-up tank of a warrior. Beside him stands Yelka, giving off major helpless Disney princess energy. But do not be fooled. They are both solid 3-star drops. Obviously, the newbies are freaking out after getting teleported out of nowhere. The princess even faceplants right onto the floor, trying to take her first step. Jogging back into the room, the archer girl points at the mess and asks who the new girl is. Our boy just waves it off, brutally telling her to let the princess pick herself up. Watching this absolute train wreck, the dark-haired girl leans in and whispers that Yelka reeks of high society. Yep, total ruling class aristocrat vibes. She looks like she would cry if she broke a nail. On the flip side, the warrior dude is a seasoned city guard practically radiating righteous duty. Cracking his knuckles, Roderick admits his battle senses are tingling and asks if busting skulls is on the menu today. Han just gives a chill nod, telling the big guy they will talk strategy right after they finish playing their... The stakes are set. Pull the blue slip and you bag the veteran tank. Draw red, and you get stuck babysitting the Disney princess. One glance is all it takes for the captains to realize the grizzled warrior is the ult. As the archer rushes over with the cup of destiny, our boy's eagle eyes spot the red paper peeking out. But wait, he catches the dark-haired girl flashing a sly grin. Did she see it too? The second the cup hits the floor, both captains violently dive straight for the blue slip. But right before they grab it, the helpless new girl casually flexes a literal pillar of fire, freezing them completely in their tracks. Reversing momentum, both captains lunge for the red paper instead. Our guy's brain clicks instantly. That clumsy Disney princess is actually a destructive fire mage. Suddenly, it is an all-out war to recruit her. Because in this game, basic bruisers and thieves drop naturally just by grinding levels, making a magic user the true prize. 1-star heroes usually suck, but mages? You can only grab them by swiping that credit card for premium pulls. And even then, the drop rate is absolute trash. Watching these two bicker, the archer girl clocks exactly what went down. They peeked at the straws and rigged the entire draw. Meanwhile, the new mage is totally lost, side-eyeing the guys and asking what on earth is going on. He casually drops the bomb that they are fighting over who gets to claim her for their squad. The veteran dude scoffs, telling her to use her brain and piece together the puzzle. The gears finally click in her head, realizing she is basically being drafted like a fantasy football pick. She immediately gags. Right on cue, the archer marches over, holding the sticks, demanding zero funny business this round. No more cheating. The two leaders pull their fates fairly, and our guy scores the crimson stick. Boom. The mage is officially locked into his lineup. Out of nowhere, a horrific screech shatters the silence. They snap their heads to see the fairy dragging some poor, struggling player straight into the meat grinder, the synthesis. The dude is screaming his lungs out, begging for mercy, but no one flinches. Our boy knows the harsh truth. That guy failed to learn even a basic support buff. Turning to the trembling mage, he orders her to step inside the pod, unless she wants to end up as literal fertilizer. Once she stumbles out, he drops a massive reality check. If she does not grind and level up, this This twisted realm will swallow her whole. Next up is the veteran warrior. He struts into the machine and walks out glowing with a brand new level up. With the upgrades wrapped up, the dungeon master kicks them into the next gauntlet. Time to test drive these fresh recruits. Squad number 2 takes the front line first, vanishing into the portal. Left behind, our lead glares at the mage, demanding to know her exact magic class. She catches an attitude, questioning his authority. He cuts her off cold, demanding a straight answer. Clearly, homegirl has zero intention of risking her neck in a random death game for some total stranger. Leaning in close, he viciously reminds her that she is not battling for him. She is fighting to keep a pulse. His eyes darken with murderous intent as he repeats the question, "What is your magic?" Intimidated, she plops onto the bench and sputters out that she wields fire magic. Flexing a bit, she claims her. Crossing his arms, he drills her further. Can she warp? Does she pack any utility buffs? Her ego inflates. She boasts that anyone rocking 3 runes can obviously master utility skills, hyping herself up like she is the ultimate cheat code. Our guy just stares, utterly unimpressed. He prays her actual firepower can cash the massive checks her mouth is writing. Because any pro knows that defensive utility beats raw, squishy damage any day of the week. He probes deeper into her skill tree. Since her status screen is completely blank, he needs to figure out if she is a late bloomer hiding a hidden awakening. Honestly, he doubts it, with a deadpan that her life now depends on bleeding alongside them in the trenches. Right on cue, the raven-haired girl and her squad strut out of the portal, all flashing smug grins. Judging by her chill vibe, that new meathead warrior definitely carried his weight. He snaps his fingers, summoning the archer and the lancer. It is showtime for Squad 1. Stepping through the rift, he calculates their next move. With Tier 5 sealed off, they are definitely hitting the 4th floor. Tangling with aerial mobs is the perfect sandbox to see what this fiery newbie can actually do. He orders his veterans to pull their punches. Let the mage take the aggro so they can gauge her limits. Any of them could solo this zone in their sleep, so it should be a total cakewalk for her. But homegirl instantly chokes, stammering out lame excuses, insisting she is a total powerhouse, but her magic is just built different. When he presses her on what that even means, she just deflects, promising he will be utterly mind-blown when she finally pops off. Right as the metal gates grind open, the pixie shoots our guy a deeply cursed, pitying glance and whispers a chilling, "Good luck." His blood runs cold, the red flags are screaming. Cursing the game master under his breath, he roars at his crew to brace for impact. They are not in Zone 4, they just got dumped straight into Floor 8. He grinds his teeth, realizing that Psycho System Admin is definitely punishing them for pulling that stunt with the sticks. The clueless mage wanders around, casually mentioning this hellscape looks weirdly familiar. "Hit the dirt," our hero violently screams. She freezes like a deer in headlights, totally oblivious until a lethal projectile whizzes right at her skull. Our boy violently tackles her to the floor, dodging the strike by a millimeter. He scowls, the dark realization hitting him. He knows exactly what kind of nightmare mobs they just aggroed. A glowing red prompt confirms the death sentence. Welcome to Floor 8. And their mission is to slaughter 27 level 9 goblin raiders. Instantly, a massive, screeching horde of green skin blitzes their position. The archer instantly snipes a rider, blasting him clean off his dire wolf mount. Without missing a beat, the leader commands Aaron to push the front line and unleash absolute hell. The second they cross into melee distance, he spins around to check on the mage, but instantly has to yank up his heavy shield to eat a massive, point-blank explosion. Ears ringing and totally stunned, he barely anchors his stance before another feral goblin dive-bombs his throat. He gracefully sidesteps the ambush, whipping his blade in a vicious arc that cleaves the monster perfectly in two. But the horde keeps swarming, forcing him to desperately scream for backup from the spearman. Our boy crashes the party right on schedule, impaling the wolf-riding goblin with a brutal strike. But the green menace still manages to level its crossbow right at his face. The hero barely raises his shield in time to deflect the incoming bolt, screaming at the mage girl to unleash her magic. But she just freezes like a deer in headlights, totally clueless about what to do. He barks that she is supposed to be a spellcaster and orders her to wipe them out. The catch? Homegirl stammers that she needs a full 60 seconds to charge up. Buying that much time is basically a death sentence, but they are totally out of options. After slicing another goblin in half, he spots her finally squeezing her eyes shut. Whipping around, he commands Aaron to intercept any projectiles, zeroing in on Jenna, giving their sniper the perfect cover to keep raining arrows. The spearman twirls his weapon like an absolute boss, creating a steel wall around her. But as a fresh wave of freaks swarms the battlefield, our dude realizes they are gunning straight for their magic user, and he immediately dashes over to play bodyguard. He wants to hold the line, but tanking this entire mob solo is straight up suicidal. With the clock ticking down, he glances back, desperately asking if she can melt through their defenses with her pyromancy. Crickets. The girl just keeps whispering her spell, totally zoning him out. Watching the monstrous tidal wave crash toward them, the archer screams for her to fall back before she gets completely shredded. Plot twist. She is completely rooted to the spot while casting. The bloodthirsty pack encircles her, ready to feast. Our boy violently bashes his shield into the lead rider, but the swarm keeps pushing. He fights like an absolute demon, cleaving goblins to pieces while rabid wolves snap at his heels. The horde is just endless. Crimson spatters the dirt as he executes another beast. Suddenly, a terrified shriek pierces the air, snapping his attention back to the mage. A goblin brings its rusty blade down for the kill, but our guy lunges, snatching her by the collar and yanking her from the jaws of death. He absolutely roasts her for popping a massive spell without setting up a single defensive ward. The squad books it toward the tree line. The archer nervously stutters that these woods were totally quarantined off just recently. But our hero brushes it off, saying they will cross that lethal bridge when they get to it. Still dragging the deadweight mage, he orders her to restart her chant the second they breach the tree line, and literally nuke the entire zone. She manages a shaky nod, looking ghost white as the snarling pack closes the gap. Sprinting ahead, the archer yells that she spotted a breach into the woods. Catching that, the hero barks at the magic user to get her behind, inside, right now. Instead of moving, she starts whining about his toxic attitude, so he literally kicks her straight into the thicket. He ruthlessly points out he cannot bully her if she becomes monster chow. Then, slamming on the brakes, he triggers his awakening. He commands the crew to keep pushing. A split second later, his canines elongate, and a violently crimson aura erupts from his body. He taps into his berserker state for round 2 today. Even with his muscles screaming in pure agony, he plants his feet like a titanium wall against the incoming tide, ready to buy his team some precious seconds. A goblin sniper lets a deadly bolt fly, but he swats it away with his shield like it is nothing. Another beast rider dive bombs him at breakneck speed. He weaves under the strike, struggling to anchor himself as attacks literally rain down from every angle. His bruised body hits its limit, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. The mob instantly swarms, unleashing a ruthless beatdown from all sides. Bracing for the final blow, our guy locks eyes with a charging goblin and tightens his grip, ready to counter the ambush. He explodes upward, slicing through the horde like a human blender, dead set on crippling their insane mobility. Smashing his shield into a snarling face, he keeps swinging in the heart of the death trap. Watching his boy take on an army, Aaron suddenly screams his name. Right on cue, a brutal cheap shot catches him in the back. A blue system prompt flashes, brutally announcing that his frenzy state has timed out. A grinning goblin towers over him, winding up for a fatal spear thrust, but our boy violently twists around and buries his steel deep into its gut. Crimson erupts from both the rider and its mount as he violently wrenches his blade free. An ocean of freaks keeps pouring in. Sweating bullets, the spearman tries to leap back into the meat grinder to save him, but Han roars at him to stay planted in the woods. His crazy strat is to herd all the aggro, kiting the enemies away while dancing through their strikes. He glances back to see if their magic nuke is primed. The archer screams that the payload is officially good to go, Catching the green light, our guy instantly hits the gas, pulling a massive tsunami of furious goblins right on his tail. He launches himself skyward, weaving through flying steel, parkours right off a goblin's ugly mug, and dashes forward like a total speed demon. As the spell hits its climax, a blazing crimson aura engulfs the girl, her hair defying gravity. The very earth quakes, sending violent tremors through the grass. Our boy beautifully kites the horde until her eyes snap open, and she finally drops her ultimate, Ignite. An apocalyptic torrent of hellfire erupts from her palms. Searing heat roars right past our guy, immediately chased by a deafening, earth-shattering detonation. When the smoke clears, his jaw practically drops at her insane destructive output. Without missing a beat, Homegirl blasts another scorching beam that vaporizes absolutely. Crouching behind a massive oak, the archer girl's jaw drops as she watches the sheer devastation of the magic. Meanwhile, our hero catches sight of more goblins, tearing through the inferno, and shouts for backup. He keeps hacking away, but his muscles scream in agony, dragging his movements down. Still, giving up is not an option. If raw muscle cannot get the job done, he is ready to wipe these freaks out using pure technique. He deflects a vicious swipe with his shield, then instantly slices a goblin into oblivion. Out of nowhere, an arrow violently whistles past his ear, nailing an enemy dead on. The archer flashes a proud grin, teasingly asking if she is finally pulling her weight. Right on cue, the spear guy leaps into the fray, impaling another rider. He smirks, offering to carry the team if our hero is out of gas. Our boy just chuckles, calling out his massive ego. A fresh volley of arrows rains down. Jenna launches herself into the sky, right as a monster takes a wild swing at her face. She smoothly dodges the deadly, plunging her dagger deep into the goblin's skull. Suddenly, a wild, riderless wolf breaks off from the chaos, sprinting like a heat-seeking missile straight for the mage. She is completely vulnerable, standing frozen with her eyes locked shut as she charges up her second spell, just milliseconds before the beast can tear her apart. Its head gets absolutely blown off. The archer screams at her to snap out of it and move, but the mage is practically in a trance, entirely consumed by her magic. Blazing fire begins to spiral up her arm, with glowing runes reflecting in her eyes. The archer starts to panic, terrified that the explosive spell is not fully charged. But the spellcaster snaps her eyes open at the exact perfect moment. Knowing what is coming, the hero and the spear guy fall back, dragging the monster horde with them. Clenching her fist tight, the girl unleashes an absolute nuke of blazing energy. The very earth beneath the monsters begins to melt, violently shattering before completely erupting. A terrifying wave of scorching wind obliterates everything caught in its blast radius. Our boy throws his arms up to shield his face, realizing that if this keeps up, the entire squad is going to get roasted alive. Once the blazing inferno finally dies down, he scans the utterly vaporized battlefield, praying that the nightmare is finally over. But nope. Even more goblin riders abruptly vault out of the thick black smoke. Without missing a beat, the spellcaster reacts, conjuring an insanely massive tornado of pure fire. The cyclone of flames mercilessly shreds through the surviving monsters. Jenna has to literally death grip a nearby tree just to avoid getting sucked into the raging storm. The whole zone turns into a literal hellscape, engulfed in flames from edge to edge. The mage stands there completely motionless, almost statuesque, while the hero stares in pure shock at the massive, smoking crater her magic just carved out of the earth. At long last, the sweet system pop-up chimes in, confirming that the squad has successfully conquered the stage. Taking the ultimate MVP crown, she bags a fat level up right alongside the spear guy. With the bloodbath finished, the crew finally bounces from the floor. Still absolutely mind-blown, Erin points out that she just straight-up vaporized over 20 goblin riders in the blink of an eye. She lets out a cocky laugh, flexing that this is the sheer majesty of fire magic, and that her talents were literally born to leave people speechless. Placing a proud hand over her heart, she grandly announces herself as the legendary Witch of Count Revel. Right before blood violently geysers from her nose, and she drops like a sack of potatoes. Our boy rushes over, quickly realizing that she has completely flatlined her mana pool. He starts putting the pieces together. She cannot cast a single support spell, and her physical stats, like muscle, stamina, and speed, are absolute garbage, barely matching a pathetic one-star character. Having been a veteran commander who managed countless wizards back in the day, he has seen every flavor of magic user, but she is an entirely different beast. It is not that pure damage builds are totally mythical. They are just insanely rare. He likens her to a heavy tank stripped of all its armor, but packing world-ending firepower. This girl is practically a walking weapon of mass destruction. The archer scoops the unconscious mage onto her back. The hero silently notes that apocalyptic power like this is an absolute game-changer they need to heavily lean into. Riding that massive win, the squad steps through the portal in high spirits, but he can already feel that the era where he hardcore carries the team is rapidly coming to a close. Cutting to the very next morning, the absolute first thing on the boss's to-do list is to construct a dedicated magic hub straight from the system dashboard. Tapping into the core game interface, the sprawling city map pops up, flashing a prompt to select a new facility. Boom! A sleek magic research lab materializes in the capital, officially unlocking the research skill tree. Next, a shiny alchemy lab drops in, unlocking the ability to brew and craft all sorts of rare items. Then, a massive library spawns right beside it, offering his mages the ultimate spot to grind their arcane knowledge. Suddenly, the system flexes a new notification, revealing that the 3 structures near the training grounds have fused into an epic new mega complex, officially dubbed the Magic Hall. Meanwhile, the so-called mighty mage is drenched in sweat, completely dying during her physical training, dramatically whining about why a high-class elite like her has to suffer through this torture session. She loudly protests that her sheer genius lies in her big brain, not her non-existent muscles. But our hero is not having it, insisting that if she wants to stay alive, she desperately needs to learn how to step out of the danger zone, especially when she is caught completely defenseless mid-cast. He laps her on the track, barking at her to pick up the pace, while completely ignoring her endless whining. Sure, she might be an absolute unit with magic, but a squishy caster without stamina is basically just free loot in a real fight. She brags that her ridiculous dress is actually a family heirloom, buffing her DPS. But no matter how stacked her stats are, this cardio grind is strictly back to basics. 3 unweighted, agonizingly slow laps a day. Literally a walk in the park compared to his old hellish routines. He roasts her, joking that she must be begging for plain potatoes for dinner, and hits the gas, leaving her eating his dust. He even throws shade at the master, calling him out for just AFK, standing there and spectating. In his head, he knows they hit the absolute jackpot, bagging a mage right before they breach the brutal 10th floor. Plus, with the magic hall up and running, and that spicy fire attribute stone snagged from the dungeon, it is finally time to start cooking up some serious consumables. We are talking potions, baby. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. The master just logged off. Meanwhile, our archer girl throws her hands up, playing cheerleader and hyping up the sweaty mage to push through the pain. Now, usually, brewing potions requires elite-tier pharmacists or mega-brain alchemists. But in this twisted game, you can totally bypass the skill tree and just beat a minigame to craft them. Posted up in the dead center of the magic hall, our boy flips open a massive grimoire, only to realize the magical runes look like absolute gibberish to him. He eyes the bubbling cauldron on the table and says, "Screw it, time to start brewing." Plot twist, it is literally just a rhythm game. And since his gaming mechanics are top tier, he breezes through it, successfully popping out a low-grade healing juice. A solid grind session later, he steps back to admire a rack of glowing, neon vials. He takes a mental inventory. 6 health pots, and the master is definitely going to suspect something is fishy. But catching heat is way better than getting wiped in a dungeon. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, he gathers the squad around the cauldron and hypes up the fact that they finally have a legit magic caster in the roster. But then, his gaze shifts to a blazing iron brazier. He tells his crew to lock in and pay close attention to why he dragged it out here. Bro flashes an absolute menace of a smirk, ordering them to watch his every move. The two teammates freeze in pure horror as this absolute psycho casually plunges his bare hands straight into... Without even flinching, he drops the harsh truth. Since their new mage drops literal firebombs, they need to tank the heat too. He literally just leaves his hand roasting in the inferno, casually counting down the seconds out loud. He finally yanks out a charred, smoking fist. Looking at the crispy flesh, he deadpan tells them it is nothing but a scratch. He flexes his insane lobby regeneration speed as the skin knits back together. Jenna looks like she is about to vomit, begging to know if they seriously have to start this torture right now. Aaron is sweating bullets, dreading how long this unhinged boot camp will last. Our boy hits them with the cold reality. They only get to tap out when their bodies literally shut down. Deep down, he knows they have to grind this agonizing suffering until the system finally hands over that sweet fire resistance passive. He brutally reminds them of their epic fail on the 5th floor, when getting reckless almost cost them everything. Just as Aaron braces himself to plunge his hand into the flames, the MC snatches his wrist. He whispers for him to do this solo grind off camera, because listening to grown men shriek is just not the vibe. Jenna is literally shaking, clenching her fists and outright refusing to join this nightmare, arguing she is backline DPS anyway. Still wearing that villainous grin, he drags her arm toward the flames, trying to gaslight her into thinking a team burn session will make it hurt less. He hits her with the facts. She cannot be out here having a panic attack every time Yoka drops an AoE spell. In the middle of a raid, their mage lacks shields or blink magic, meaning she gets instantly deleted if they drop aggro. The caster moves like a total bot when dodging, so Jenna absolutely has to adapt to friendly fire before they push the 10th floor. Then, our hero whips out a hunting knife, offering a fake apology to Aaron for adding one more side quest. He does a slick blade spin and immediately slices open his own palm. He locks eyes with the spearman, that demonic smirk returning, and commands him to copy the move. Pain resistance does not level up on its own, bro. Slashing himself is not strictly necessary, but boosting his pain threshold is non-negotiable. The MC even passes him a bottle of booze to take the edge off. He knows it is completely unhinged, but if Aaron wants to run in his squad, unlocking that pain tolerance passive is mandatory. Taking all this trauma in, Jenna squeaks out a question about whether she needs to start cutting too. He gives her a pass, saying her build does not strictly require it, though it would not hurt down the line. Voice shaking like a leaf, she instantly begs to postpone that lesson. He lets it slide, revealing that her real homework is mastering the quick switch mechanic. She needs to seamlessly hot swap between her daggers and her bow, transforming into a flex DPS who can brawl at any range without freezing up. Moving forward, they are completely scrapping the standard vanguard, mid, and backline meta. Instead, they are pivoting to a triangle formation, keeping Yoka wrapped in bubble wrap right in the dead center, and the boot camp kicks off first thing tomorrow. Nobody gets a free pass, not even Jenna, because 2 melee guys alone cannot peel enough mobs off the caster. They are basically running an extreme VIP escort mission. It is ride or die at this point. In a perfect world, the god-tier team comp would run 2 mages, but they just have to make this scuffed setup work. Especially someone who can hard carry with support buffs. Tragic, but she's literally their only option right now. They haven't even crushed the 9th floor yet. But he figures the higher-ups will definitely deploy the 2nd squad to soak up some much-needed XP. Later on, he frantically pores over the quest logs, analyzing the brutal lineup waiting on floor 10. We're talking total subjugation, hardcore survival, escort missions, frontline breakthroughs, clean executions, base defense, all-out sieges, relentless pursuits, and desperate escapes. He runs the numbers and realizes surviving this bloodbath demands at least 2 fully stacked squads. This upcoming gauntlet is going to make their previous fights look like an absolute joke. Dead set on min-maxing his stats, he tosses a match into the brazier and deliberately shoves his bare hands straight back into the roaring flames. Thick smoke suffocates the room, leaving him hacking his lungs out. But he pushes through the agony until that sweet system ping pops up. He finally unlocked the fire resistance passive. First thing the next morning, he confronts Elka, flat out ordering her to drastically slash her cast times, and even if it absolutely nerfs her raw damage output. She instantly snaps, furious that he dared to disrespect her spells. Unfazed, he locks eyes with her, dropping a chilling death stare. "You want to back out?" he growls. Utterly terrified, the girl scrambles away, stuttering out a promise to follow his exact orders. From his tactical read, her kit relies on 3 distinct tiers of pyromancy: basic ignition, explosive blazing flares, and heavily concentrated detonations. And predictably, scaling up the tiers absolutely nukes her mana bar. He won't lie, her firepower is undeniably cracked, but to actually make it viable in real combat, they critically need to optimize her burn rate. Gripping his blade, barking a harsh reminder to the crew. The 10th floor is looming closer by the second, so their daily grind is about to turn into sheer hell. Jenna flashes a cocky smirk as she lets an arrow fly. Usually, our guy would just turtle up behind his heavy shield during these drills. But this time, he completely ditches the shield, drastically cranking up the difficulty setting. She hypes up his insane growth rate, but he keeps his face deadpan. He coldly snaps back that they're locked in a life-or-death boot camp. Not a friendly vibe check. With a lightning-fast swing, he brutally slices her incoming arrow clean in half, instantly scoring the projectile defense skill. Jenna lunges straight at his throat with a hunting knife. He casually leans back to evade, but mid-flip, she smoothly swaps right back to her bow, executing a flawless weapon switch combo. He immediately raises his guard, eyeing her aggressive movements with deep concern. It finally hits him. She might have spawned as a bottom-tier 1-star unit, but her raw potential is absolutely off the charts. Her adaptation speed is totally glitched. He actually throws her a shred of praise for that slick combo, but she just claps back with heavy sarcasm, reminding him of his own strict no compliments rule. Meanwhile, his buddy Aaron is painfully stuck progressing, like your typical, mediocre 1-star NPC. Literally, his only flex is maxing out a basic level 3 spear proficiency. Right now, he's sweating it out alone in his quarters, desperately trying to grind out the pain resistance passive. Over in the magic hall, the pyromancer is heavily locked in, retraining her entire casting flow to be insanely efficient, rather than just dumping raw, flashy damage. A bunch of other 1-star recruits are goofing off in the corner, but frankly, they're completely useless dead weight. They are still critically short on a full 10-man roster, and the master up above is... Our boy can't help but stress out. Is this cheapskate seriously planning to drag these trash-tier units into an endgame raid? Fast forward to the next day, and the B team stumbles out of the portal, having barely survived the 9th floor. They look absolutely wrecked this time around. Our MC immediately interrogates them about the run, and the dark-haired girl gasps out that they were forced to wipe out a massive, swarming goblin settlement. His instincts flare up. He presses her hard, demanding to know if there were any weird anomalies during the raid. She shrugs, mentioning the terrain was a total mud pit, like they had just stepped into a monsoon. But honestly, nothing else felt super sketchy. Now, it's finally the main squad's turn to shine, so he summons the crew. They practically sleepwalk through the whole thing, totally speedrunning the lower-level floors, just to stay sharp. Current stats check. Our boy is chilling at level 10, Jenna hit level 8, Aaron is stuck at 6, and Elka is lagging at level 4. That's the absolute hard cap for their current floor progression. But on the bright side, they're rocking some seriously overpowered gear, all thanks to a massive factory upgrade. 2 fresh rookies, Shern and Meekin, just got drafted into the active rosters. They are honestly mid at best, but the squad is literally begging for manpower right now. Out of nowhere, the fairy zips right into our boy's face, hyping him up and asking if he's already big-brained the next mission layout. He shuts her down with a sigh. He might have been a goated, top-tier player in his past life, but even he can't read the game's mind. Grinding for 2 whole years just to hit floor 88. We are talking endless game overs and brutal squad wipes. But here is the catch. For these guys, a game over means actual death. The crew finally links up at the main plaza. Right before charging through the portal, our boy starts sweating. Is the player getting cold feet? I mean, dude has been logged in for 30 straight minutes, doing absolutely nothing. He is currently paralyzed, trying to decide whether to rush floor 10 or just chill. Honestly, our guy knows their current squad is looking incredibly sketchy. They are dragging along some literal noobs, and to top it off, his own skills are not even maxed out at 1 star yet. Suddenly, the player finally smashes that enter button, and the massive portal rips open. Sure, this might just be some casual gaming for the guy behind the screen, but for our squad, this is brutal, raw reality. He instantly orders the rookie to go camp in a corner once the bloodshed starts, so he does not drag them down. Meanwhile, a massive system pop-up flashes, telling the player he can drop in some free-to-play units, since his roster is not maxed out. Oh, and he can actually micromanage his team's strategy by using the advanced tactical station feature during the raid. Our MC just smirks, betting hard that his so-called master has zero clue how to even use the tactical station. That is high-tier gameplay, after all. So, he low-key backseats the player, using the fairy companion to drop a massive hint. Hey, equip those potions we just brewed. They have got exactly 6 total, meaning 3 heals per squad. Right before crossing the threshold, he locks eyes with the dark-haired girl and warns her that the game might spawn them in totally random spots. So the fairy is buzzing around, aggressively yelling at everyone not to act like a dead weight and drag our MC down. But he just plays it cool, promising the fairy he is going to hard carry her all the way to the absolute peak of the tower. The second they spawn in, the camera pans to a random dude literally screaming his lungs out in pure, unadulterated terror about some incoming doom. Our guy creeps up and delivers a solid kick to the guy's back, but the dude does not even flinch. Ghosted. He instantly clicks that this guy is just an NPC, and they are standing right in the middle. That feels incredibly, horrifyingly familiar. Dika instantly calls it out. He has absolutely been here before, though the vibe is totally warped. Suddenly it clicks for our MC. This is the exact same city from floor 5. The only wild difference? It has not been reduced to a blazing pile of rubble, yet. Our boy's stomach drops. This lore is way deeper than a simple raid. He warns the crew that the actual combat is not even their biggest red flag. The real nightmare is why the game spawned them here in the first place. Step 1 to not getting completely packed up? Figure out the damn objective. The main quest has not triggered yet, buying them a tiny, stressful window to breathe. But they cannot just stand around AFK. They need intel, fast. He barks orders, telling the squad to scatter, scout the perimeter for exactly 5 minutes, and report back. If you are late, you are dead meat. With the team deployed, he scales a massive watchtower to get a literal bird's-eye view of the map. Right below him, a local guard is curled up in the dirt, aggressively shaking and sobbing about not wanting to get wiped out. The morale is absolutely zero. Our MC squints toward the dark tree line in the north, and his blood runs cold. A massive, swarming sea of thousands of goblins. We are talking exactly 2,213 mobs. Their stats are completely hidden, but they are already pushing heavy siege ladders, ready to instantly scale the defenses. Whipping his head toward the eastern river, he spots a second wave of greenskins flanking them. 89 of them. These guys are just basic grunts, rocking starter weapons, no siege gear. But then, the camera pulls back, revealing a terrifying detail. Half of that eastern horde is already grouping up right outside the main castle walls, where a pathetic force of only 353 human guards is stationed. The math is completely toxic. Every single guard is about to get jumped by more than 10 goblins. Our boy realizes they are incredibly cooked. The odds are insanely stacked, and the timer on the actual mission has not even started ticking. His brain goes into overdrive. If this turns out to be a pure survival mode quest, just like their nightmare on floor 5, they might actually have a microscopic chance to clutch this. In a survival scenario, all they have to do is hold the line and simply outlast the clock. Honestly, this might even be a smoother run than floor 5. Back then, they were dragging a useless, low-level player. But here, they can totally bait the NPCs to use as meat shields. Plus, they have finally got a cracked mage who can drop massive AoE damage on the horde. But theory crafting is over. It is time for the game to drop the real objective. With a solid plan in mind, he slides down the tower and sprints back to the rally point, where the whole squad is already locked in and waiting. He opens his mouth to pitch the survival strategy, but right before he can even finish his sentence, 3 blaring, blood-red warning sirens absolutely nuke the interface. A single warning is already a massive red flag, but 3 stacked alerts? That literally triggers the highest, most insane difficulty level in the game. Our guy is completely and utterly stunned. A fresh system alert flashes across his vision. The objective? Prevent this entire metropolis from collapsing. Our guy instantly clocks that this run is nothing like their past trials. Forget solo survival. Now, they've got to babysit a whole civilization. Between both squads, they barely scrape together 10 players. Add that to the city's pathetic garrison of 350 guards. So we're looking at maybe 360 warm bodies holding the line against literally thousands of bloodthirsty goblins. He claps his hands, snapping everyone to attention, demanding a quick intel drop. Once they pool their clues, he'll dish out the battle stations. She admits she tried chatting up a local NPC, but got completely ghosted. Apparently, these digital locals are totally deaf to player voices, even though they're physically solid. The spearman jumps in next, reporting a massive cluster of refugees huddled dead center in the plaza. The goblin horde is pushing strictly from the north and east, and since the south and west perimeters lack gates, Zero is. The dark-haired girl shoots him a desperate look, begging for a game plan. He bluntly repeats the harsh truth. Defend the stronghold. When she presses for details, he spells it out. Slaughter every single monster before they breach the walls. Basically, an all-out bloodbath. She immediately protests, calling it a total suicide mission. The beefy warrior pitches a stealth tactic. Sneak past the barricades and pick the grunts off one by one in the shadows. But our boy shuts that down instantly. Playing assassin won't cut it. They need to wipe the entire horde off the map. He bets his life that the monster's win condition is smashing the twin monument planted right outside the central spire. He locks eyes on the dual goddess sculpture anchoring the plaza, watching it pulse with an eerie, magical hum. That exact carving popped up in earlier levels, so it's definitely the VIP target. If that chunk of marble crumbles, it's an automatic game over, even if they butcher every last goblin. The veteran old man groans, realizing they aren't just fighting a multi-thousand freak show, but playing bodyguard to a shiny rock. He anxiously asks what the penalty for losing actually is. Han keeps his voice ice cold. A failed quest means instant, permanent death. Roderick panics, asking if running away saves their skins. Han shatters that illusion. Flee to the edge of the world if you want. The second the quest fails, you flatline. He knows they are boxed in a nightmare, but grounds himself with a core gamer fact. Even insanely cracked levels pack a hidden cheat code. He warns the squad that the real boss threat isn't the mob size. It's those massive siege ladders rolling in from the north. Those rolling ramps will let the freaks flood the ramparts. Trashing them buys the squad crucial breathing room. He posts Edith and her crew to the northern blockade, backing up the 300 native guards stationed there. Their sole directive? Wreck those siege engines by any means necessary. Edith frowns, clearly stressed by the heavy command. Catching her hesitation, he asks if there's a problem. She quickly reminds him her guild only packs 5 members. Tossing 5 extra bodies into a sea of 300 guards barely tilts the scales. The hero nods, validating her logic. But he runs the math in his head. Her elite squad easily hits as hard as 50 regular troops. He clarifies that the horde lacks heavy artillery. Those ladders are the sole wild cards. If her unit holds the line and burns the carts, the entire stronghold's defense spikes massively. But Edith pushes back, clarifying her actual fear. Stalling the wave doesn't secure a win. Sure, they might buy time, but with these broken spawn rates, getting wiped out feels inevitable. Our boy doesn't sugarcoat it. He fully agrees that uniting both factions still leaves them with trash odds. The goblin flood will eventually crack their defenses purely through insane mob density. He flashes back to the fifth floor variants. Those freaks kept pushing even after taking massive casualties. Zero retreat, which means, on paper, this stage looks genuinely impossible. Brute forcing an entire army is a no-go, yet he feels confident the system dropped a breadcrumb somewhere. A memory from floor 7 suddenly clicks. A raging eastern river. Back then, he figured the intense current naturally wrecked the barricade. But now, piecing together the puzzle from the 5th floor all the way to the 10th, he pieces it together. This entire disaster traces right back to that dam. It sits miles away from the capital. And he is racking his brain trying to figure out how the massive structure actually shattered. He keeps spinning the gears, but the clock is ticking. Out of nowhere, the archer girl recalls the heavy thud of horse hooves echoing across the river earlier. Those had to be the kingdom's backup troops. That clicks for our hero. His eyes widen as he realizes those riders were the heavy cavalry meant to save them. The raven-haired girl finally catches up to the squad. He spins around, staring her dead in the eyes, and orders her to stall for as much time as humanly possible. If the outer barricades crumble, she needs to ditch the front line and retreat straight to the inner sanctum. He goes totally ruthless, telling her to literally use the guards and civilians as meat shields if it comes to that. Her one and only mission is surviving until his strike team makes it back. She and her crew brace themselves, swearing they will hold the line no matter the cost. Without missing a beat, Han's squad rolls out. Jogging alongside him, Jenna questions if this strategy is way too basic. She demands to know the actual endgame. Han coldly claps back that the raven-haired girl is operating on a way higher level than her, telling her to just lock in and prep her weapons. The crew makes a beeline for the east gate on the city's perimeter. Eren starts stressing, questioning why they are choosing the deadliest route possible, knowing thousands of bloodthirsty goblins are swarming right outside. Han lays it out bluntly. Hiding inside these walls is basically a guaranteed death, so they have to roll the dice. Back when they cleared the 7th floor, that massive dam had already blown to pieces. Plus, when their archer spotted the backup army, those troops were stranded on the opposite bank. Connecting the dots, it hits him. The whole city got wiped off the map because the cavalry literally could not cross. That ruptured dam completely flooded their path. So the new game plan is insane. Bust through the east gate, plow straight through the goblin horde, and reach the waterworks before it fully shatters. They have to secure that dam at all costs. Jenna opens her mouth, terrified by the sheer scale of this suicide mission, but Han silences her with a cocky smirk. He boldly declares that they are about to absolutely massacre these freaks. The camera cuts over to the main entrance, revealing a massive, panicked sea of civilians stampeding inside for safety. Our squad is fighting tooth and nail, just to wade through the human traffic. The mage starts whining about how impossible it is to squeeze past the stampede. But our boy shoots her down, warning that this little mosh pit is literally child's play compared to the nightmare waiting outside. Sprinting like their lives depend on it, he, Jenna, and Eren charge the perimeter wall. He orders the sniper girl to scale the ramparts and scout the battlefield. Simultaneously, he barks at the spearmen to rush the mechanism and crank open those giant doors. Lock on to Yelka. Han orders her to start charging her mana immediately. He needs her to blast her Tier 2 Inferno spell. The absolute split second that steel door lifts, the mage nods, locking in. Our boy then glances over at the 5th party member. Yeah, they have this random newbie tagging along, but honestly, the kid is pure dead weight, so Han just completely ghosts him. Eren grabs the heavy iron chains, straining his muscles to crank the colossal barricade. Inch by inch, the iron gate grinds upward. The deafening gears alert the local guards, who immediately sprint toward the mechanism. Even though our squad is completely invisible to them, the panic is real. The guards freak out, murmuring in pure terror, utterly convinced some poltergeist is cracking the defenses wide open. Up top, the archer scales the ledge and peers into the wasteland. Her stomach drops. There are thousands of green-skinned monsters practically breathing on the wood. and she screams down to Han that opening this door is going to unleash a tidal wave of goblins straight into the capital. He yells back for her to chill and drop down instantly. He completely trusts the process, hyping up Yelka's pyromancy to incinerate a clear runway. Without missing a beat, Han starts throwing hands, intercepting the guards rushing to tackle Eren. The guards cannot see his actual body, but they spot the chains moving on their own and lunge in to sabotage the gears. Reinforcements pour in, absolutely losing their minds and screaming about demonic possession and cursed phantoms. The sniper girl drops down, sweeping their legs with lethal precision and sending the armored guards eating dirt. Meanwhile, Yelka's hands glow bright red. Her spell is fully primed. As the searing heat builds, the heavy iron doors screech open a fraction more. Out of nowhere, a high-speed projectile zeroes in right at the mage's head. Han's reflexes kick in. He literally snatches the flying shaft out of midair, realizing the goblin snipers are already firing through the cracks. Through the tiny gap, hideous goblin faces smash against the iron grates. My guy casually chucks the arrow right back through the slit, instantly dropping the sneaky little creep trying to slither through. Back in the fray, the archer continues handing out brutal beatdowns to the guards. The men are swinging at shadows, terrified by these phantom blows. Some of them actually break down sobbing, wailing that their divine goddess has completely forsaken them. Then, a heavy downpour starts ripping from the sky, making Han sweat over whether this storm will snuff out Yelka's nuke. Eren is soloing the heavy lifting, muscles bulging as he drags those mammoth chains to expose the outside world. Finally, the gap is just wide enough. The goblin swarm breaches the threshold, instantly locking their bloodthirsty eyes on the glowing mage in the center. But before those freaks can even take 2 steps, she drops the hammer. She unleashes Ignite, sending a totally apocalyptic tsunami of hellfire straight down the corridor. A massive explosion rocks the gate, wiping out every goblin in the blast radius and leaving nothing but ash in its wake. "Push forward," our hero shouts, tossing the mage a mana potion. "Take hits of this whenever you run low." Hands already glowing with a fire spell, she smirks. "Don't sweat it. I could spam this attack 100 times if I have to." Off to the side, the 5th squad member is straight up shaking, paralyzed by pure panic. A system prompt pops up. His stats just tanked by 30% from sheer terror. Seeing him cracking, our boy orders him to fall back to the secondary squad, where the veterans can carry him and hand out easier assignments. If he survives over there, he'll finally prove he's not totally useless. The dude frantically nods and bolts for his life, while our MC steps past the crumbling gates. The guards scramble to slam the doors shut, but he doesn't even flinch, marching straight into a hellscape of raging fire and screeching monsters. The heavy doors boom shut behind him. No turning back now. The only way out is through the bloodbath. He quickly falls into a tight defensive formation, locking down the perimeter with Eren and Jenna to keep their mage completely shielded. "Hit them with stage 1 fire magic," he yells over the chaos. "Even if the storm nerfs your damage, we need that AoE spread as wide as possible." But the skies pick up the pace, he barks. "If this rain puts out the flames, this mob is gonna swamp us." She needs a solid 20 seconds to charge the spell, but the green tide is already swarming them. Without warning, a goblin lunges straight for our guy's throat. He doesn't even blink. With one fluid, brutal swing, he cleaves the creature perfectly in 2, mentally ticking down the agonizing seconds. Suddenly, goblin archers lock onto their squishy mage, raining down a barrage of arrows. Bang! He intercepts the volley with his heavy shield, refusing to let a single shot touch her. The squad holds the line like an absolute brick wall. Jenna is a total blur, flawlessly swapping, shredding any freak that dares to cross into her zone. The clock is relentlessly ticking down. 5 seconds left. She goes totally berserk, while the blonde dude is swinging for the fences, putting his entire soul into every strike. But out of nowhere, a crawler slinks right up behind him. He's completely oblivious, but our protagonist's combat awareness is off the charts. He hurls his longsword like a heat-seeking missile, pinning the goblin by its skull, then sprints forward to rip his blade free. Just like that, the grueling 20-second timer hits 0. By now, the monster horde has completely boxed Yolka in. "Shift formations, get behind her," our hero roars. Her eyes snap open, practically glowing, as she detonates her ignite skill. A tidal wave of blistering fire erupts forward, incinerating a massive chunk of the mob into crispy critters. As the inferno clears, our boy spots an opening and commands the squad to push the advantage. Sprinting through the scorching wasteland, he realizes just how clutch it was to recruit this magic caster. Without her insane DPS, they would have been goblin food ages ago, but the torrential downpour turns into a total nightmare, rapidly drowning out their fiery barricade. The monsters immediately swarm the gaps. "Cast it again, now!" he screams, wildly hacking away at the oncoming wave of ugly faces. Another nerve-wracking 20-second cooldown begins, pushing the squad to their absolute breaking point. The tension is suffocating. It's a non-stop, gritty meat grinder. They have to manage enemy aggro while rigidly holding their formation. But with literally 1 second left on the clock, a beast launches itself at our hero's blind spot. His instincts flare up, he pivots on a dime, and obliterates the freak with a single savage slash. The squad seamlessly rotates behind their powerhouse, right before she unleashes another apocalyptic blast, wiping the slate clean. Using the fresh wall of fire as cover, they press the assault. Aaron bulldozes the front line, while Jenna covers the flank, burning through her stamina. "We're looping this exact strat until we hit the river," the MC shouts over the crackling flames. But then, the camera pans to the truly terrifying scale of the goblin army, spearheaded by their warlord. This absolute unit is just standing on a massive boulder, literally farming aura. You can instantly tell this commander isn't your average trash mob. He slowly unsheathes a wicked blade, raises it to the stormy sky, and lets out a bone-chilling roar, mobilizing his troops. Boom! The mage drops another fiery nuke, reducing a whole platoon to cinders. Our boy charges ahead, but instantly, a berserker vaults right through the flames, aiming for a lethal strike. The ambush is so fast he barely twitches in time, dodging by a literal hair thanks to his brutal training. He counters, burying his blade deep into the monster's chest, but he notices something terrifying. The goblin horde's AI has completely shifted. The fire doesn't scare them anymore. They are blindly throwing themselves into the inferno. 2 more savages rush him, and he meets them head-on, slicing them both open in one buttery smooth combo. Then, his eyes lock onto the boss perched on the boulder. The commander is chanting some ominous garbage, either a dark spell or a battle cry in their twisted tongue. Han clocks that the goblin boss has figured out the exact cooldown window between Yolka's spells, weaponizing that tiny fraction of a second to orchestrate their assault. That elevates this from a mindless swarm to a lethal threat. This freak actually has a brain. Han keeps tearing through enemies, stealing a quick look at his squad. They're holding the line for now, but the clock is ticking. The blazing inferno trapping them is swallowing all the oxygen. Sure, they've got resistance buffs, but the blistering heat is still cooking them alive. He needs a wild card, and fast. Mid-thought, a pack of goblins dive-bomb him from the sky, but he simply surges his aura and cleaves them in half with one clean sweep. He instantly pulls the crew together, demanding total focus. He drills it into their heads. Failure is an immediate game over. And they've only got one shot at this. Aaron throws him a confused look, so Han lays out the brutal truth. They get exactly one window to snipe the goblin boss, perched up on that boulder. Right on cue, the commander roars, sending his horde surging forward. Simultaneously, Yolka sparks her mana, erupting a massive wall of flames that vaporizes the front line, though a few stragglers manage to rip through the blaze. One monster lunges right out of the fire at Han, but his reflexes kick in, driving his knee straight into its jaw and shattering its fangs. As the creature crumbles, he grabs it by the skull, dragging it in front of Yolka. A volley of arrows rains down from the mob outside, and our boy casually uses the goblin corpse as a meat shield to tank the hits. He shouts over the chaos, asking if she's fully charged, and the moment she nods, she unleashes an absolute hellstorm. The blast incinerates a massive chunk of the mob into ash. Panicking, the commander instantly screeches new commands, throwing the leftover monsters into a completely rabid death charge. Han does the math. One blast won't cut it, and silently dares the freaks to keep coming. Suddenly, a second massive detonation rocks the entire battlefield, carving a towering ring of pure hellfire around the squad. Even the arrogant boss looks genuinely terrified by the sheer firepower. With the grunt forces wiped out, Jenna and Eren lock in. Eren hoists up Han's heavy shield, providing hardcore cover, while the archer draws her bow and fires straight into the sky. The arrow traces a flawless, deadly arc, dropping down to violently pierce the commander straight through the skull, instantly executing him on the spot. Without their leader, the mob's hive mind totally shatters, but the heavy lifting takes a toll, and Yulka starts buckling, her mana pool completely tapped dry. Our guy swoops in, catching her mid-fall and bracing her up. He glares through the smoke, clocking that the blast didn't wipe the board entirely. If these stragglers push through the inferno, it's going to be a bloodbath. But here's the twist. The Horde isn't looking at them. Their real target is the massive city barricade at their backs. His squad was basically just a speed bump. Han holds his breath, waiting to see how these brainless grunts move without their alpha. Sure enough, the surviving mob completely ghosts them, blindly stampeding straight for the city and leaving the squad in the dust. Han lets out a massive, heavy exhale, realizing these mindless freaks chose to siege the capital instead of finishing the fight. Slipping through the chaos, the crew finally retreats into the dense tree line. They put some serious distance between themselves and the Horde, and there's zero sign of anyone tracking them. Our boy knows the cold, hard truth. Sniping that commander was the only reason they're still breathing. Otherwise, that boss would have absolutely sicked the entire army on them first. He signals the group to catch their breath, reminding them to ration their healing potions. Right now, a completely separate war is raging at the northern gate. But since the main perimeter hasn't crumbled, they bought themselves a little time. He paces down toward the river's crossing, only to spot a fresh wave of greenskins marching their way. The system pings. 19 level 9 goblins incoming. Realizing their break is officially cancelled, our guy barks at the squad to lock back in for round 2. But then, a colossal oak violently trembles, revealing an absolute nightmare stepping out of the shadows. Eren freezes in pure terror, pointing a shaky finger at the tree line. They aren't just dealing with grunts, they are staring down a monstrous level 23 ogre berserker. Han instantly shifts into shot caller mode, tasking Yulka with crowd controlling the swarming goblins, while Eren acts as her personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, he's taking the raid boss solo. The second he closes the gap, the behemoth swings with terrifying, raw momentum, slamming its weapon into the dirt and absolutely cratering the earth. Han instantly calculates the damage. One clean hit from that club, and he gets deleted. The beast winds up for a second strike, but Han smoothly slips out of the impact zone. With this insane level gap, he has to play it perfectly, or it's game over. Off to the side, Yulka ignites another massive firewall, boxing out the smaller mobs from crashing the main fight. As our guy and Jenna double-team the Goliath, the brute lunges in to snatch him up. But Han violently backflips, slashing his blade deep into its bicep and drawing first blood. From the rear, Jenna totally unloads, pinning multiple arrows right into the beast's. The beast screeches in agony, giving her a glimmer of hope that her strikes are actually doing some damage. But then, the absolute unit violently even with its massive size making it a walking bullseye, those projectiles are basically mosquito bites unless she lands a critical hit. And because the universe hates them, our boy gets completely stressed out. The other two heroes are already fighting for their lives, meaning zero backup. He goes full send, charging headfirst right at the original monster. The ogre swings its brutal weapon down with lethal force. But this time, he braces his shield and eats the impact, expertly sliding off the worst of the crushing blow. Swallowing the fiery pain shooting through his bones, he completely ignores the damage, and dashes into point-blank range. He fiercely drives his blade straight toward, slicing right through its weak spot. The giant totally loses its mind, thrashing around and throwing wild, blind swings in pure agony. He rides that chaotic energy, vaulting straight up onto the monster's towering shoulder and plunging his sword deep into its thick neck. Realizing the steel didn't sink far enough, he hops up one more time, using his shield like a sledgehammer to violently smash the hilt deeper. Dark blood erupts everywhere. The colossal beast instantly freezes before crashing heavily into the dirt. With threat number 1 eliminated, his deadly gaze locks onto the second giant. But wait, this thing is zeroing in straight for the mage. He urgently gestures for Jenna to pull its aggro with a well-placed shot. She buries a shaft right into its massive spine, but the tank basically shrugs it off, marching relentlessly forward. Eren bravely steps up to block its path, only to get swatted away like a literal bug. Our main character screams at the top of his lungs, begging the mage to dodge. But in a wild twist, the hulking beast just stomps right past her, acting like she doesn't even exist. He stands there completely mind-blown as the horrifying reality finally clicks. Flashing back to the massive barricade on level 7, it dawns on him that those scrawny little goblins could never have smashed it, especially without heavy siege gear. Screaming to the squad, he exposes the horrific truth. The monster doesn't care about the mage. It wants to obliterate the dam. Catching on instantly, the archer launches herself onto the brute's back, frantically carving into its thick neck with her dagger. Our guy sprints in right behind her, absolutely determined to end this. He throws himself at the moving mountain and rips a devastating gash straight across its spine with one brutal swing. Howling in pure agony, the towering beast violently pitches forward and crashes heavily into the rushing river, gasping desperately for air. Staring from the muddy banks, he lets out a shaky breath, realizing they were mere inches away from totally botching the run. But the exact second he drops his guard, a massive, grotesque hand explodes out of the water. The absolute unit stands back up, slamming its colossal fists into the barrier with bone-crushing force. The entire structure just instantly shatters into dust. Over on the far bank, Eren hypes up the squad, yelling that the goblin wave is cleared, but our hero just stands there, frozen. Deep down, he knows it is totally game over. The backup squad that was supposed to charge in from the haunted woods, they are now completely stranded on the wrong side of the raging waters. Even fighting together, there is literally zero chance they can hold off the thousands of green menaces flooding their way. For the very first time, sheer panic visibly washes over his face as his brain races for an escape glitch. Suddenly, a hand clamps down hard on his shoulder, violently snapping him right back into reality. White-knuckling his blade, he quickly decides they need to fall back and hit Plan B. The only problem? He literally doesn't have a Plan B yet. But right before they dip, the sorceress halts him. Raising her glowing hand, she channels some insane telekinetic energy, locking onto a gigantic boulder nearby. His jaw practically hits the floor as she effortlessly levitates the massive rock and yeets it straight toward the ruined pathway, plugging the giant hole flawlessly. But instead of hyping her up, he totally goes off, screaming about why she kept that overpowered trick a secret, angrily reminding her they almost wiped because of it. She just shrugs it off with zero chill, flatly stating it wouldn't have mattered either way. He lets out an exhausted sigh, accepting that at least they aren't monster food yet. But that tiny second of peace vanishes instantly. A massive new wave of green creatures swarms them, way thicker than the last pack. One feral minion instantly lunges at our main character, thrusting a rusty spear right at his skull. He flawlessly ducks under the thrust and cleaves the monster cleanly in two. As the brutal clash rages on, his mind starts spiraling. This raid kicked off ages ago, and the promised cavalry is nowhere to be seen. Paranoia heavily sets in, making him question the entire setup, wondering if they were actually just left to die. He barks at the mage to chug every last drop of her mana potion, and instantly pop a tier 2 nuke spell. But before she can even flinch, a bloodthirsty beast leaps directly for her throat. Our hero catches the blur of motion, but he is stranded way too far back to block it, forcing him to just scream out her name in absolute horror. Yolka freezes like a deer in headlights, staring point blank into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Out of nowhere, at the absolute final split second, a beast of a warhorse comes tearing through the battlefield. A heavily armored knight sits in the saddle, viciously plowing into the attacker and slicing the goblin perfectly in half. As the majestic rider hits the brakes, every single monster instantly locks eyes with the new threat. Even our exhausted hero can only stare, heavily gasping for air. This mysterious warrior is rocking some absolute god-tier drip, hiding his true identity behind a menacing golden lion mask. With an aura there is zero doubt. The commanding officer of the backup squad has the second the goblin horde spots him, they ditch everything else and rush straight for his throat. He just throws his hand up and roars, summoning the Iron Lion cavalry. Seconds later, the ground shakes. A deafening stampede rips through the forest as massive armored knights burst from the shadows. Every single rider packs the exact same insane power as that first elite soldier, fully mounted and thirsting for blood. A system ping flashes in front of our guy. The Iron Lion cavalry has officially entered the chat. He snaps at his squad to group up by the mage, instead of standing around like sitting ducks. They instantly scramble into position, while the armored knights carve a brutal highway right through the goblin swarm. There might only be 500 of them, but these absolute tanks make the regular city guards look like total rookies. The vanguard steamrolls ahead, obliterating the green monsters and bulldozing a perfectly safe route. The archer girl realizes the knights are pivoting toward the main city, having totally wiped out every single goblin in their zone. Another system window pops up, revealing exactly 458 units are still breathing in the cavalry. The archer jokes about kicking back and enjoying the show, but our main guy knows they can't just chill. They need to rush the city immediately. Spotting a pair of riderless horses lingering near their fallen masters, he turns to his crew and asks who actually knows how to ride. Iolka claims she's a pro, so he decides to pick up the skill on the fly. He explains that even though masters can't jump straight into the brawl, they can still hard carry from the sidelines. Without hesitation, our hero drops 500 gems, instantly purchasing an equestrian skill book straight from the master. Sure, you can't just buy overpowered combat moves out here, but basic mobility skills? Super easy to pick up, and an absolute game changer. Barely minutes pass before he completely downloads the riding skill, effortlessly swinging up into the saddle right next to Aolka. Boosted by this massive mobility upgrade, the warm-up is over. It is officially time to bring the pain back to those free. Galloping hard toward the massive fortress, his brain starts connecting the dots about the Eastern Goblin wave. Those trash mobs they blew past near the river? He realizes they are completely useless, as long as they stay locked outside the main gates. The actual nightmare scenario is unfolding up north. Those beasts are rolling up with massive siege towers, which explains why they are rushing straight for the northern front. For a split second, he seriously considers tailing the heavy hitters. Tagging along could totally cheese the quest and make it a breeze, but his gamer instincts are screaming that there is absolutely zero chance this twisted system lets them win on easy mode. Trusting his gut, our boy hits the brakes and commands his squad to ditch the current war zone. They are rotating somewhere else. Aaron instantly gets cold feet, completely stressed since their actual quest objective was defending that northern choke point. But our guy just looks back and asks if they honestly think. He orders them to hustle up and ride hard toward the eastern woods. Mid-gallop, the heavy downpour finally breaks, handing them a massive tactical advantage. As the dark tree line comes into focus, he smirks. His big brain prediction was dead on. A massive squad of mounted goblins is lurking in the shadows. They are fully strapped and could have easily smashed right through the eastern defenses whenever they wanted. If he can just bottleneck them using Aolka's explosive spells, they can completely shut down this ambush. But right then, looming behind the tiny green scouts, gigantic, earth-shaking legs step into the light. The horrifying reality drops. These are definitely not. Except this is not just a duo. He counts exactly 23 of these absolute units. He practically died fighting just a pair last time, and now he is staring down a literal army of them. The grim truth hits him. If these juggernauts crash the main front, Even the elite. The hero urgently checks his mage's mana bar. She admits her tank is not totally empty, but her firepower is seriously nerfed right now. He brushes it off, telling her to forget about raw damage. He just needs her to spam massive area of effect spells. His insane strategy? Sprint their horses straight through the northern, while she literally ignites every breathing monster in the zone. Meanwhile, back at the northern barricade, things are getting incredibly ugly. The freaks are swarming up the siege ladders, forcing Eddie's squad into a brutal, non-stop meat grinder just to hold the line. One guard nearly plunges to his death as a filthy green claw snags his ankle from below. But the swordswoman snatches him back at the buzzer. As the horde keeps flooding over the edge, she just spins into a lethal blur, slicing them to shreds. Mid-swing, she catches movement on the horizon. The heavy-hitting lion cavalry has officially hit the war zone. The second those knights crash into the enemy, they absolutely decimate the front lines. She watches the massacre unfold from the ramparts, not dropping her guard for a second. Another ugly face pops over the ledge right in front of her, but her reflexes are god tier. She decapitates the beast before it can even swing. The camera snaps back to the tree line. The mage girl's hands pulse with raw energy. She is fully charged up and ready to drop the hammer. With a single whispered word, she drops the nuke. An absolute inferno erupts, devouring the timberland in a heartbeat, sealing every living, breathing thing inside a fiery cage. The lurking goblins and hulking orcs get absolutely toasted, shrieking in pure panic as they sprint into dead ends. It is a literal ring of fire, with zero way out. But her mana tank is completely running on empty. Our guy steps up, telling her she already totally popped off, and she needs to cut the magic immediately. The whole forest is turning to ash, but honestly, who cares? Those green freaks had already trashed the place and turned it into their own personal. Wiping it off the map is literally the best-case scenario. The squad starts falling back. Roughly 500 troops were holding the line up north, but by the time backup finally rolled in, nearly 400 of them had already been completely wiped out. The ogres then shredded half the fresh recruits, but the second the heavy cavalry slammed into the fray, only a handful of straggler goblins were left standing, and the foot soldiers picked them off, one by one. The lion cavalry's stats were just on a whole other level. Every single rider must have racked up 10 to 20 kills easy. They literally steamrolled the entire combat zone. The dirt is now painted crimson, completely buried under a mountain of dead troops and monsters. Every last target has been flatlined. The lion riders and the surviving troops throw their weapons up, hyping up their massive dub from the ramparts. Up top, the dark-haired girl locks onto the vanguard squad, marching back from the blazing woods. She and the hero exchange a relieved smile across the gap. Our guy checks his interface and notices absolutely zero death alerts, meaning his entire crew survived the meat grinder. Jenna hypes them up, flexing about how insanely cracked they have become, compared to their nightmare run on the 5th floor. Then she drops a bomb. Why aren't they warping back if the raid is totally cleared? That innocent question hits our guy like a truck, freezing him in his tracks. His brain instantly goes into overdrive, rewinding the whole run, slashing the goblin mobs, assassinating the boss, tanking the ogres, the backup dropping in, torching the woods, and wiping the stealth units. Every single objective is crossed off. So why the hell hasn't the stage ended? Before he can even process the glitch, a blaring red pop-up flashes with the words, "Now loading." Suddenly, the whole world just hits pause. He is literally the only one not frozen. Pure panic spikes in his chest as he frantically scans the battlefield, right when another text box just blinking the word, "recovering." He is completely left in the dark here. Then, the ultimate doom message pops up, warning him that the system suffered a fatal error and he has been completely disconnected. He whips his head around, seeing his entire team turned into literal statues. While he is spiraling trying to figure this out, a creepy new prompt commands him to look behind him. His pulse goes into overdrive as he spins around. Way out in the distance, looming like a nightmare, is that exact same level 999 entity that glared at him right before he got dragged into this hellscape. Our boy instantly recognizes that silhouette. Catching just half of its shadowed face back then had chilled him to the bone, and that sheer terror is choking him all over again. He spits out a bitter curse. Back in his glory days, he bulldozed through the 88th floor, running a god-tier squad of 6-star legends. He was literally ranked 5th on the global leaderboards. Pick Me Up is notoriously known as a massive, pay-to-win gacha trap, fueled by pure RN. You can ping basic commands to your units, but you absolutely cannot micromanage their combat style. But honestly, blind luck is not the only factor here. If a player is genuinely cracked, they can totally outplay trash pulls. Snapping back to reality, he locks eyes with the shadow entity, rocking a level cap that is completely impossible to hit unless you are a mythic 7-star unit. Right as he opens his mouth to speak, he spots something way more unhinged. Lurking behind the Colossus is a second shadow, a pitch-black humanoid flexing a floating player tag, Dark Disciple, level 15. The disciple stares dead into his soul, clearly ignoring the frozen time, and chillingly promises that he will be waiting for him. Han is completely paralyzed. His brain just short-circuits trying to decode that cryptic threat. In a flash, both the Titan and the disciple glitch out of existence, leaving 0 clues behind. Suddenly, reality starts rebooting, like shattered pixels snapping right back into place. A fresh prompt pops up, casually dropping an apology for the server lag. Instantly, the archer girl unfreezes. She turns to him, asking what just went down, and why he looks like he literally just saw a ghost. Before she can even get another word in, he barks an order. Sprint back to the stronghold, right now. The squad jumps at his intense energy, but he aggressively pushes them to haul fast, knowing deep down this raid is far from over. As they ride out, he cannot get that dark disciple out of his head. An entity like that never spawns on these starter floors, and its aura was straight up lethal. Just that detail alone. Yeah, that alone is the ultimate green light to just bolt before things get ugly. But out of nowhere, the pale fingers of a fallen soldier snap into a violent twitch. A guard standing close by catches the weird movement, completely dumbfounded. Right before his eyes, the lifeless corpse begins warping. Like a toxic parasite, is hijacking his rotting flesh, mutating him into an absolute nightmare. The guy next to him absolutely loses his mind. But way before he can even blink, the zombified freak lunges forward and right then, the slaughtered goblins littering the battlefield start twitching. One by one, their mangled corpses morph into the exact same nightmarish breed of monster. The blonde dude just stares, absolutely losing his mind. He screams in pure panic, completely clueless about what kind of horrific nightmare is unfolding. Our hero barks at him to keep his eyes forward and haul ass back the way they came. It is too late anyway. Every single corpse around them has already scrambled back to their feet as a bloodthirsty beast. A system alert flashes right in his vision, dropping a terrifying stat. There are currently 2,436 walking dead swarming the battlefield. Sprinting through the madness, our boy's mind flashes back to the Dark Disciple. This is its signature move. Once the right conditions are triggered, that twisted freak can literally resurrect the dead and mutate them into mindless zombies. And these rotting freaks will not stop until their skulls are completely crushed. A clean headshot is the only way to put them down for good. Up inside the stronghold, the girl spots their crew charging towards safety and frantically screams at the guards to drop the gates. The heavy wooden doors swing wide, letting the riders storm in. But our guy hits the brakes right at the threshold. He yanks the mage girl right off the saddle, shoving her straight into Jenna's arms. He locks eyes with her, barking a strict order to keep the mage safe and defend the goddess right alongside the dark-haired girl. Without missing a beat, he announces he is heading right back out into the meat grinder. He demands they lock the gates tight and do not open them until he returns. His squad begs him not to do this. They are practically crying, demanding to know how the hell he plans to survive out there, or where he is even going. Cutting through the panic, our hero glares at Aaron and drops a cold, hard question. Does he want to survive, or does he want to end up as monster? That brutal reality check snaps the guy right out of his hysteria. He gulps, desperately admitting he wants to live. He wants to make it out of this hellhole safely by his side. The girl's voice trembles as she asks if he is really going to make it back alive. Our boy just flashes a confident grin, swears he will, and spins around. The massive iron barricades slam shut behind him, leaving our guy totally isolated in the wasteland. The absolute second those walking corpses lock onto his scent, they swarm forward in a savage, wild frenzy. The stench makes his stomach churn, but he is not sweating it. The game plan is dead simple. Butcher them, one at a time. He immediately launches himself into the bloodbath, brutally slicing down every rotting freak that steps into his zone. He knows getting swarmed by all of them at once would be an instant game over. But as long as these brainless mobs trickle in a few at a time, he can hold the line. Suddenly, a massive, bulging arm bursts into view. It is a terrifying, undead ogre. The absolute unit stomps up to the stronghold and starts violently bashing its tree-trunk fists against the city door. Our boy lets out a frustrated groan. Seriously? Even this hulking beast got a respawn. He instantly knows those barricades are going to splinter into pieces in no time. Before he can even swing his blade, a pack of mutated undead wolves ambushes him from behind. The rabid hounds sprint straight for his horse, their rotting jaws inches away from snapping its lips. But right before those fangs sink into flesh, 2 arrows whistle through the air, piercing straight through the hound's skulls. The beasts instantly Jenna was the sniper, clutching up to protect his blind spot. Glancing over his shoulder, a massive wave of relief hits him knowing she is on overwatch. Meanwhile, inside the walls, the panicked guards listen to the deafening thud against the barricade. Seconds later, the heavy outer gates explode into splinters. Guards shriek in pure terror as colossal ogres and an endless tsunami of zombies flood the streets. Absolute pandemonium breaks out as everyone scrambles frantically to escape the slaughter. Hearing the crash, our hero realizes the first line of defense just crumbled way faster than he calculated. If he is going to pull off a miracle and stop this massacre, he absolutely needs to hunt down and assassinate the Dark Disciple right now. He is dead certain that twisted freak vanished into the blazing forest, deliberately waiting for him to take the bait. Honestly, whatever sick game the boss is playing, my guy is not about to let him walk away with a win. He already figured out the exact AI of these rotting grunts. They are only programmed to do 2 things. First, blindly charge at any living, breathing human they lock eyes with. Or second, tear down the goddess statue by any means necessary. Sure, their actual combat mechanics are super clunky now, but their raw, feral bloodlust is completely off the charts. Plus, dealing with an infinite respawn glitch is incredibly annoying. As our protagonist relentlessly slices his way through the mob, his thoughts drift to the dark-haired girl. She has honestly blown his expectations completely out of the water. So far, she has been flawlessly executing her role, herding the surviving guards and helpless civilians safely behind the second layer of walls. He is heavily banking on her to hold the line around that goddess statue, just long enough for him to clutch up his end of the mission. The perimeter is already totally compromised, but considering his squad survived the insane difficulty of the 5th floor, they should easily be able to construct an unbreakable choke point right at the inner gates and keep the monument completely untouched. Back in the settlement, pure panic is spreading like a virus. Not every civilian was fast enough to outrun the swarm. Dozens of stragglers are left totally exposed outside the safe zone, screaming their lungs out and sobbing for someone to save them. The heavy iron barricade as the monstrous horde instantly pounces, tearing the poor souls to absolute shreds. Meanwhile, deep inside the blazing woods, our hero forces himself. He repeats to himself that whatever massacre is going down inside those walls is no longer his problem. The single, absolute is how insanely fast he can speedrun a boss fight against the Dark Disciple. Trudging straight through the inferno, a system chime pops up. His flame resistance skill just leveled up to 2, letting him shrug off the intense heat and push deeper. But even the charred, crispy goblins have respawned, launching themselves at him right out of the flames. Without flinching, he brutally slashes them apart with his dagger. Reaching the absolute edge of the map, he quickly chugs a health potion to top up his HP bar. He halts in his tracks, daring the boss to step out. At first, the environment stays dead silent, but then, system pop-ups start flooding his vision. Edith's squad takes a massive mental hit. One of her teammates completely crashes out, their stats instantly dropping by 50%. Another system alert flashes. His own squad's fifth member is totally paralyzed by fear, taking a brutal 30% stat penalty. Seconds later, a grim notification confirms that the first teammate has been fully wiped from the map. Then, another alert pops, warning that Edith is taking critical damage, her HP bar melting away into the red. Our main guy processes all this in dead silence, even as he tracks a sinister presence shifting nearby. Out of nowhere, a bolt of dark energy blasts straight at him from the blazing inferno. Reflexes kicking in, he throws up his shield. But the shadow magic totally bypasses his defense, dealing a devastating blow straight to his shoulder. Normally, the Dark Disciple isn't built for heavy brawling, but catching him on such an early stage makes him an absolute menace. A barrage of dark blasts rains down. Realizing knowing standard defenses won't save him against this insane magic, he pushes his agility to the absolute limit, desperately swinging his blade to parry the incoming blasts. But the sheer volume is too much, and a few hits manage to tag him every single time. Soon enough, his other shoulder takes a brutal hit. If he didn't have his defensive passives, his run would definitely be over right here. A fresh system warning blinks on screen. He's officially caught a critical status effect, and his health bar is thick ash from the blazing woods fills his lungs, choking off his air supply. His vision starts getting blurry, and the terrifying thought hits him. He might actually black out and lose his account before he can defeat this boss. Right in the middle of this panic, a creepy voice echoes out, demanding a little chat. He instantly pivots toward the sound, asking what this shadow freak actually wants. The entity smirks, noting that our guy hits way differently than the rest. But before it can even finish yapping, Bro yeets his sword straight at the source. The heavy blade carves right through the roaring fire and solidly connects with its target. A counterattack instantly snaps back at him. Right before impact, he fully activates his berserk state. Completely blinded by rage, he rushes the enemy head-on. During the clash, he takes a massive blow that completely wrecks his arm. Even with the mind-numbing pain, he literally forces himself forward, jaw totally locked. You can see the pure agony ripping through his expressions. But he absolutely refuses to fold. He tightly grips a dagger in his good hand, and the second he closes the gap, the boss unloads a point-blank barrage of dark blasts that totally riddle his body. Yet, my guy just eats the damage and keeps pushing, landing a devastating critical strike right on the enemy's weak spot. He goes full savage, landing hit after hit like an absolute beast, while the target puts up a desperate, totally pathetic attempt to. Bro literally does not chill until the boss stops moving and completely fades out. Only after the dust settles does his berserk status finally wear off. His character model is absolutely battered, taking severe internal damage with his HP barely holding. Even with his health sitting at 1%, what really triggers his anxiety is the total lack of a stage-clear pop-up. A dark thought crosses his mind. Did the squad actually fail? He slowly shuts his eyes, leaning against a tree and bracing for a game over. Right as another hero back in the main hub gets completely wiped out. Catching the system alert, he mutters a curse, realizing this entire raid is turning into a massive disaster. First off, he was forced to abandon the city just to lure out this boss. And now, after literally sacrificing everything to secure the win, it looks like his run is ending anyway. Back in the city limits, the chaotic brawl is still going crazy. Jenna is totally drained. Aaron's muscles are giving out after spamming his spear attacks non-stop. Yolka's mana bar is completely empty, leaving her on the verge of collapsing. The extra recruits from both squads have already been taken out of the picture. Only Dika is still putting up a desperate resistance. Just when it feels like a total squad wipe is guaranteed, the giant goddess statue in the plaza starts doing something crazy. A dim aura explodes into an intense, neon blue shockwave, instantly stretching out toward our main guy. His character model starts turning into digital fragments, glitching out as the system finally locks in. The stage, clear. The entire party gets hit with a massive wave of experience points, leveling up on the spot, while the ruined battlefield literally dissolves into floating code, cementing their massive victory. And obviously, our boy takes the MVP crown. Just seconds later, a fresh system alert pings the screen, letting the squad leader know that their units can finally be upgraded from a 1-star tier straight to a 2-star rank, using those shiny promotion materials. On top of that, the adventure dungeon is officially unlocked, and their base camp renames itself to Townia. They lost one recruit from each team, but the core members managed to survive the raid. Fast forward to the next morning, our guy slowly blinks awake, totally shocked that his account wasn't wiped. Later on in the mess hall, Aaron is zoning out super hard. The hero slides over and asks why he's looking so incredibly tilted. The blonde dude confesses he's having a total existential crisis about their mission, especially after the swarm raided the hub while they were gone. Our boy quickly steps in to chill him out, reminding him that some collateral damage with the NPCs was totally scripted. Aaron finally heads off to log some sleep, flashing a faint smile and promising he'll reset his mental by tomorrow. Our MC tracks his exit, catching the raw exhaustion practically radiating off the guy. Dropping onto a nearby seat, he takes a cut over to the mess hall, and the vibe is totally different, pure hype. The archer girl is low-key losing her mind over the massive feast spread out on the table, wondering what the occasion is for this top-tier buffet. Chloe, the head chef, flexes that our boys specifically requested a banger meal, using whatever stash they had left. The archer dives in, devouring every bite as a wave of much-needed comfort washes over. Scanning the room, the MC catches the shift. The heavy, suffocating dread clinging to the squad has finally melted away. Behind the screen, their master boots up the game, instantly spotting that our boy is locked and loaded for a tier up. A brand new ascension chamber gets constructed on the spot, stacking right above the synthesis room. The exact loot needed to trigger his evolution spawns into the UI. 3 basic shards smashed together, forging an ultra-rare ascension core. The master slams the confirm button, and the gem materializes with a massive shockwave of crackling aura. The system fairy drops the glowing core straight into his hands, hyping him up that he is finally breaking out of the 1-star trash tier to hit 2 stars. She even gaslights him a bit, claiming he could totally hit the legendary 7-star rank one day. He calls cap on that instantly. His mind flashes back to Cyrus, his absolute main unit back in the day, who remained hard stuck below 7 stars no matter how much he grinded. He realizes there has got to be some insane hidden prerequisite he is still blind to. Stepping up, he approaches the master. The game mechanics dictate that once the materials get dumped in, the unit just pops out upgraded. The master gets a total blackout screen, no peeking inside the vault. Our guy walks straight up to the pedestal and slams the glowing core right into its socket. The gem ignites. Bizarre, ancient runes start etching themselves across the walls. A blinding magic circle explodes across the floor, blasting a pillar of pure, white-hot light that forces him to shield his eyes. When his vision finally clears, dead silence. Then, a whisper cuts through the void. A woman is chilling in a chair, cradling a kid. Our boy's heart drops, and his hand instantly flies to his hilt, barking out to ask who the hell she is. But a thick, invisible force field completely blocks his rush. He squints, trying to calculate whose kid that is, because this trial is supposed to play back his own memories, and he definitely never had a family. Peering closer at the toddler's face, the realization hits like a truck. It is Han Islat, the NPC who was actually supposed to get summoned, sharing the exact same name as him. A brutal system glitch, and now he is trapped in this hellish game. Refusing to entertain this mind game, our boy bails from the chamber. He suddenly drops into a dead-empty lobby, with the portal to the waiting zone looming right at his back. The massive iron doors grind open, and the fairy struts out, gesturing for him to step up. Catching that her avatar looks way tinier than usual, he asks if she seriously wants him to walk into that. Dead ahead stands a terrifying dungeon gate, flashing with an absolute nightmare difficulty warning. His instincts scream that this zone is a straight-up death trap. But before he can even brace himself, the gate violently rips itself open, vomiting neon red hazard signs across his vision. He gets forcefully warped inside, and a massive fear debuff instantly nukes his stats by 30%. The gravity in the room cranks up to crushing levels. He slams his blade into the dirt just to keep himself from collapsing, grinding his teeth as his bones Flipping the switch, he goes full berserk mode, forcibly icing out his panic to shrug off the suffocating weight. After a grueling minute, the insane pressure dissolves into nothing. He gasps for air, lungs burning, only to lock eyes with the exact same level 999 monstrosity from before. The beast casually drops a, "We meet again." Our guy instantly raises his blade, clocking that this overpowered raid boss is the one yanking his strings. He knows a head-on clash is actual suicide. Its level is literally off the charts. The boss taunts him, basically begging him to throw just one punch. But our boy completely shuts it down, demanding to be sent back if this is just a waste of time. The beast actually claps at his ice-cold composure, smirking that if he had given in to the rage and attacked, he would have been instantly deleted. A splitting migraine hammers his skull as his body tries to reboot. He seriously wonders, does every single unit go through this absolute torture for a tear-up? The monster closes the gap, whispering that he is an exception. This hellscape? A VIP experience strictly handcrafted for the undisputed top ranker of the pick-me-up server. Its massive body begins to morph, melting down into the silhouette of a human girl. Bro is left totally shell-shocked. She is a dead ringer for the system fairy. She opens her mouth to drop her intro, but he viciously cuts her off, spitting out that he already knows she is a witch. She pouts, calling him out for the disrespect, and casually drops the bomb that the fairy is just one of her millions of clone avatars. Flicking her wrist, she tosses a calling card at his feet. He does not even try to decipher the scrambled text on it. He just crushes it in his fist, glaring daggers as he asks if she thinks this is a joke. She just flashes a toxic smile, brushing it off by saying she rolls with a bunch of different aliases, depending on the vibe. But our MC gives zero cares about her lore dump, barking out the only question that matters. Did she drag him into this hell? She puts her hands up, telling him to chill with the hate, confessing she was just as totally caught off guard by his spawn. The whole isekai accident was a massive bug, not a feature. Our boy is not having it, fiercely demanding she reverse the summon right now, if she values her life. The witch just laughs, warning him that he is way too cocky for a one-star scrub with stats that low. Looking her dead in the eye, he makes a chilling promise. Give him a little more time, and the roles are going to completely flip, and he's going to be the one pulling the strings. Hearing that bold claim, the girl smirks, hinting it might just be easier to end his run right here, right now. Stomping her foot, she summons a crackling spear of dark energy, launching it at his chest faster than a bullet. There's zero time to dodge. The shadowy blade slams into his chest, shattering his armor before halting mere inches from his vitals. He shoots her a lethal glare, but she just applauds his nerve, casually dropping that she could have easily skewered his heart like a kebab. A single snap of her fingers, and the weapon vanishes into thin air. He drops his guard just a fraction, demanding to know what her actual endgame is. She's had a million openings to wipe him out, yet here he is. Dragging him to this dimension instead of flat-out ending him? Yeah, she definitely needs a favor. Pushing herself up, the girl shrugs off the tension. I don't want much, she claims. Just a little chat. Suddenly, her entire vibe shifts, mimicking that annoying fairy perfectly. She drops a massive bombshell. She knows he's the world's number 5 ranker, the legendary Master Loki, and apparently, she's a She confesses to binge-watching his gameplay thousands of times, absolutely mesmerized by his insane mechanics. Back at her HQ, Niflheimer is the absolute standard. Everyone searches his username first, making it impossible for a top-tier gamer like him to fly under the radar. But the fangirling stops there. Her tone drops, revealing she's here to expose the brutal reality of this universe. Let me ask you something, she starts. Do you even care about the lore? He stays completely silent, caught off guard. She chuckles, pointing out that 99% of players just skip the cutscenes. They only care about the grind, the meta, the combat. And honestly, she totally gets it. The lore of Pick Me Up is painfully mid. There's barely any solid world building. Casuals don't even bother looking up the top-ranked masters, because, at the end of the day, the storyline just doesn't matter. Snap! The entire landscape shifts around them in an instant. She forces him to look, asking if this wasteland sparks any memories. He tries to shut her down, but she isn't taking no. "Welcome to the Townia continent," she announces, pointing at the crumbling skyline. "This is what remains of Nelsa." It's the exact same hub he explored back on floor 10, but now, the scenery flashes again and again. Silkia, Kaya, Adela, Fionia, Median, every single zone, utterly glassed. These obliterated cities all belong to Townia. The exact same name serving as his personal game lobby. She shoots him a dark look. "You really think your precious Niflheimer is safe from this?" she taunts. Newsflash, almost every server ends up as a graveyard. The stats are terrifying. Roughly 100 million worlds have already been permanently deleted inside this twisted system. According to a prophetic script, this universe is doomed to a tragic finale. Every single soul dragged into this game is basically on death row. No matter how insane the grind, the heroes always get wiped. That's exactly why they need an anomaly, a top-tier player from the real world, to break the cycle. Her ultimate goal? She wants him to grab the narrative by the throat and rewrite this universe's tragic ending. Because when things go completely sideways, only higher-dimensional beings, players like him, can see the Matrix and flip the script. This is the true, terrifying reason the pick-me-up system was even coded. The puzzle pieces finally click in his brain, and a dark smirk creeps onto his face. "I honestly thought you had some insane plot twist lined up," he scoffs, demanding to know why she's suddenly spilling all her secrets. Reaching out a hand, she proposes an alliance. But before she even blinks, bam! He buries a dagger straight into her face. He isn't buying a single word of her sob story. To him, it's all pure manipulation. Her avatar instantly glitches, digital fragments shattering as crimson drips down her cheek. Yet, she doesn't even flinch. Smiling through the gore, she just wants a straightforward yes or no. But instead of playing her game, he completely snaps. "You drag me into this hellhole, torture me for fun, and now you want to team up?" He spits. It's a hard pass. He tells her straight up, if she's going to execute him, she better do it now. But he guarantees he's taking a pound of flesh before he goes down. Casually yanking the blade from her skull, she scolds him for being so rough. His killing intent is absolutely suffocating, but logic kicks in. Rocking pathetic 1-star, level 10 stats, he's basically a walking target. He needs way more experience points to even scratch her. Cutting the conversation dead, he demands to be teleported back to the lobby. Pouting, the girl sighs heavily. Out of the entire global player base, he is the one she's betting all her chips on. Even the top 4 leaderboard giants are completely cooked compared to his raw skill. To prove her point, she flashes a glowing system prompt, hovering in the air. It reads, "Master, trust the bond with the hero." But out of 100 million logged-in masters, he's the only absolute madman who actually took that advice to heart. Boom. The dimension warps again, bathing everything in a sickly yellow hue. A bizarre battlefield materializes, giving off massive Stage 1 vibes. But this isn't the tutorial. It's floor 80, the absolute meat grinder he dragged his squad through 6 months ago. A hellscape so brutal, only 5 players in the world ever cleared it, and he was one of those legends. That specific raid? It was a total nightmare, pushing his account way past its breaking point. The memories of that mental torture flood back, and he aggressively demands to know why she's forcing him to relive this. Snapping 2 luxury chairs into existence, the girl just grins, gesturing for him to sit back and watch the show. He stubbornly plants his feet, refusing to budge, but she relentlessly insists. Teasing an epic spectacle, she promises him a front-row seat to the madness. Defeated, he finally slumps into the chair while she keeps running her mouth. She leans in, asking how it feels to finally witness this brutal reality in the flesh, rather than just staring through a glowing screen. Let's be real, even now, clueless players are just stumbling in the dark, completely oblivious to the hidden mechanics of each level. Pick Me Up isn't your average gacha. It's a brutal meat grinder where every single zone brings a wild difficulty spike, and beating the exact same stage boils down to pure, chaotic RNG. One run might be a total breeze, while the next is a straight-up death trap. But since our guy already crushed this nightmare, he knows exactly how to dismantle it. He narrows his eyes, wondering what kind of mind game she's playing. A tiny fairy floats over with a drink, while the girl just smirks, telling him to sit back. Flashbacks of his past run hit him hard. After dominating the 79th floor, his ego got the better of him, and he blindly rushed straight into floor. The result? An absolute massacre that wiped out more than half his squad. If he had to sum up that floor in a single word, it was pure hell. It's a ruthless wasteland where breathing, living creatures are basically just waiting to die. The entire zone is absolutely crawling, with an endless swarm of overpowered. We're talking 2,755, level 113 fragments of chaos, 3,164, level 108 fragments of despair, and 2,348, level 121, fragments of greed. The sheer, suffocating volume of these cosmic horrors turns the 80th floor into a guaranteed slaughterhouse. Here's the insane twist. In Pick Me Up, every single account gets slapped with a hidden difficulty multiplier, completely rigging the summoning odds based on the player. This jaw-dropping reveal hits our guy like a truck. Smirking, she asks if he ever stopped to wonder why a 5-star unit never dropped for him. Pulling absolutely 0 7-star legends wasn't just some crazy fluke, and it definitely wasn't a skill issue or trash luck. The brutal truth? His legendary Niflheim account was completely drained. There was literally no one left in the pool to pull. Suddenly, the monster waves monstrous level 322 crystals of chaos and towering level 315 crystals of despair crash onto the battlefield. They are flanked by terrifying level 311 crystals of greed. The girl coldly adds that the brutal scaling of every stage is permanently tied to the player's account. The game developers actually flagged his starting continent as a massive S-rank threat, actively making his playthrough a literal nightmare from day one. Despite the game being violently rigged against him, he still clawed his way to the 88th floor, an absolutely mind-blowing flex. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash erupts. As the dust clears, 5 iconic silhouettes materialize, his undisputed top 5 champions, dropping into the war zone together. They stand shoulder to shoulder, radiating pure aura. The demonic swarm charges, but suddenly, time completely freezes as a glowing system notification pops up in mid-air. The holographic text reveals that a massive tactical buff just kicked in, heavily amplified by an exclusive commander skill. A rapid barrage of pop-ups confirms an unseen mastermind is locked onto the minimap, aggressively micromanaging the entire war. He stares in awe as the sky screen replays his exact god-tier macro strategies, showing precisely how the girl actually gives him props, admitting his gigabrain move to lock down the support structures before engaging was ridiculously smart. She whispers for him to pay close attention to how his squad truly views him. Down below, the elite units huddle around a glowing tactical map. After reviewing the masterfully laid out battle plan, the team is absolutely hyped. Their squad captain fiercely declares that failure is simply not an option. As the massive survival timer starts ticking down, we get a hype reel showcasing each of these absolute 6-star units. We've got the deadly King's Eyes, Yurneth, and the absolute powerhouse, King's Flames, Sirius, the heavy hitter of the group. With weapons drawn, the raid officially begins. Without a single ounce of hesitation, his squad dives headfirst into the chaotic meat grinder. Chuckling, the girl admits she's blown away by their blind, absolute. Outside of mythic 7-star drops, these guys are literally the most broken units on the entire server. Frowning, our guy questions why she's even hyping this up. She drops a harsh truth. Raw mechanics don't mean jack when managing a roster. The only thing that truly matters is earning their die-hard loyalty. Usually, as characters get dragged up through this brutal tower, they start heavily questioning the person pulling the strings. But he is built completely different from those toxic players. Back in his main lobby, every single character bows to him with the utmost reverence, treating him like an absolute god king. She reveals a heartbreaking truth. Even right this second, his abandoned Niflheim squad is still frantically tearing the game apart, desperately. She locks eyes with him, asking, Who else in this entire godforsaken game has NPCs that would literally defy the system? His tactical approach wasn't just insanely unorthodox, it was surgical. Even an omnipotent admin like her couldn't replicate his flawless gameplay. The craziest part? He straight up ignored the synthesis chamber, a feature that literally every other top-tier whale heavily relies on to survive. To force compliance, those toxic masters literally feed their weaker units to the stronger ones. Step out of line, you get brutally punished or instantly melted down for XP. Meanwhile, our boy built his empire without a single high-tier carry. Not even the absolute highest rarity unit he ever naturally pulled was just a basic force. The internet clowned his account, spamming his comments to just delete the game, but he brushed it off. Honestly, his entire life was a massive glitch of unfairness and constant discrimination, forcing him to build a thick skin against the haters. A raw flashback hits, taking us back to his childhood, showing him shivering alone in the freezing cold, just staring at some random kid laughing with his dad. A warm, core memory he literally never got to experience. Snapping back, he casually mentions that sure, he used the synthesis chamber, but barely touched the thing. Hearing this flex, the mysterious girl drops a truth bomb. Most masters spam that feature every couple of days, treating their heroes like cheap plastic toys to be trashed the second they get bored. But our boy? He always showed his squad massive respect. Seeing their hidden potential, he hooked them up with serious rewards whenever they popped off, and only handed out temporary timeouts when they fumbled the bag. The girl locks eyes with him, throwing total side-eye, and asks if he secretly knew this whole time that the digital heroes inside this game were actually living, breathing humans. Because honestly, his goated playstyle makes zero sense unless he already cracked the code. Shrugging it off, that the NPCs in this game definitely felt way too realistic. Every single hero threw a totally unique reaction, even when hit with the exact same command. He raises an eyebrow, wondering if that was her whole point for dragging him here. The girl nods, catching a vibe, and whispers that it is a massive shame. They could not link up back on Earth. He flashes a cold, menacing smirk. He straight up tells her that if she had crashed his reality to chat face to face, he would have permanently planted her 6 feet under right then and there. Bro makes it crystal clear. The endless drama of Niflheim and those random towns, not his circus, not his... He belongs to Earth. Dodging any kind of responsibility for this mess, he turns his back to dip out. But the girl issues a chilling warning. She claims his loyal squad would be totally crushed hearing that, but 0 out of 10. He does not care. Our guy already knows the absolute truth. If she desperately wanted him to scale this tower, she never would have dragged him into this dimension in the first place. He barely took an L until the 88th floor. He was inches away from the 90th floor, where the #1 ranker was chilling. Cutting the BS, he firmly states he is absolutely not teaming up, demanding she vanish before he snaps. Unbothered, she demands he drag himself up to her specific floor, promising to put up with his toxic attitude until then. Completely ignoring her yapping, he flips the script, demanding answers about the Dark Disciple. He wants to know if she pulled the strings behind the freak he clashed with. Down on the 10th floor. With a cryptic smirk, she owns up to it, swearing on her life that once he clears the 15th floor, she will stay completely out of his lane. But the account rolled by his current master is totally rigged with insane challenges. We are talking a brutal difficulty spike matching his legendary Niflheimar account, easily hitting that S-tier rank. She drops a harsh reality check. Sure, he is a generational talent, but his master might literally rage quit the game. However, if he forms an alliance with her, she guarantees to keep his master locked in. She even promises the ultimate prize, hit the very peak of the tower, and she will personally teleport him back to his own couch on Earth. On top of that, a 50-50 split of every single dime she drains from the game's parent company, instantly turning him into the richest player alive. She slides an invisible contract onto the table. But our MC, he just wants this chick out of his face. His internal monologue is screaming that. Despite her massive promises of insane loot and a golden ticket home, she is completely acting sus. Feeling his hostile energy, she begs to know why he despises her so much. But before she can spit out another word, my man casually whips out a second blade and violently drives it straight into her digital skull, piercing right through her avatar. Ice in his veins, he reminds himself he does not need a single handout from her. He is going to solo this entire tower, rip the truth from the shadows himself, and force his way back home using pure, raw power. That brutal strike, that is his final answer to her little interview. Digital pixels furiously shatter around her fading form, yet she insanely praises his ruthless drive. Brushing off the fatal hit, she grants him a free pass, firing up her magic to reveal the ultra-dark, unfiltered lore hiding behind this twisted game. Out of thin air, a colossal cinematic gate materializes, groaning as it slowly boom. The camera pans out to Townia, a gorgeous paradise bursting with peaceful citizens, multiple unique races just straight up vibing in perfect harmony. Until out of nowhere, shadowy invaders crash the party with unholy magic, wiping the map completely clean. The entire continent takes a massive L. The girl chimes in, explaining that pick-me-up is an absolute nightmare, because players are forced to clutch a victory in a world that already caught a game over. But hold up, a tiny spark of hope still breathes. Heartbreaking flash-forwards pop up, showing Jenna wandering a dense forest alongside her dad, Aaron fiercely guarding his little sister, and countless others just desperately trying to survive their daily lives. The girl preaches that the ultimate win condition relies purely on loyal heroes standing shoulder to shoulder with their master. Their breathing reality, and the literal survival of this doomed universe, rests entirely on his shoulders. Doubling down, she reminds him that the destiny of this broken world is literally sitting right in his palms, begging to know if he has the guts to conquer the tower. He just stares, deadpan, thinking this sounds like absolute cap. Desperate, she straight up pleads with him to climb, revealing that a massive roster of trapped souls is desperately waiting for him up in the penthouse levels. But bro just rolls his eyes, telling her to kindly screw off. And just like that, her voice vanishes into the void. Suddenly, a wild system notification pops up, hyping him up for officially ranking up to a 2-star hero. He stands frozen in the silence, seriously questioning if that fever dream is finally over. Pushing open the promotion chamber doors, he steps out to find the blonde dude just chilling in the hallway. The guy playfully grills him on what took so ridiculously long. Our MC casually brushes it off as a simple promotion run, teasing that the blonde guy will taste that grind soon enough. But internally, he is deep in thought, haunted by the tragic life of Aaron and that lingering image of his little sister. He totally gets why returning home is the ultimate goal now. Our guy heads back to his dorm, locking in on his mission. He is going to conquer this brutal tower and make it back to his reality. However, a major shift just went down. That psycho girl completely wrecked his vibe. He goes dead serious, swearing he is going to make her pay for the absolute hell she dragged him through. The following morning, a pop-up hits the master's screen, claiming the server crashed mid-match. Low-tier masters apparently suffered the exact same glitch, prompting the devs to drop a massive apology post. But our guy already knows the real truth behind the lag. It was all caused by that psycho girl and the Dark Disciple. The master scores 500 gems, 50,000 gold coins, and a bunch of other loot as payback, plus 3 full days of VIP dungeon access. Meanwhile, the fairy is hyping up his recent rank up, but catches on to his deadpan expression. He drops the bomb that he actually met her original counterpart, leaving her completely clueless. He breaks it down, revealing the original is the co-CEO of Mobius, the massive corporation behind this twisted game. This sends her spiraling, freaking out over whatever got leaked. Our hero quickly steps in, promising he won't hold it against her, swearing their deal remains locked in. He is still going to shred through this tower for her, and she just has to back him up whenever things get rough. The fairy instantly nods in agreement. To celebrate, she slides him a shiny gift card, explaining it is a direct flex from the master, giving him a blank check to buy literally anything. In this universe, gifts are massive status symbols. He glances at the limit, a solid 10,000 gold, proving the master is finally realizing his true potential. But in a savage twist, he shoves the card right back, completely rejecting the flex. A rejection pop-up hits the fairy's screen, and she literally shrieks in pure frustration. She frantically lists off all the top-tier gear, gourmet food, and epic room skins he could snag. But he just brushes her off, saying it is all worthless. You cannot buy genuine power with a measly 10,000 gold. He turns his back and walks off, leaving the premium item behind. Refusing to quit, the fairy trails behind him, shoving a heavy warhorse statue into his hands, that the master just impulsively using that exact gift card. Bro literally chucks it into the dirt, snapping that if the master wants to play sugar daddy, he better spoil the entire squad. Not just him, because obvious favoritism destroys team morale. The expensive statue shatters into 1,000,000 pieces, but he doesn't even flinch, since the junk offered 0 stat boosts anyway. Chilling on his bed, he reflects on how utterly clueless the master is about his actual playstyle. Back in his prime Niflheimar days, he memorized every single quirk of his units. He genuinely wonders what is going through his current master's head. Is he stunned, triggered, or just hopelessly confused? Shortly after, the squad gets a mandatory ping to queue up for the next gate. Our MC just wants to speedrun this, convinced their leader is making a massive tactical error. Coming fresh off the brutal 10th floor, the squad desperately needed downtime to recover their HP. The mage girl looks super irritated, demanding to know their next drop zone. He stays totally silent, mentally calculating that they are likely grinding the 8th or 9th floor, considering their health bars are way too low to survive the 11th floor right now. But the second those massive doors swing wide, his jaw drops. The crazy master actually queued them for floor 11. It suddenly clicks. This noob thinks the campaign is a total cakewalk. Classic rookie mistake, getting insanely overconfident. A blaring red warning pops up, counting down 10 seconds until warp. Gritting his teeth, Han barks at the squad to draw their weapons. He is fully convinced their master has lost his damn mind, throwing them into a high-tier dungeon, without grinding the lower levels first. Still, they are forced to tank the hit. Having such a brain-dead shot caller pulling the strings, our guy seriously starts questioning if he will ever survive long enough to see the peak. The 11th floor materializes, a chilling wasteland packed with ancient graves. The current objective? Wipe out 14 level 11 undead skeletons. The squad instantly falls into formation, shielding their squishy mage in the center. Han decides to table his rage toward their idiot boss for later, locking into pure combat mode. He charges the front line, absolutely obliterating a skeleton with a brutal shield bash. The harsh reality of this heavily RNG-based game is simple. If you pull overpowered units in the early game, you can effortlessly steamroll the beginning stages. But if your gacha luck is trash, you are basically doomed to suffer. With his teammates clashing against the bony horde in the background, he reflects on how his master lucked out by fusing a 4-star hero, sacrificing his reliable 3-star units in the process. The guy honestly wasn't plagued by bad luck, and really put in the sweat initially, but his ego inflated past floor 5. The dude got way too arrogant, constantly pushing them into lethal high-tier raids with 0 prep time. This clown genuinely thinks his genius tactics are carrying the team, but the brutal truth could not be further from that fantasy. The party finally wipes the entire map, and our boy rightfully claims the MVP title, having slaughtered the highest body count of undead. In a flash of light, they warp back to the lobby. His system interface pops up, glowing with a massive upgrade. He just hit level 11 and unlocked a fresh set of lethal skills. Needing answers, he calls out the little system fairy. It's interrogation time. She immediately puts her guard up, warning him that certain system secrets are strictly. Now, our guy already knows the deep lore from dealing with her true form, but he plays it cool, just asking for breadcrumbs. She groans, but finally caves. His first move? Demanding the girl's actual name, hinting straight at her true identity. The pixie freezes, before spilling that she rocks countless titles across different dimensions. Here, she goes by Tell. That hits him weird, because it proves she rocked a completely different identity back in Niflheimar. See, once a master smashes through the 10th floor, the game permanently brands their lobby. Right now, they're stuck in Townia, but his old legendary account, that was Niflheimer. His brain starts spinning, remembering the server's top dogs. Number 4 reigned from Ragansid, and number 3 ruled Ezekiel. But he shelves that lore dump for now, pivoting to a much heavier question, Mobius. And no, he makes it crystal clear he isn't talking about the dev company. The fairy literally gasps before revealing that Mobius is actually a massive galaxy packing endless realities. Suddenly, everything clicks for him. This totally explains why every single account rolls with wildly different quests, totally different heroes, and entirely separate dimensions. Every master is basically playing God in their own unique universe. Our boy connects, finally figuring out who that mysterious girl actually is. Next up, he hits the fairy with the million-dollar question. Is our master actually human? She nods, confirming that only humans can claim the master title. But he pushes harder, straight up asking if Tell pulled some shady stuff on the guy behind the screen. Hearing that, the pixie totally freaks out, promising to go snoop around before vanishing into thin air. Left in dead silence, he decides to kill his racing thoughts and just chill for a minute. A bit later, while he's catching his breath, Tell blinks back into existence, swearing up and down that their master is literally just some regular dude. He's skeptical, but buys it since she claims she checked with her own eyes. Cut to the training grounds. Dika is sweating bullets, throwing down against our hero. Our boy is absolutely styling on him, until an ambush comes flying from his blind spot. It's the old man, rushing in hard and swinging a wooden staff right at his skull. He bobs and weaves like a pro boxer, deflecting every strike, but the geezer goes totally relentless. Through all this chaos, his mind keeps drifting back to their player, stressing over how the guy's toxic, arrogant gameplay is going to get them all wiped. Boom, the kid jumps into the fray from the flank, forcing our guy to snap his shield up. But before he can even blink, the dark-haired girl materializes right behind him, catching him slipping. He twists to dodge, but the blade skims his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Yeah, our boy quickly realizes a 3-on-1 brawl is actually kind of brutal. Back in reality, the master's lethal arrogance seems like an early-stage infection. There's still a tiny window to cure his terrible habits. Right on cue, his squad jumps into the sparring ring, totally leveling the playing field. He calculates that the ultimate wake-up call for this cocky gamer would be losing his absolute favorite unit, which, ironically, is him. Post-workout, the system pings. The master just logged back in and is immediately dragging them to the portal. The archer girl is totally blindsided by the sudden summon to raid the 12th floor, and the blonde guy nods along, equally confused. Like, bruh, it hasn't even been 24 hours since they survived floor 11. The massive gate rumbles open, but our hero just stands there, freezing up. He snaps his fingers for the fairy, and coldly demands to know exactly which level the guy just queued up. Shaking, she confirms it's the 12th. Now, here's the crazy part about this game. The AI heroes actually have free will to speak up, and even reject insane commands. Flexing this hidden mechanic, he looks dead ahead and coldly states he is entirely sitting out floor 12. The fairy's jaw drops, as a massive red pop-up fires off to the player's screen, flagging his absolute defiance. She loses her mind, screaming at him to stop. Jenna stares at him like he grew 2 heads, mind blown that they could even say no. He breaks it down. Yeah, they can strike against the boss, but they gotta be ready to tank whatever brutal punishment drops from above. The pixel-sized guide begs him to back down, warning that this mutiny is basically a death wish. But he fires, stating that rushing floor 12 without resting is straight-up suicide anyway. She groans, knowing he's spitting facts, but still begs him to drop the rebellion. Our boy smirks, fully aware that the player is probably raging behind his screen right now, but he doubles down on his boycott. The mage girl asks what the heck the squad is supposed to do without their carry. He looks at her, dead serious, and says their fate is in their own hands. He won't hold them back. Barely a second passes before Aaron steps up to the plate, aggressively declaring he ain't moving an inch without his bro. Bam! Another strike notification slams the master's screen. Fed up, Jenna joins the boycott, triggering a massive third alert. Finally, Ioka crosses her arms and says, "Nope," firing off a fourth alarm that confirms Party 1 has gone full rogue. The system flashes a brutal warning, granting the player full permission to execute or torture the mutineers. The hero reads the death threat with ice in his veins, while the fairy is absolutely hyperventilating, crying that she didn't snitch on them. He just gives her a chill nod, completely unfazed by the impending storm. "So, what's our next move?" the archer girl murmurs. He just stands there, letting the heavy silence drag out for a second, before finally deciding they should just sit back and watch. He is honestly dying. Realizing Squad 1 just totally ghosted his commands, the master snaps and starts barking orders at Squad 2. The pixie summons them, and they instantly fall in line. But then the girl spots our guy's crew chilling on the sidelines and demands to know why they are slacking off. He straight up tells her they are refusing to drop into the dungeon. Her jaw practically hits the floor. She can't even process that level of rebellion. A bit later, he spills all the tea about the situation. Listening to his wild rundown, she immediately warns him that he is playing a seriously deadly game. He nods, fully owning up to it. Still stressed, she questions if he honestly believes the boss will just let this massive disrespect slide. Our main guy just shoots back. Would you really jump off a cliff just because he said so? He hits her with the cold, hard truth. Everyone is just scrapping to stay breathing, not blindly kissing the master's boots. That brutally honest reality check leaves her speechless. She wanders off to huddle up with her own team, leaving our boy to reflect that nobody here actually respects the guy in charge. They are just grinding to dodge the Grim Reaper. A few minutes pass, and Edith casually drops that her crew is heading in. They are all hungry for those level ups, but absolutely refuse to risk getting mashed into upgrade material like him. The squad regroups in the lobby, gearing up to conquer the next floor. Meanwhile, the archer slides up next to him, anxiously asking how this whole standoff is going to play out. He shrugs, admitting he is totally clueless. Right now, their entire future hangs entirely on whatever crazy move the boss pulls. Still, he warns them that if he ends up getting turned into upgrade fodder, they better start playing by the rules to avoid getting wiped out. Hearing that grim advice, his teammates firmly swear they will never let him bite the dust. A genuine smile breaks across his face, realizing just how tightly bonded his squad has actually become. Out of nowhere, a system ping flashes a critical update about 2 members of the second team. Seeing their HP in the red, it totally hits him. Floor 12 is way more brutal than he originally mapped out. A little while later, the surviving crew stumbles through the portal, looking absolutely wrecked and drained. When he casually asks for a status report, the girl locks eyes with him and desperately begs to know his secret to defying the boss. He smirks, tossing back that it's a piece of cake. Right on cue, a fresh alert pings on the master's screen, boldly displaying that Edith has officially gone on strike, completely locking down the second team. The pixie immediately starts low-key freaking out, realizing this whole rebellion is spiraling out of control. With both squads straight up boycotting the battles, the boss is completely locked out of dropping into any new zones. Despite the massive strike, our hero coolly declares they are still going to run their daily routines like normal. He plans to milk this downtime to stack up on healing pots and grind some easy experience points. Looking totally stressed, the pixie questions if he's seriously okay risking it all, since the boss might just rage quit the game entirely at this rate. He coldly brushes her off, stating that if the master can't handle a little pushback, they never stood a chance of clearing the tower anyway. Looking ahead, he is mentally prepared to be sacrificed for an upgrade, figuring it's a way better way to go out than getting shredded by dungeon creeps. Sure, axing him would definitely tank the rest of the crew's morale, but it would totally crush any future thoughts of mutiny. Then again, our guy highly doubts the boss has the brainpower to plot something that deep, leaving their survival hanging by a thread. The very next day, he squads up with his crew just like old times, diving straight into the daily dungeon to farm some elemental loot. The grind actually pays off, scoring them a sweet Tier 1 fire core. Not wasting a second, they jump right back into the training yard, where he successfully bumps his blade guard ability up to rank 6. Now, if he wants to max it out, he'll have to clash with some seriously heavy hitters. Off to the side, he assigns the mage girl to spam her telekinesis spells. Days bleed into one another, and their supreme leader is nowhere to be seen online. Right when the pixie starts thinking he permanently uninstalled, the big guy finally logs back onto the server. The dark-haired girl crosses her fingers, hoping he cooled off. But our hero isn't buying into that fairy tale. He bets the boss is going to burn through his premium currency to pull a fresh batch of paid recruits, building a brand new, obedient strike team from scratch. Predictably, the guy plays out the exact script our boy mapped, pulling 3 shiny, 3-star characters right out of the gacha. Catching the glow, Edith pulls the hero aside, suggesting they draft the rookies, figuring they could easily slot the noobs into their current lineups for a quick power. He shuts that idea down fast, boldly declaring those rookies aren't getting anywhere near their elite squads. Out in the courtyard, the fresh spawns are already at each other's throats. Some boomer named Tassir starts violently trash-talking the fiery redhead, Mazel. Mid-shouting match, they spot our guy casually strolling up. The third recruit, Stein, quickly bolts over, asking if he is one of the veteran players. He awkwardly introduces himself as a trainee knight, begging our boy to break up the intense brawl. Suddenly, Mazel cuts him off, completely roasting Stein as a useless, spoiled brat who only survived because of his daddy's money. That burn makes Stein totally snap, and he instantly jumps into the chaos. Watching the Royal Rumble, Edith just facepalms, wondering what is actually wrong with these. Our main dude knows that tight squad chemistry is literally everything, especially when you are trying to hold down a combat formation without getting stomped. Right before the rookies can literally murder each other, the pixie swoops in, screaming at them to drop their weapons. She lets them slide this time, but with a seriously deadly final warning. But the fiery-haired rogue outright rejects teaming up with those 2 scrubs. Pointing dead at our guy, she claims she'd way rather roll with his squad. The fairy quickly shoots her down, reminding her that summons don't make the rules, and the master holds their fate. Forced into a single squad completely against their will, they get shoved straight toward the dungeon gate. Our boy just turns his back and walks off, already knowing these fresh drops are entirely cooked. Give it a hot minute, and system pop-ups start flooding his vision. They're literally griefing their own teammates. The veteran collapses first, with the girl dropping right after. Mere seconds pass before the knight bites the dust, resulting in a massive, brutal party wipeout. Out of nowhere, the fairy bursts into his room, completely hyperventilating and sobbing. A chilling red text box flashes. The master is logging off and ditching the server. She's terrified the player is ghosting them, leaving this account to rot for good. If the boss stays offline for 6 months, the system wipes this entire reality. Spiraling even deeper into panic, she stammers out that the lobby crumbles without an active player, and she'll be permanently erased. Our guy smoothly talks her off the ledge, dropping facts. If their player was a quitter, they would have rage quit ages ago. Taking a deep breath, she actually absorbs that logic and decides to bank on his confidence. He then tilts his head, asking why she's sweating so hard. Would stalling the tower grind really kill her? To his absolute shock, the answer is yes. A stalled progression equals her execution. A heavy silence falls over him as it hits him. If he ghosts his own real-world account for 6 months, his beloved Niflheim is getting completely wiped out too. The clock is officially ticking. By sunrise, flashy system alerts reveal the player going on an absolute shopping spree. This whale drops 90,000 won, bagging 5,000 premium gems and 3 gift cards. Payment secured. Our guy just stares at the sky spam, passively absorbing the updates while grinding out reps. Following a massive wave of system pings, the summoning altar erupts into a blinding glow. Just like the last pull, 3 brand new 3-star units drop into the lobby. And honestly, their stats look completely mid. Han just smirks at the fresh meat, nudging his buddy to see if he wants to play drill sergeant. His friend violently shakes his head, noping right out. Meanwhile, the edgy newcomer with the tragic haircut marches up, sizing Han up and spitting threats, swearing he'll catch a beatdown if he doesn't move out of the way. Han deadpans, telling the guy he runs his mouth way too much. Without another syllable, the edgy dude wildly swings his blade, but our boy read him like an open book, and doesn't even flinch. Right as the steel grazes him, Han pivots and unloads a brutal combo straight to the guy's jaw, busting his lip wide open. Over in the background, the raven-haired girl just caves in another rookie's gut with a single jab, leaving him folded and screeching on the dirt. Han quickly pieces together the player's strategy, building a fresh squad, using these 3 cocky recruits, probably balancing them out with a couple of 1-star meat shields. Right on cue, the boss officially drafts the trio alongside 2 trash-tier units to form Party 3. Han casually lets go of Noken's collar, flashing a sarcastic that it was nice chatting with him, and mockingly apologizes for handing out a free tutorial on day 1. The system chimes as the waiting room unlocks, gearing up to launch this absolute mess of a team into the next stage. Hours later, the squad limps back from the portal, bruised but alive. Han silently notes they're actually a massive upgrade from the previous team that literally slaughtered each other. To top it off, the fairy drops a fat bag of 10,000 gold coins on the MVP. Fast forward a couple of days, and we catch our boy getting his cardio in alongside the magic caster. The fresh batch is already grinding XP, and she's stressing hard that they'll get benched. Overhearing this, the rookie leader snaps his neck around, glaring daggers at Han. Han locks eyes, completely unfazed, causing the kid to sweat bullets and instantly break eye contact before scuttling back to his crew. Han just tells the caster to chill and ignore them. As the weeks roll on, Team 3 actually starts finding their groove. They push through a handful of zones with 0 casualties. Looks like the boss's masterclass strategy is actually paying off. Kicking his boots up on a tavern table, a delusional Noken starts loudly flexing, insisting the player totally dumped Han's squad, which is exactly why they haven't caught a single quest drop lately. His ego is through the roof, claiming they'll easily outscale the veterans with a bit more grinding. Bro even schemes to poach the magic caster and permanently boot the garbage 1-star units from his own roster. In a massive stroke of bad luck for him, our boy is standing right there, casually slow clapping at his genius master plan. Hearing that familiar voice, Noken's soul leaves his body as he stammers out, asking what the hell Han is doing there. Our guy plays it totally cool, claiming he just swung by for a sip of water. He tells them to keep chatting, his voice trembling just enough to sell the act. The other dude defensively brushes it off, grumbling that the conversation is over and he's crashing for the night. Meanwhile, our protagonist quietly absorbs the entire scene, realizing this squad is completely fractured. 0 teamwork. They don't even treat their own 1-star recruits with a shred of human decency. But hey, as long as the master is satisfied, he's keeping his mouth shut. Fast forward a bit, and Party 3 somehow smashes through the 14th floor. Mind you, not a single one of those scrubs has even hit level 10 yet. But the master doesn't care. He's blindly pushing them straight into floor 15. Our boy instantly does the math. If those arrogant jerks actually beat this next stage, his own crew will be violently swallowed up by theirs. Basically, it's a massive death sentence for his squad. Right on cue, the mage girl jogs up from behind. Panicking, she urges him to make a move before Party 3 eclipses them completely. He brushes her off, calmly stating he's already handling his business, and even throws out a casual offer. If she wants to jump ship and join that toxic squad, he won't stand in her way. Catching his drift, she aggressively shoots down the idea, making it crystal clear she despises them. He simply smirks and advises her to lay low and wait for the perfect strike. He pivots the conversation, asking if she's finally mastered her telekinesis ability. Flashing a proud grin, she boasts that she's got it locked down. To prove it, she flexes her mind, effortlessly levitating random debris scattered around, before letting it all crash back to the dirt. It's obviously still beginner-tier magic, but honestly, he's pretty hyped about her massive progress. As he hits his stride on the track, he reflects on the harsh reality. While she's leveling up like crazy, their so-called master is still hopelessly toxic and completely stuck in his terrible habits. Check this out. After surviving that last brutal floor, they unlocked a bunch of shiny new base facilities. And guess what? The master hasn't constructed a single one. The base is completely swarmed with new recruits, sparking absolute chaos. It's painfully obvious they need a level 3 lounge upgrade, but the master is completely checked out. Every ounce of his attention is hyper-fixated on Party 3. Cut to Party 3's so-called training session, which honestly looks more like a brutal hazing ritual for the poor one-star noobs. The master is literally spoon-feeding them victories. And those guys totally know they are the golden children. With that massive ego boost, their absolute worst traits are bleeding through. They're out here screaming at the weaker units and claiming the best spots in the lobby like they own the place. Our guy knows deep down that if these bullies actually crush floor 15, this nightmare will spiral completely out of control. Finally, Judgment Day arrives. The glowing fairy barks an order for everyone to assemble in the main plaza. The master has heavily loaded them up with premium potions. Party 3 is standing tall, practically radiating arrogant confidence. Meanwhile, our hero chills on a bench with his crew, just silently observing the circus from the sidelines. It hurts to see those bullies burning through hard-earned resources for their premium potions, but our boy literally couldn't care less. Suddenly, the heavy iron doors to the staging area grind open. Once Party 3 steps through, it's straight to the dreaded 15th floor. Just as they cross the threshold, Noken sneers over his shoulder and throws a nasty slur at our hero. He arrogantly vows that the second he conquers this boss, he's coming back to make his life a living hell. Unbothered, the hero just coldly thinks that if he somehow makes it out alive, he can definitely give it his best shot. Moments later, the spear wielder slides into the scene, openly sweating about the world. What if Party 3 actually survives the 15th floor? If that miracle happens, everyone else will be trapped in absolute slavery under the master's thumb, or face total deletion. But hey, this game is wild. Sometimes underdog squads pull off insanely clutch victories, while the most overpowered-looking teams get one-shotted. The hero drops a heavy truth bomb. If those bullies clear this dungeon, the master will view the rest of them as disposable trash, stripping away any freedom they had left. Ultimately, it's a massive roll of the dice. A bright flash of light hits, and we finally see Party 3 warp directly into the 15th floor. They spawn straight into a breathtakingly gorgeous, totally peaceful city. But instead of relaxing, the squad leader instantly freaks out, as he desperately spins around to figure out what kind of twisted trap they just walked into. Back in the hub, the tension is suffocating. Almost 5 agonizing minutes drag by. Yet our boy's interface remains totally dead. No pop-ups, no alerts. He assumes they must be dominating the stage, until a chilling red text box suddenly shatters his screen. Mission failed. The entire lobby goes dead silent. The brutal reality of this system: a failed run equals instant deletion. The master's golden children just got erased from existence in a split second. Our guy is genuinely stunned. A 5-minute wipe? He instantly deduces they stumbled into some hellish, hidden tier event. Without warning, the entire plaza starts violently quaking. Jenna desperately grabs the wall to keep from wiping out, screaming to figure out what's triggering this massive earthquake. Off-screen, the player's real-world rage reaches a boiling point, and right on cue, the tiny system fairy streaks toward him, absolutely sobbing. She reveals the player literally smashed his phone in a blind rage, dropping a massive hint that he might actually abandon. Ignoring the chaos, our hero smoothly gets to his feet. He shoots the archer girl a cold look, telling her it's time to bounce because the show is officially over. Totally lost, she asks why they're leaving when the Golden Squad hasn't even respawned yet. Without skipping a beat, he drops the icy truth. They are already gone. He internally calculates the massive loss. Those fools got completely obliterated before they could even scrape up a single puzzle clue. A totally pointless slaughter. Following that catastrophic, the master completely ghosts the server, refusing to log in for what feels like an eternity. We cut straight to the moonlit training yard, capturing our solo survivor, ruthlessly grinding his stats in the dead of night. The little fairy materializes out of thin air, rocking oversized pajamas and barely keeping her eyes open. Voice trembling, she asks the million-dollar question. She's completely lost and drowning in anxiety. Not even breaking a sweat, he flatly tells her to go hit the sheets while he finishes his reps. No matter what happens outside, their grind never. Wake up, grab some breakfast, grind, scarf down lunch, sweat through another session, and hit the dirt again right after dinner. She is whining that 10 whole days have dragged by, and literally no one but him is putting in the work. The rest of the one-star scrubs have completely slacked off since the master vanished. Without the looming threat of getting synthesized, they are just chilling. Zero training, zero dungeon raids, but out of nowhere, the master is officially back online. Our boy blinks, genuinely shocked the guy logged back in this fast. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupts from the heavens, so painfully intense he has to shield his eyes. A system prompt flashes, confirming a screenshot has been captured and saved to the gallery. Staring up at the fading glow, he narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what their master. But the second that screenshot snaps, the master ghosts them again, logging straight out. The fairy absolutely loses it, fuming that he just popped in for a split second and dipped without lifting a finger. Panic sets in as but our hero steps in, shutting down her panic. He points out that the master definitely did not leave empty-handed. He grabbed a screenshot. When she tilts her head, totally clueless as to why he would do that, a knowing smirk spreads across his face. He tells her to use her brain and figure it out. When she throws her hands up in defeat, he casually asks about her hobbies. The fairy mentions she loves surfing the web. His grin widens instantly. Perfect. He demands she hook him up to the internet. Cut to his bedroom, where he is staring her down, asking why she is stalling. The fairy nervously stammers that hacking the system is not a walk in the park. They are literally piercing through dimensions here, and forcing a connection like this comes with a nasty little penalty. If he just wants to lurk, she can buy him 60 minutes of screen time, but the second he drops a comment or makes a post, that timer crashes down to just a handful of minutes. Despite the heavy restrictions, he is totally down for the gamble. Watching his reckless confidence, the fairy starts sweating bullets. She takes a deep breath, hyping herself up. She clenches her tiny fists, deciding she can risk at least this much for her boy Loki. Fired up and ready to go, she declares she is tapping into her fairy magic to bypass the firewall and get him online. Bam! A glowing holographic monitor and keyboard instantly materialize right in front of him. Straining against the magic, she begs him to speedrun this because her mana is already draining fast. He gives a cool nod, but cannot help raising an eyebrow, asking if she seriously needs to strike such a bizarre pose. She snaps back that this awkward stance maximizes her focus, screaming at him to just type already. Our boy cracks his knuckles and dives into the web, landing straight on the game's official forum, which is totally flooded with fresh clips. Since it has been a hot minute since his last login, he directly navigates to the SOS threads where desperate players beg for carries. Skimming through the chaotic posts, he finally spots the job discussion board. He clicks it open, and a wicked smile creeps onto his face. Boom! Someone dropped a screenshot of their lobby, desperately crying out for tips, and he instantly recognizes the user. It is his very own master. He swipes to the next image, staring face to face with his own hero stats. He chuckles, admitting but as he scrolls down into the replies, the vibe turns toxic. The comment section is absolutely flaming his master. Trolls are ruthlessly dragging the guy, clowning his trash setup and demanding to know how such a total noob even survived up to the 14th floor. They are bluntly telling him to delete his account. Loki absorbs every single toxic word, completely unfazed, while the fairy starts panting, her energy burning out. Catching her pale face from the corner of his eye, he hits overdrive. He logs straight into his legendary Loki account and zips a massive file over to his master's inbox. This is not just any text file. It is the ultimate cheat code, a deep dive into his own personal combat mechanics and top-tier strategies. The second he drops a reply on the thread, the entire forum explodes. Players instantly recognize the god-tier username, making him heavily regret not using a burner account. But it is too late to delete it now. Right on cue, the fairy lets out a strange shriek. Her mana tank has officially hit 0. She crashes onto the mattress, completely gasping for air, and weakly asks if she did a good job. He praises her clutch performance, confirming the payload was delivered. The trap is set. Now, it is entirely up to their clueless master to realize what kind of gold mine just landed. Catching her breath, she asks what the heck was inside that file. He casually mentions it was his personal combat logs, along with some hardcore strategy notes he has been compiling over the last 2 years. Her eyes fly open. She jolts up, practically screaming that he just leaked the sacred text of the heaven. He raises a brow, totally lost, until she fills him in on the wild forum conspiracies claiming the official game tutorial is a broken mess. The myth says only Loki possesses the true, complete guide, bound in a mythical book. She gasps, asking if he actually gifted that to their master. He sets the record straight. Her theory is only half right. That massive text dump was never meant to be an official walkthrough, but straight-up raw data, a masterclass thesis breaking down years of his blood, sweat, and combat analytics. The fairy actually tears up, mind-blown that the legendary Holy Loki shrugs, admitting the files do not cover every single glitch in the game, but they hold his entire brain trust, every brutal lesson he has ever learned. Though, knowing their master's attention span, he seriously doubts the guy will even bother reading past the first page. He just dropped enough lore to fill 4 massive textbooks. But hey, if the master actually grinds through it all, he'll crack the game's code complete, and that's when the real chaos kicks off. Fast forward to the next day. A slick loading screen pops up, announcing the master is officially logging back in. Cut to our boy, chilling on a bench, smoothly twirling a dagger between his fingers, like he's been waiting for this exact moment. Suddenly, the fairy zips into the scene, practically buzzing with news. She screams that the master just copped a super rare warhorse statue, totally custom for him. She hesitates, nervously clutching the loot, low-key terrified he's gonna smash it into pieces. But he snatches it right out of her hands. Smirking, he flexes his massive brain play. Right before hitting send on that massive lore drop, he secretly tweaked the final. He slipped in a sneaky little tip, basically telling the master, yo, if you vibe with a hero, hit them with a warhorse statue, at least 2 times. Han flashes a deadly grin as he inspects the statue. The master actually read the entire thing. He's totally locked in now, and honestly, Han absolutely refuses to carry a noob. If anyone thinks they are scaling this brutal tower side by side with him, they better match his freak. Otherwise, he's going totally rogue. He's still a little skeptical that the master actually absorbed all those insane strategies, but hey, at least the guy is finally sweating the details. Han turns back to his squad, and the whole crew hits an absolute cinematic power pose. A crisp system alert chimes. The master has officially reclaimed control of Party 1. The fairy floats nearby, visibly sweating about the future, wondering what goes down if the master stays trash. But Han brushes it off. That's just not happening. Then, he leans in and asks when he can fire up that specific feature again. She instantly catches his drift. He wants web access. She breaks it down. It totally heavily relies on farming intervention points. The master basically generates this currency just by keeping his eyes glued to the screen. The longer he stays plugged in, and the more brutal stages he completely shreds, the faster those sweet points and premium gems stack up. It's literal digital cash. Absorbing the intel, Han cracks his knuckles, gets absolutely dialed in, and marches outside. His heavy-hitting squad is standing by. He looks them dead in the eye and announces, playtime is officially over. Time to get back to the grind. The UI flashes again, confirming Party 1 is fully operational and locked to go. Han smirks, asking if everyone is hyped to crack some skulls. The archer girl shrugs, acting totally unbothered, but she's down to shed some blood. Over in the corner, the mage whines about skipping the violence. But one piercing glare from Han, and she totally cracks, confessing she's actually starving to blast some mobs. Aaron steps up, pointing out a major flaw. Yeah, the master leveled up his mindset, but they are running a strict 4-man squad and desperately need a 5th player. Our boy just smirks. Reinforcements are incoming. Right on cue, the fairy flags down the dark-haired girl. She loudly broadcasts that the master just drafted her to run with the main squad for a bit. She slowly walks up to our fearless leader. Staring him down, she asks if he's seriously stepping back into the bloodbath. Han just shoots her a look that screams, "You already know the vibe." She frowns, wondering if going rogue like this. Our boy doesn't even blink. He guarantees it's a non-issue, promising she'll see the visions soon enough. She gives a hesitant nod. Boom! Another system pop-up triggers, officially stating her entire backup crew is now fully puppeted by the Master. She slides perfectly into the Party 1 roster. And instantly the environment warps, teleporting the whole strike team into the pre-battle lobby. The girl leans in. She's definitely not sticking around for the long haul. He completely brushes it off, explaining she was never meant to be a permanent fixture anyway. She gets her ticket out the second they conquer floor 15, but they are nowhere near that milestone yet. Inside the glowing lobby, Han locks his eyes dead ahead. A massive holographic text drops. Destination, floor 8. The colossal iron gates grind open. A blinding white light swallows the screen. And as the flash clears, the elite squad is standing right in the middle of the 8th floor death trap. Our boy totally views this as the ultimate flex to prove their hellish training actually paid off. Guess who's back? The infamous level 9 Goblin Riders. The filthy beasts instantly trigger a vicious stampede, but Yelka isn't having it. She snaps her fingers, instantly activating fierce telekinesis. The goblins absolutely freak out, as chunks of the battlefield physically rip themselves from the ground, floating menacingly above them. With a flick of her wrist, tons of jagged boulders slam straight down, instantly the devastating area of effect attack throws the entire horde into Jenna instantly capitalizes on the massive gap, unleashing an absolute hurricane of glowing arrows. Each rapid-fire volley effortlessly pieces 3 or 4 goblins into Swiss cheese. Not skipping a beat, the mage girl chants, "Ignite fire." A blazing inferno erupts from her feet, twisting into a towering wall of flames that brutally cages the surviving monsters. Han watches closely, completely hyped. Her cast time just dropped to a clean 10 seconds, obliterating her old 40-second record. Done observing, he explodes forward into the panicked swarm, slicing through a bunch of enemies with insanely fast, buttery smooth dagger combos. Chilling in the back line, the dark-haired girl just spectates the absolute bloodbath, bitterly realizing she is straight up useless right now. Right as that totally hits her, a massive clear screen drops, blaring that the stage is officially wiped and 2 heroes just scored a massive level up. Mentally replaying Jenna's insane damage output, our boy finally feels he can trust her absolutely to cover his blind spots. And look, even though the new girl is totally out of sync with the squad's hyper-aggressive flow, he knows she's gonna adapt and pop off soon. The squad gets teleported back to the lobby. Instantly, the mage girl starts whining loudly, crying that her mana is completely drained and she is way too burnt out to cast another spell. Out of absolutely nowhere, Han materializes right. He violently yanks her by the collar, physically dragging her back toward the gate while barking that the grind never stops. She helplessly screams, swearing that magic is literally sucking the life out of her. Still, he swears he won't dump all the grunt work on her. They step into a brand new chamber, overflowing with bubbling potions. Likely a research lab or mystic hub the Master threw together earlier. She shoots him a confused glare, demanding to know why she is even here. He drops a harsh reality check. Her brain needs a serious workout because physical grinding just is not enough anymore, and crunching data is now the name of the game. The mage stares blankly, totally clueless about what she is actually supposed to analyze, but the catch is huge. Hitting the books actually buffs the entire guild. Research unlocks base expansions, boosts base reaction times, and pushes them deeper into the abyss. A system prompt flags her as the perfect candidate, and the Master instantly smashes the accept button. Boom! Out of thin air, the system fairy spawns, making Eolka shriek in pure terror. She immediately snaps at the floating pest. But the fairy just rolls her eyes and tells her to chill. She points a tiny finger at a desk buried in documents, barking at the mage to start cracking the formulas. Eolka snatches up a parchment. Her eyes widen. It is giving her major flashbacks to her grueling days at the Magic Academy. Our guy tries to play it smart, flipping open a tome, But just like a clueless freshman staring at raw code, his brain completely short-circuits. Meanwhile, the mage locks in. She finally solves a complex equation, tossing it into the crucible and bagging a single, hard-earned research point. The stat check? A brutal 10 hours per question. Our hero winces at the agonizingly slow pace, but honestly, he gets it. She is a total rookie at this desk job. The master locks in her daily grind, 3 grueling hours of pure academic torture. Hearing her new schedule, Ioka completely loses it, screaming that this massive workload is going to fry her brain, and she absolutely cannot survive it. Her endless whining spams the master's interface with warning alerts. She wails that cracking just one problem leaves her entirely wiped out, and complains that they are treating her like an absolute sweatshop worker. Under his breath, our guy admits she kind of has a point. Her daily routine has become incredibly toxic, leaving her zero time to actually breathe. Needing to diffuse her meltdown, he pulls a big brain move, whispering to the fairy to beg the master for a luxury fur coat. The master flexes his wallet, dropping 3,000 gold on an absolutely flawless jacket. The second Ioka wraps it around her shoulders, her mood totally skyrockets. She instantly catches on to their little scheme, calling them completely shameless for buying her loyalty. Our hero smirks and threatens to snatch the drip back, but she fiercely clutches it, snapping that she will keep grinding the research. Just like that, the master keeps optimizing the whole operation. He deploys squads to sweep the weekly dungeons, upgrades the forge to start pumping out lethal gear, and even pulls enough fresh recruits to assemble a solid third party. Later, Iolka plops down next to our guy, flexing that while she is a pyromancer, her skill tree is actually super diverse. She hypes up his raw potential, dropping a massive question. Does he ever want to step into the arcane arts? He blinks, genuinely stunned, wondering if the mage admits that solo tutoring would be an absolute nightmare. But with this massive library at their disposal, they might just pull it off. Hearing her pitch, his mind races. He is still just a classless 2-star scrub. Once he hits 3 stars, he finally unlocks a path. At this rate, he is definitely locked in for the warrior route. But if he triggers the right secret achievements, he could bag a rare hidden class, wielding both spells and steel as a magic swordsman. Yet he quickly does the math. Hybrid builds usually fall off in the endgame, so he shoots down her offer. She totally respects the grind, telling him the door is always open if he ever wants to respec. He low-key suspects she is just bored out of her mind and desperate for a study buddy. Ioka's face flushes beet red, defensively snapping that he is reading entirely too much into it. Once the awkwardness fades, she probes into his backstory. He casually drops that he used to be a dirt-poor farmer, a claim she immediately rejects as total cap. He just chuckles, telling her to keep her eyes on the paperwork. As she dives back into the equations, his mind drifts to her tragic lore, a fallen noble from a legendary bloodline, ripped apart by the brutal war. Mid-thought, the atmosphere shifts wildly. An eerie, pulsing orb of light materializes right between them, condensing into a blinding core. Our guy instantly clocks the phenomenon. He shoots her a tense look and mutters, "It's starting." Bam! A global system pop-up flashes. Thanks to the new data, every single hero just leveled up their base reaction speed to Tier 1. The glowing sphere shatters into sparkling shards, with one darting straight into the bewildered mage's chest. Turns out, during her agonizing study session, she had actually stacked up a solid 30 research points. Hitting that milestone forced a major system prompt on the master's end, offering 3 distinct perk paths. And he totally banked on the reaction buff. This whole crazy light show is the direct fallout of that upgrade. Iolka frantically demands answers, shivering as a bizarre, tingling surge overrides her senses. Keeping his cool, our hero simply tells her to speak 2 magic words: status window. The moment the words leave her lips, a slick, holographic HUD ignites right in front of her face. Her very own player interface has finally awakened. The glowing interface totally freaks her out. Han breaks it down, explaining that her entire stat sheet is finally visible right in front of her. Now she can actually track her raw power and the insane abilities she's unlocked. He drops a heavy truth, Party 3 got totally wiped out on that sealed floor, purely because they were flying blind without a system screen. Clueless and caught off guard, they practically walked right into a meat grinder. But now, thanks to that hero reaction research leveling up, the whole squad can finally read their own data. He points out that her strength, brain power, HP, speed, and passive traits are all laid out crystal clear. Staring wide-eyed at the floating blue text, the girl whispers that intermediate flame magic and telekinesis are literally hard-coded into her profile. Han nods, confirming those are her signature moves, then tells her to snap out of it and follow his lead. They still need to drop this massive bombshell. Just as they step outside, absolute chaos erupts. Eren is practically tearing his vocal cords, shrieking about a ghost hunting him down. The dude sprints toward our MC, begging for his life. Han catches him by the collar, bluntly stating it's no ghost, but that just sends Eren into a deeper spiral. Suddenly, a blinding shard of holographic light shoots straight into his chest. My guy totally zones out, getting a little too lost in the crazy sensation. Right on cue, the archer girl rolls up, already swiping through her own floating menu. She looks at our boy and clicks the pieces together, realizing this interface is exactly what he kept staring at in the sky. When he asks if she was secretly in on it, she shakes her head. Turns out, she just caught him muttering to himself way too often, pieced the puzzle together, and tested the voice commands under the radar. Soon, the whole squad circles up as Han spills the tea. Jenna chimes in, hyped that she finally grasps the whole level and stat system. He was always hyping up, realizing this is their literal ticket to getting overpowered. But then she drops the million-dollar question. How did he even know about this glitch in the Matrix? When the rest of them were totally in the dark. Han plays it cool, claiming he just stumbled onto it by pure luck. This instantly ticks Iolka off, and she immediately calls Cap on his weak excuse. Luckily, the other girl jumps to his defense, pointing out that since he spawned in this zone way before anyone else, it makes total sense he's got the insider info. Our boy flashes a cheeky smirk and plays along, though the mage girl is still side-eyeing him hard. Out of nowhere, the tension flips, and the two girls start beefing with each other. Han just kicks back, watching the chaos unfold, secretly promising himself that if they actually survive this hellhole, he'll finally drop his mask and reveal his true backstory. A bittersweet smile creeps onto his face, knowing deep down that a final goodbye is inevitable. Fast forward to the next morning, and the status window is officially old news. With the archer girl coaching them, almost the whole lobby has their UI unlocked, though a couple of newbies are still locked out, since the base research level isn't quite high enough yet. The camera cuts to the dirt arena, where Jenna is going absolute sweat mode sparring against our MC. She lets 3 or 4 lethal arrows fly right at his dome, but he casually parries every single strike with his blade. Catching an attitude, she demands to know if his system literally gave him an auto-deflect cheat code. Playing cryptic, he shrugs and teases that she's pretty close to the truth. Tossing her a fresh bundle of ammo, he drops a hint that there has to be an anti-deflection ability out there, just waiting to be triggered. While her brain buffers trying to decode his clue, he hits the gas, practically teleporting behind her for a brutal slash. Her survival instincts kick in, and she ducks just a split second before the steel takes her head off. The sheer killing intent rolling off his blade is wild. Dude is practically fighting for blood, but Han claps back, warning her that without this insane pressure, her level will stay painfully stagnant. Plus, they can afford to go absolutely savage since the lobby zone prevents permanent deaths. He turns into a blur of relentless strikes, forcing the girl to weave and dash, using every ounce of agility she possesses. In a flash, she launches herself skyward, knocking a glowing arrow while suspended in midair. Seeing her potential peak, Han internally decides they won't stop until one of them hits 1 HP. A crowd of onlookers watches from the sidelines, their jaws on the floor at the hero's flawless technique. It totally blows their minds that this absolute unit used to be a lowly dirt farmer. Back in the ring, the duo is clashing so fast, they're practically leaving after images. At one point, she desperately whips a throwing knife at his face, only for him to swat it away like a fly, While she groans in frustration, he mocks her, asking if she's ready to tap out. So the blonde dude can finally get his turn in the ring, but her ego refuses to take the L, and she charges right back into the danger zone. Spotting a microsecond of hesitation, our boy goes in for the final strike. But out of nowhere, a razor-sharp dagger streaks dangerously close to his pupil. He barely manages to deflect the lethal steel by a millimeter. In that exact fraction of a second, the girl zeroes in on him like a predator tracking its prey, firing a merciless arrow straight into his absolute blind spot. A notification chimes. She just awakened a rare passive called weakness detection. Han dodges by the skin of his teeth, totally shook, demanding to know when she unlocked that hack. Smirking, she reveals her thought process she was hyper-focusing on, finding an exact ability that could bypass his god-tier defense and land an unblockable shot. By literally manifesting that exact scenario, the system triggered her awakening on the spot. Mind blown by her insane talent for unlocking high-tier perks, our boy hypes her up and dares her to shoot again. Drawing her bowstring tight, she hits him with a cold warning that playtime is officially over. He weaves through the air, but the pressure is suddenly suffocating. Analyzing her terrifying new attack pattern, he realizes her genius strat. She uses her first shot purely to force his movement, then instantly unloads 2 or 3 homing arrows right into his newly exposed vitals. But she keeps weaving in these nasty feints, making her next move completely unpredictable. Out of nowhere, a system ping confirms her basic archery, just leveled up to 6. Our guy's jaw literally drops when she unleashes not 3, but 5 arrows at the exact same time. Cold sweat drips down his face as he realizes he's dangerously close to taking an L. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery watching from the sidelines is absolutely questioning if these two are even human anymore. Our boy Aaron intensely studies the duel, muttering that they are both just completely built different, with insane raw potential. A knot twists in his stomach. His knuckles turn white gripping his spear, as deep frustration boils up inside him, agonizing over why he can't level up his game like they do. Across the field, the archer girl aggressively spams her newly unlocked skill, while he barely manages to parry the relentless barrage. He quickly figures out he has 0 chance of closing the gap through that hurricane of rapid fire. Yet he stubbornly refuses to turtle up behind his shield, unless it's life or death. The entire point of this brutal grind is to trigger a skill awakening, so playing it safe is not an option. Our boy knows he desperately needs to lock in and read the exact flight path of those projectiles. Millis before a deadly shaft pierces his eye, something completely snaps in his brain, unlocking a brand new ability called Insight. His agility instantly skyrockets. Now he's casually swatting away her arrows, seeing their exact paths mapped out in thin air. In mere seconds, he completely bridges the gap and catches her entirely lacking. Cut to the very next scene. She's flat on her back in the dirt, with him towering over her, his blade hovering dangerously close to her throat. Thanks to this insane, hardcore grind, he actually bagged some serious skill upgrades. Off to the side, Jenna quizzes Aaron about his personal loadout. He admits he's only rocking 3: basic spearman, pain tolerance, and flame resistance. He flips the question back, and she casually rattles off basic archery, basic dagger switching, rapid fire, weakness detection, nimble movement, plus a handful of others, pushing her grand total to like 7 or 8. The dude gets visibly salty, throwing his hands up and refusing to hear another word. But our main character steps in, dropping the reality check that stacking 1,000,000 skills doesn't automatically make you overpowered. It's all about how your stats scale with your current level. Honestly, some abilities can actively sabotage you, exactly like how his own berserker and composure traits constantly clash. The real reason the sniper girl is absolutely cracked right now is because she's juggling a whopping 9 skills. Meanwhile, shifting to a different room, we catch the boss heavily focused on forging a basic promotion stone. He carefully breaks down the meticulous crafting phases, perfectly aligning the raw materials before pushing through the synthesis. But despite having a measly 13% fail rate, the stone abruptly shatters into dust, completely nuking all his precious materials. Our guy painfully swipes through the massive fail alerts. Jenna suddenly looks up at him, anxiously asking if she's finally going to rank up just like him and evolve into a solid 2-star unit. The master grits his teeth and spins the gotcha table again, and this time, he actually secures a flawless promotion stone. The camera cuts to the dimly lit synthesis center, housing the upgrade chamber. She slowly approaches the imposing machine, practically whispering as she asks if she's even going to survive this. He immediately steps in to reassure her that she's totally safe. Right now, the MC is sitting at level 12. Elka is level 8, Aaron just hit 9, and our archer girl finally scraped level 10, officially unlocking her right to ascend. She steps inside the glowing pod, and the whole ascension process goes off without a hitch. But when the doors hiss open, she looks visibly shaken, trembling as she mentions suffering through a totally cursed nightmare. He softly talks her down, promising her it was nothing but a fake, glitchy illusion. His steady voice grounds her, and a faint smile finally returns to her face. He quickly probes to see if she experienced any other weird side effects, but she just breathes out a heavy sigh, saying she honestly just feels incredibly relieved. Catching that vibe, he mentally confirms her upgrade was completely standard, and that those quote-unquote nightmares were actually bleeding fragments of her past memories. But deep down, he knows they're destined to retain barely anything from their